this is congratulations for being chairperson of my presentation. However, I'll talk about the protected area management in Bangladesh. This is my so my outline will be this one, only five areas to be covered. But before that, I mean, after that, we'll go for that. So this is my brief bio, which was already mentioned. So I'm not going to mention this one here. So now, let me talk about our something about our country's profile. You know, Bangladesh is a country of South Asian. Official name, we call it People's Republic of Bangladesh, and our is parliamentary government. And our head of the state is, we call president, and also head of the government, prime minister. Currently, we are having a lot of human population, which was estimated a few days ago in our country, like we have 17 crore, 11 lakh plus in our country. And you see this population density is quite a big, 1265 1265 persons per square kilometer, a huge one of the most dense population we are having in the world. And seeing this figure, you imagine that how much it's troublesome for us to control the natural resources and conserve the natural resources, and also for the management. And we have a border with India. It's a long one, 4,096 kilometers with India, and with Myanmar we are having 271. And south of our country is Bay of Bengal. So this is geography. We are mainly riverine country. We have coastline of 720 kilometers, and Bangladesh has the longest sea beach in the world. We call it Cox's Bazar. And we have delta plain of Ganges. Ganges, we call it Padda in our area, and in India they say Ganges. And also we have Brahmaputra, Meghna, and the tributary covers about 79% of the country. So you can imagine that we are basically wetland, and we are at the foothill of Himalayan part. So let me talk about something about forest cover Bangladesh. As I've said, that we have very highly densely populated country in the world, and we are having a forest cover about 12.8% of the total country area. But if we consider about on a land area, it's only 14.1. So 12.8 means it includes terrestrial body and also wetland body. So this is forest areas. We'll go one by one. So we have major cities, say 7 major city here. On the northern part, we basically don't have any big forest, very small forest on the northern part. We call it Dinaspur, and we have a very big part of forest in the Sundarbans. You know, the Sundarbans covers India and in Bangladesh, and total we have 10,000, where India covers 40% and Bangladesh covers 60% of the total Sundarban area. And on the hill tracks, we have much more forest area. And in the Sylhet area, you have very small patch of forest, and also in the northern part near Tura Hills of Meghalaya, we have very small patch of forest where the main keystone species are elephant. However, our next slides is we'll be talking about some about history of forest management, because forest management history is very important for us for having an understanding of the forest and PM management in the country. Let's see. So we have in our country, we have started our forest management back in 1865, basically, where we had Imperial Forest Service. Then we have Provincial Forest Service when Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan were together, and we have subordinate Forest Service. Then we came to Bengal Forest Department, then Assam Forest Department, and after that East Pakistan Senior Forest Service, and also East Pakistan Subordinate Forest Service. This was our before 1971, where when we were not independent. And this is the scenario of another forest management area, like Basically, forest department, the forest management was the task of the forest department after the independence of our great independence of Bangladesh in 1971. And in 1980, Bangladesh Forest Department has started their senior forest service cadre. We call it Bangladesh Civil Service cadre. And before 1989, this ministry was under the Agriculture Ministry. And after 1989, there was a separate ministry we called Ministry of Environment and Forest. And back in 5 years ago, this ministry, the name of ministry has been changed to Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change. So, what were the forest management objectives in the past, and what is now? So, in the past, our management objectives were manage the forest in a sustainable basis. We know sustainable yield, sustainable is a very basic thing of forest management, and also we had to ensure the supply of forest product to the country, and also to carry out various silviculture operation for improving the health of our forest. And also, initially we have cleared some areas in our country where valuable species were replanted with new species, and that was the practice. We call it clear felling followed by artificial regeneration. That was proved very harmful for the biodiversity conservation. And nowadays, our country has stopped this practice, clear felling followed by artificial regeneration. Those who are from the forestry background here, listening to us, are well known about this artificial regeneration with plantation, clear felling followed by artificial regeneration. So another objective was to improve the forest habitat for the wildlife. And basically, in the past, revenue generation was the main object of the forest management in our country. But since there is a paradigm shift, we have changed our objectives to more or less 6 objectives here, like to enhance environmental preservation and conservation. Nowadays, we follow this objective, and for the management, and also to introduce rational forest land use, to increase public participation and benefit from the forest creating forest on marginal and private lands. And by the way, I must tell one thing, or mention one thing, that Bangladesh is one of the pioneer country in the world that started with the coastal plantation in our coastal areas, and we have very long coastal belt near the coast, near the Sundarbans and along the coastline of the country. So this is very successful, and it is now practiced everywhere in the coastline of the country. So another objective was to restructure institution and strengthen the improve management practices, and also to improve efficient resource utilization. So let me talk about something about forest types of Bangladesh. We have 3 types of forest here. We call it where forest, we have 2.5 million hectare forest in our country right now, where forest department controls only 1.6 million hectare, and rest 0.73 million hectare are controlled by the deputy commissioner. Here we call it unclassed state forest, which is very common also in India. And there are several species in our forest. So we have several types of forest. Let me talk about something about the location and species. Sorry. So we have hill forest mainly near Chittagong, hill tracts, Cox's Bazar, and Sylhet region, where Artocarpus chaplasa, Syzygium species, Melania arborea, Albigia, Duabanga grandiflora, Telsur, and some other species like we call it Dhakijam. So these are the main species of hill forest, and these are very common species in India also, because we were having the same geographical character. In shal forest, that we have shal forest in some of the very small areas of the country. So we call it in Gazipur, Tangail, Mymensingh, Jamalpur. I'll be showing the map later. and the main dominant species here is Shorea robusta, where it is broadleaf species covering 90% of the area, and shal is very common in India too. So mangrove forest, as I said earlier, that Sundarban is the largest mangrove tract, single tract of the country, I mean in the world also. And it covers three areas, three districts of Bangladesh. The dominant species is Hericieriformes and Gylocarpus, Mecongenensis, Granatum, Sonoracia petala, and some Rhizophora species. Also, this is a very good area for Nipa fruticans palms here. And as I said earlier, that we have very good patch of coastal afforestation. We have mangrove plantation in basically newly accredited land on the in the estuaries of Bay of Bengal, which basically provide protection against calamities and land erosion. And this has been proved very efficient during we Kalamphone, we Isla and Shidor kind of cyclone or tidal surge in that region. And here, many species we went for planting the coastal area with mainly Kevra, we call it Sonoracia patella, Vine, and also Gewa. And some Nupia fruticans also were planted there. So after that, we'll go here that we have some small patch of swamp forest in Sylhet district. Sylhet district is just downhill of Tura Hills or Meghalaya region. I mean Shillong region. So the main mangrove species here is Hericieriformes and some other species like Sonoracia patella, Bruguera gymnoraja. And this is again, I mean, one is duplicated here, redundant. So these are the main things where we have plantation and forest types. So this you see this map on the left side. This covers this is about sorry, forest cover of Bangladesh. You see on the southwest, the Sundarban. On the northern side, there is a very small patch of forest, very tiny area. In the central part, we have some forest. On the northeast region, we have some part, and in the Chirong region, I mean, not on the right side, lower yellow colored mark, this is another forest area, but not big, since we have very small patch of land in our country, and where 1265% per square kilometer is huge number of population. Despite that, we are trying to the forest department is trying to manage the forest in an efficient way. Okay, let me talk about wildlife of Bangladesh. Then I will go to the protected area management, which is my subject. And this is the picture of tiger of Sundarbans. So let me talk about the present status of wildlife in our country. You see, there are butterfly, crustacean, freshwater fish, amphibian, reptile, birds, and mammals. So we have 1619 species, total number of species 1619, which is done in a study back in 2015. So now we have 305 butterfly. We have 305 number of species of butterfly, and crustacean we have 141, and freshwater freshwater fish we call it 253 number, amphibian 49, and this way birds we are very rich in bird species, like a very small area we have, but we have 566 number of species of birds in our country, and 138 mammals of wildlife here in our country. So this is the present status of wildlife. So this is the very small glimpse of wildlife that are now in our country. We are very rich in cetacean. You know that Sundarban, and we have so much of no ground. There are 11 species of cetacean, like a dolphin, whale, and porpoise are there. So this is the picture of our wildlife status, where we have 50% of species is covered with least concern, and we have 3% of species that is critically endangered in our country right now, and near threatened 6%, and we have a big number of data deficient, like 17% of species we have, where we don't have any data regarding the status and abundance of the species. And we have lost 2% of the species in our country, like we have lost nilgai, nilgai. We have lost goose, I mean pink-headed duck, and some other species like peacock. These are the species, and we are also, we had unicorns, I mean one-horned rhinoceros and water buffalo in the Sundarbans area, but we have lost it as the time went by. So we have 9% of species vulnerable and 11% of species endangered. So what are the threats? Why these are lost? Let us see some very small things here, like the major threats nowadays. Global climate change is very natural everywhere in the country, especially for the third world countries, like, and our is a low-lying country in the world. So we face a serious threat of climate change. Few days ago there was one storm or one cyclone here. We call it Shitrang. Fortunately, this was not, I mean, this couldn't damage much here in our country. And, since our human population pressure is very high on the natural resources like forest and other also wetland resources, like overharvesting of biological resources and unregulated tourism. This is very important nowadays. People love to move in the forest area, but this has become a very problem in our country. And encroachment and development. So development is a much very serious threat to the conservation of natural resources, but we cannot avoid it. So we'll have to think how development and conservation can go together. This is the crying need of the present world. And fire, though this is a threat, but we don't have any natural fire. But here the fire is ignited by, I mean, some people in, especially in the Shal area, I mean in Surya West area, and so one small part of Sundarbans where fire is a problem. And pollution, this pollution is very important one for the threats of wildlife, especially flora and fauna. Everywhere in the world, even the ocean are not free from pollution. So infrastructure for energy, transportation. So wherever there are forest and some other areas, so there must go metal road or electric lines. So infrastructure is a very important threat for wildlife conservation or protected area management. Invasive species, this invasive species are one of the most common threats in our country, like in many other country also, this invasive species. So mining and quarrying, this is another one. We don't have much here in our country, but still these are the threats. And another very important one, that inappropriate resource management policies. The policy we have, the act we have, are not in one line. So one department says something about their objectives, forest department say about their objectives, and sometimes they collide. So here lies the policy implication where the threats are heavy, and also weak institutional capacity. So in the beginning, in 1865, the forest department was born or created for resource harvesting, but after that, conservation thought came. The school of thought in conservation came. So still we are, some of the people or the forest department are suffering with this mental attitude. It's a conservation oriented department or revenue oriented department. So we need to think twice before going further. However, let us talk about major legal arms. We have several laws and policies for combating wildlife crime and also for the protected area management. So, this is one of the finest constitution of our country, that the Constitution of People's Republic of Bangladesh, they specified, this constitution is specified and amended and talked about the duty of every citizen, that every citizen will be doing, will work for the biodiversity conservation. This is a very new one and it's very good one. So In 1927, we have forest act like in Bangladesh and also maybe some other country like in, I don't know about Sri Lanka, but in Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India, we have forest act in 1927 and amended in 2000. We have now Wildlife and Conservation Security Act 2012. This is the new one, but earlier we had one Wildlife Preservation Order and Act in 1974. We have Environmental Act that is promulgated in 1995, Protected Area Management Rules 2017, which was developed under the Act of Wildlife Conservation and Security Act 2012. And also we have Biodiversity, Biological Diversity Act, and so ECA rules. ECA rules means Ecological Critical Area rules. We have big critical area here, ecological critical area like in Sundarbans, and also some wetlands of northern part, northeastern part of the country. So there are a lot of other legal instruments that are supporting protected area management. So now let us talk about something about protected area. On the right hand side, the picture is a lady, female, who look given with her cub. So what are the objectives of the protected area management in our country right now? It's to conserve and manage protected area to ensure the basic need of wildlife, that is food, shelter, water, and escape, to ensure natural breeding and death of the wildlife, and also to ensure ecosystem service benefits that goes for human populations. So based on this objective, the protected area are being managed by the government. Okay, now let me talk about something about forest department. BFD means Bangladesh Forest Department structure. This department is headed by the chief conservator of forest, who is also called under him. This is the forest department. Under him, we have wildlife and nature conservation circle. Under that, wildlife and nature conservation division, and of wildlife ranges. So we have four wings. One of the wings of forest department is called wildlife wing. That is covered by chief warden. Chief warden means our chief conservator of forest. And additional warden, we call it. The conservator of forest is having his duty as additional warden. And warden, the divisional forest officer or deputy conservator of forest are in the charge of warden. We call it wildlife warden. And under him, assistant conservator of forest, wildlife ranger or forest ranger, also wildlife scout and forest guards. So these are the basic structure for protected area management here in our country. So we have 67 types of protected areas. Not all these are not aligned with IUCN category, but we have declared according to our law or according to our act. Like we have national parks, 20 number of national park, 24 number of wildlife sanctuary. We have 2 special biodiversity conservation area. And we have marine protected area 2. One is Swatch of No Ground, and one is called Sonadia Island in northeastern part of the country. Southwestern part of the country. Okay, so we have vulture safe zones too. This is one of the, one zone covers 100 square kilometer. This is done under through a study, scientific study. So we have botanical gardens, safari parks, eco parks, and also aviary park. So we have the protected areas contains about terrestrial, and if we add terrestrial and marine area, for it comes 8 lakh plus hectares, and terrestrial area we have 467,000 hectares, and also which covers about 3.17 area of the country. So there are different types and categories of protected areas in our country nowadays. But as I shown earlier, that this is not all aligned with the IUCN category. So what the Wildlife Conservation and Security Act says under Section 43, protected area declared, and special biodiversity area declared also in according to Wildlife Act. We have also national heritage and Kunjavan in our Wildlife Act. So these are the picture on the right hand side. These are the a map of protected area. So you see most of the protected area covers in the southwest and northeastern, and on the northern part we have very small patch of protected area because they are not much forest, but still we have declared very small area, so that this is a representative of flora and fauna, or habitat or ecosystem of that area. That's why we declared, Bangladesh government declared this small area as a protected area of our country. Okay, so what we have done for from the government side for the protected area management. So declaration of several peers, as I said earlier. Forest Department also established Wildlife Crime Control Unit, like in India, Wildlife Crime Control Bureau is there. We have three new wildlife division now. We have 7 wildlife division around the country. We have worked for developing wildlife crime database, but we have also very good collaboration with law enforcement agency. And government has a policy for compensation for casualty and damages caused by the wildlife. And there are a lot of human wildlife conflict in our country. For that region, this damage, casualty and damage policy has come out. So 4 wildlife rescue centers in our country, and we have two understanding, like one memorandum of understanding with India and protocol with India. This is all for tiger and Sundarban conservation. We have updated the national global tiger recovery program. Under that, national tiger recovery program came. So second generation tiger action plan also documented. This is for 2018 to 2027. And we have also worked for elephant conservation action plan and habitat restoration is a regular duty for the forest department. And for the PM management, we have co-management, like in Nepal, this joint forest management, or also in India, joint forest management. We call it co-management committee or co-management organization. So apart from that, we have wildlife crime control unit rules that is in draft. We have crime control strategy. Bangladesh Award for Wildlife Conservation for encouraging people for wildlife conservation. We have project area management plans for most of the project area. We have also developed wildlife conservation master policy. And this is another milestone for our country, that we have banned forest product harvesting from the natural resources or natural forests. So this is a continuous work, and this has started in 1989. So no one can harvest any forest products from the natural forest. And also recently, Sundarbans has been closed for tourism and any other activities for 3 months, like June to August, June, July, August. These 3 months are closed for any kind of activity except patrolling and administrative purpose. This has created a new dimension to increase the abundance of wildlife. As we have seen that during Corona period, if the forest area or natural resources area are closed for some period, the nature rejuvenates, the wildlife can go for breeding, and the plants can regenerate very strongly. So keeping that in mind, we have started this one in our Sundarbans area. However, as I was saying about the collaboration with, LEA means law enforcement agency. We have collaboration with Civil Aviation Authority in our country. RAB means Rapid Action Battalion. And we have collaboration with Bangladesh Customs, because there are a lot of wildlife smuggling through various channels, like in airport and also seaport, and sometimes also through landport. So Bangladesh Customs has been a good partner of Forest Department here. So we have Bangladesh Navy and Bangladesh Coast Guard, Bangladesh Police, and also Border Guard of Bangladesh. So these are the major law enforcement agency where the Forest Department has a good linkage with them, and they do support Forest Department in controlling any forest or wildlife crime as around the country. So we have a good linkage with the international agencies like CITES, CBD, EA, Station, Flyway, Ramsar site, UNODC, University for Crime and Forests, and Interpol, SAWAN. We are the member of SAWAN. Bangladesh used to take part in SAWAN meeting in Delhi, in Nepal, and some other areas of the country, of the region. We have good relation with traffic, CMS Convention of Migration, Migratory Species, GTF Global Tiger Forum, Global Tiger Initiative. We have good connection with EcoHealth and also IUCN. IUCN is working here, but we don't have any WWF, World Wildlife Fund. We don't have here since we have IUCN here. But in India, the WWF and also IUCN. Okay, now, so for the protected area management, we had several projects apart from the government efforts, which comes from the revenue budget. So we have started working for tiger conservation project, and also this we call it IPAC. This has completed. We call it integrated protected area co-management. This was supported by USAID, and climate resilient environment and livelihood project. This was also supported by USAID, and now another project running ecosystems activity. This where I've been working right now here. And IPAC means for the dolphin projects is a long name, so I don't want to mention it here. The IPAC name is a very long name. The major objectives are to increase the dolphin number in Sundarban's area. So we've done that. So another project called Strengthening Regional Cooperation for Wildlife Protection Project. This was funded by World Bank. And Sustainable Forest and Livelihood Project. This is Bangladesh government project. This we call it SHUFAL. This is very this Sustainable Forest and Livelihood project is covered the whole country except the Sundarbans. And we had also started our protected area management work in 2004 with the support from USAID called Nisarga Support Project. So now let us talk about community engagement. We are very keen for engaging the community in our country. What is co-management? We know that sharing of power and responsibility between the government and local resources. So in 2006, we have started this co-management approach here. So like Nepal, India, they have joint forest management. We have co-management or community engagement in a co-management organization area where there are 4 types. At the lower level, we have a forum or body, we call it Village Conservation Forum, that is VCF, where all the villagers of that is specific village are the members of that Village Conservation Forum. After that, in the upper tier, we call it People's Forum. So the two members from each Village Conservation Forum forms a People's Forum. Say if Village Conservation Forum have 15 Village Conservation Forum in that area, so they will select 30 people for the forum. So 15 into 2, 30. Okay. After that, there is an management executive committee and then general committee. So on the lowest level, this is Village Conservation Forum, we call it VCF, then People's Forum, and that means PF, we call it, and Co-Management Executive Committee, we call it CMEC, and Co-Management General Committee, we call it CMGC. We'll go each by one by one later. So there are active, we have 31 organizations, but actively we have found that in 28 PA the co-management organizations are working. So let me clear here let me talk about bit about this one. So as I said earlier that we have 4 tiers for community engagement. First we form this VCF, Village Conservation Forum, then we form People's Forum, or are done by electoral method. After People's Forum is formed, they go for forming the CMGC. There is 55 number of people representing from the society. So collaborative management general committee. After the formation, the CMGC members form CMEC, which is the executive committee, collaborative management executive committee. So this is the formation of CMEC is the duty of CMGC. Let us see now what are the function of this CMEC. So I mean, Village Conservation Forum are basically working for the controlling of wildlife and forest crime. They also work for raising awareness of forest and wildlife conservation. Of course, these are around the PA. This PA are managed by these, with the support of forest department, I mean protected area. So we are, I mean, protected area now following this co-management approach in everywhere in our country. So they also help for the formulation of ADP. As I said earlier, the forest department, they help the forest department in controlling the forest offenses. So this is the lower level body of this co-management approach. Now I will go to the PF. So this is the People's Forum. More or less the duties are same, responsibility are same. So this People Forums supports BCFs in developing the quality of life for the forest dependent people and helps BCF to implement AIG's activity. Alternative income generation activities are taken by the forest department and also some other associated non-government organization. So People's Forum assists and cooperates CMEC in the formation and maintenance of the community patrol group. So I will talk about the community patrol group later, just after a few slides. And also they also help forest department in controlling the forest and wildlife crime. So this is the co-management committee. This is the main body, executive body of that four tiers. I mean this co-management approach. So they do prepare ADP for the PM management. They discuss the issues of People's Forum and Village Conservation Forum within their committee. Each they work for biodiversity conservation of the protected area. They also work for conflict mitigation. This committee sits once in 2 months. So there are a lot of duty, roles, and responsibility here. But I mention only a few which are very important. So this is the co-management committee. This committee has been formed by the CMGC, as I said earlier, the Co-Management General Committee. They are the supervisory body of the CMC, CMEC, VCAP, and People's Forum. So what they do, they usually ratify for ADP for that PA, of course with the help of the Forest Department. They work for the People's Forum and also Village Conservation Forum. Their main target is to conserve the biodiversity of the protected area. They usually keep good relation with local media. They also help CMEC and other bodies in conflict mitigation. They sit twice in a year. Apart from that, they can sit more for meeting if the situation demands. Okay, now there, as I said, that there are community patrolling group for the PA management, but there are a lot of other community conservation group. They are working for the protected area and also wildlife management in our country. So let's see. So these are community patrolling groups. Those are formed back in 2005, 2006, but still the new PAs are trying to form this community patrolling group. They are very successful in the conservation of PA or in the PA management. And one of the community patrolling group got award from the UN, but one of the UN bodies, which is from the Chunoti area. And and we used to celebrate one day 24th March as co-management day, because one of the patrolling group members from the community has been killed by the miscreants or illicit logger in the Chittagong area. So from that day, 24th March, we call it co-management day. So we have village tiger response team. This is very unique one. So we have for the Sundarbans area, we have 49 village tiger response team here, who are basically works outside the forest. The main task of these groups is to reduce the tiger-human conflict uh, consequences. Like if any tiger comes out from the forest, then they used to drive the tiger away into the forest so that no one can hurt and no wealth is lost. I mean, no human life or cattle is lost. So they are working. And another task of them, if anybody is killed by the tiger inside the forest, so they move into the forest with the forest department and retrieve the body and hand it over to first, if the person is wounded, then they take it to the nearest hospital for medication, for treatment. And if the man or the person is killed by the tiger, then the dead body is recovered, retrieved, and hand it over to their relatives or local authority of the forest department, also near police station. So we have, as I said, we have 49 village tiger response team. Okay, this is another unique one. We call it dolphin conservation team. This dolphin conservation team is inside in the Sundarbans area, not other area we have covered, but we are trying to form more dolphin conservation team where the dolphins are available. So they are formed by one of the projects, and they are still working. They mainly work for conservation awareness program. They also retrieve the dolphin on the left hand side. On the top side, you see one Ganges River dolphin was stranded in a small area, a small channel where the suddenly water receded off due to low tide. So then the team members got down into the area and rescued this Ganges River dolphin and released into the bigger area where the dolphins are living. So they are also as an ambassador for dolphin conservation in our country in the Sundarbans area. So we have a 74 elephant response team. You know that elephants are very, I mean, nowadays is in our country, these elephants are very critically endangered, and many elephant died since last 10 years or 12 years. So based on the experience obtained from the tiger response team, as I said, as the village tiger response team, we we formed, I mean, the forest department formed a elephant response team, and in the elephant area, like near Tura Hills or Meghalaya, there are elephant herd. Some migrant elephants also come here. Some residential migrant elephants that come to Bangladesh from India and India to Bangladesh. So they are used to, when they come there again, there comes conflict. So the people here, the member of elephant response team, used to work for driving away the uh, elephant into deep into the forest, and also they work as elephant and ambassador in the country. So their task is pretty risky in this area. So we have a vulture conservation team, two vulture conservation team, as I said, that in we have two vulture safe zone, one in Sundarbans area and one in also in the Sylhet area. So they used to feed the vulture, or they observe the vulture. Not very, I mean, they don't feed always, but feed with the cattle. There is a specific area where vultures are sometimes recovered or retrieved. Some Himalayan griffon comes from the area during the winter. They used to get very sick and just captured by people, and where the vulture conservation team used to recover or retrieve that vulture from the people, and they used to give medication, and finally they are released into the nature. So these vulture conservation teams are also very unique one. As a matter of fact, I would say one thing, that Bangladesh has banned this diclofenac and ketoprofen, which has been proved a very malicious to vulture conservation or vulture survivability. So we have been able to ban this diclofenac and ketoprofen. Now we have introduced meloxicam, which is very not harmful, rather conducive for vulture breeding. So we have burial responsibility, but we haven't formed that yet, but we are planning to form this Guli response team. Okay, so for the management point of view, we have started forming co-management organization network. We call it common throughout the country. So where there are co-management bodies like co-management committee, if we say in one word, this network will be working for specific purposes, and they will be linked together so that the conservation gets momentum. Okay, what are the objectives? The main objective is to enhance the knowledge of and awareness and the capacity of forest and wetland protected areas. We have wetland protected areas as a matter of fact, and ECA, as I said earlier, we call it ecological critical areas. And also the objectives of CM network is promotion of the formulation and effective implementation of policies and legislation, and regional cooperation and collaboration among the CBOs, mean community-based organization and collaborative management organization. also regional cooperation and relevant government departments. So they will be working as a bargaining agent with the department or with the ministry, with the government, so that conservation is assured or protected area management is assured. They will work. So this network will also work for day observation, seminars, symposium, and workshop, and also fairs and rally, which is very common in your country. Okay, so I finish my deliberation 7 minutes before. So if there is any question, then I'll go for that. Over to chairperson.
Uh, Excellent, Madhav. My co-chair,
Nice to hear my friend Dr. Mudil Hassan. We were studying together in WII, and
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
it's really happy to co-chair your session. Actually,
No
you had
problem.
a excellent presentation and excellent talk about the protected area network in Bangladesh. Uh, I think before summarize, we have to give the chance for the asking some questions through the your talk. If somebody want to ask some questions, we can allow them to ask the questions. I think our chairperson, Professor Rameshwaram, may give the chance for this. And later on, I would like to summarize the his presentation talk. I think it's better, no? Is there?
close your
My friend, I have some questions with this human elephant, human wildlife conflicts. So I
Yeah,
think in Sri Lanka also we do have human elephant conflict and some other animals as well, like leopard. But how do you manage the human elephant conflict with this area? Because you have shown some slides making some teams for the management of the elephant wildlife conflict. So can you explain a little bit about this one? I would like to know this.
yeah. Sri Lanka is much more ahead in, I mean, in elephant conservation, because you have a lot of elephants, and also India is also having a lot of elephants. I mean, number. We have only say 250 or 270 number of resident elephant here in the country. But basically, what India and what Sri Lanka follows, we are also following that. And we what we follow that before basically we suggested to people go for alternate crop like chili or pineapple or something like that to cultivate in their area. And we also follow in one area, we have done this power fencing, but that power fencing didn't work well in many countries, like in many countries. And we also introduced this tree alarm. The tree alarm, whenever the elephant comes, people can get understand that elephants are coming, so that they can get ready for the people. The elephant response team are some of the areas. They have also raised platform in areas where they can see the elephant from a distance with the binocular. So they use when there is season. The elephant comes to the area when there is crop harvesting time. So usually rice or paddy, they used to they like is very much by the forest department. They have got this vest. They have got fire mashal. We call it mashal. Then they are given hand mic, and they are, if the elephant comes to the near locality, they used to gather in one area, and the area where they can move, that area is to keep free, so that they drive with their big sound, maybe patka, patka firecrackers, and their dhol, drums, and mashal fire torch, they used to use that one. And also whistle, they used to use this whistle, uh, and try to get the elephant away from the locality to the nearest forest area or their habitat. But this has started, but I think this will work. And some of the elephant response team has uh, got success. And more, in a nutshell, the main thing is the conservation awareness program. So we have been working on that, and each of the elephant response team members is working as ambassador of elephant conservation. Okay, over to co-chair, please.
Thank you. Uh, uh, Chairman, sir, is there any question? I don't know whether if somebody.
Okay, thank you. Any participants? If you have any genuine questions to Professor Modinul, my co-chair is there,
Yes.
so he can summarize and he can give a vote of thanks.
So
Okay.
can I stop presentation?
Oh, okay, you can stop the presentation, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, respected Chairperson Professor Ramaswamy. Thank you, my friend Dr. Madhuri Lashan. It's very interesting and very informative presentation you delivered about the the protected area network of the Bangladesh. It's really very important for the the conservation side and the wildlife conservation and protected area management. So, according to your presentation, you had a good flow, and you come from the country profile and the country general things, something like population and all these things, and the boundaries and the linkages with the other countries, and something like transboundary things also. You mentioned all these things, and your forest cover, and forest cover the Bangladesh, and you nicely explained this forest cover. And forest cover, mostly you, in your talk, you explained about most of forest cover is high in the southern part of the country than the northern part of the country. And also about the Sundarban areas, especially you talk about the Sundarban area, and managing, how you manage the tiger conservation and tiger population with the Sundarban area together with India. I think it's really important. Also, you mentioned about presentation objectives of the protected area management and forest management, and all these things are very important in the case of protected area management in other countries as well. In the other peoples who are engaging in the protected area management, wildlife management, they can get benefited from your presentation, how you manage all these things, and how to use your country technology or the systems you adapted to the manage the protected areas. I think it's really good for the Sri Lankan context also. And also Sri Lanka also going parallel to the your country protected area management system. And also you explain about the threats for the protected area management and the drawbacks, and how you do the protected area management things, and also laws for the forested protected area management. And in that case, you explain about your country, what you call this ordinance and act, forest protected area management. I think Sri Lanka also same, and this same period. The forest ordinance comes from Sri Lanka 1907, during the British period. And Wildlife Department Fauna and Flora Protection Ordinance comes from 1937, something like you explained about your country also 1927. So it's a similar area. All these countries begin in the conservation things and all these things. Also, you explain more about the human wildlife conflict. Other than the Sri Lankan context, Sri Lanka having mostly human elephant conflict, but you do have human wildlife conflict, elephant as more than that tiger wildlife conflict, no, tiger human conflict. It's really difficult task to manage. And so nicely you explain all these things, and also the forum for the conservation things and community engagement and the community approach, how the community use for these kind of things, and how you manage the protected area network of the country. I think it's really informative and really important for the conservation things. And thank you, my dear friend, Dr. Madhav Azan. After a long time, I hear from you, so it's really good. And thank you very much for your nice presentation and the nice explanation about the country and the things. Thank you very much. So, Chairperson,
Yeah.
over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, the co-chair, the resource person, and the institute which hosted this webinar. Now it is up to Mr. Ji to wind up this session. Thank you all.
Yeah, may I talk 30 seconds?
Okay, go ahead.
Please. This is my really. I'm really excited to see my friends here who are just joined here and listen to me at least. And I'm really glad that I saw Chana Suruvira, who was my classmate back in 2005 and 2004 and 5. And once I moved to Sri Lanka, where I saw him. So it's really glad. And who basically my thanks goes to Mr. Ji, who had a lot of pain in arranging this kind of webinar. I'm really grateful. And I also I must tell you this Tlana Chatang, who is the first officer of Mizoram, who used to made linkage with Mr. Ji, between me and Mr. Ji. So thanks to Tlana Chatang, and thank chairperson and co-chairperson. Over to Mr. Ji. Thank you.
Both Sir Yor and Channa Sura Vira name recommended by DFO.
Oh, that's great.
Mr. Ji, this is really an international
Both
webinar.
recommended.
Chairperson from India, resource person is from Bangladesh, co-person is from Sri Lanka, and really it is international, and I enjoyed it. Thank you all.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
In previous webinar, he is also presented in our his talks. DFO, Mr. From North. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. So, very nice talk of Madanal Ahsan Saab, and fruitful, interesting talk about Bangladesh, and cover all aspects of forest department, human wildlife conflict. Yesterday, one talk also completed on wildlife and elephant and human conflict in Bangladesh. Nasir, sir.
Dr.
Nasiruddin.
Nasir, yes, Dr. Nasir Hussain, the
Ah,
DF
yes.
of Sundarpur West. Yeah,
Yes,
he's
sir.
the mate.
Yes, sir. Oh, thank you, Madhav Ahsan Saab, and our chairperson, Professor G. Ramaswamy Saab, and co-chairperson, Channa Suravira sir. Thank you, all of you, for giving a time for this international webinar series. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now, next session, our our chairperson, Professor Cyril Vijay Sundra, Research Professor, National Institute of Fundamental Studies, Kandy, Sri Lanka, co-chairperson, Dr. K. Illumalai, Associate Professor in Zoology Department, Government Art College, Art and Science College, Nandanam, Tamil Nadu, and our eminent speaker, Dr. Manori Gunatilke, Deputy Director, Department of National Museum, Colombo, Sri Lanka. Welcome, all of you. Madam Manori, welcome. Oh, I am requesting to Dr. Cyril sir, Professor Cyril sir, please chair the session, and Dr. K. Illumalai, co-chair the session, and Dr. Cyril sir, please introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Manori Gunatilke.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Mishra. So it's my pleasant task to introduce Dr. Manori Guntilekar. Actually, she obtained her BSc in BSc Special Degree in Zoology from the University of Colombo, Sri Lanka in 1999. And after graduation, she joined the same university, the same department rather, the Department of Zoology, as an assistant lecturer and research assistant. So she served in that capacity until 2005, and then in 2005 she was fortunate to get an appointment as a research assistant attached to the National Museum Colombo. And then in 2007, she got a permanent position there as an assistant director. And during her tenure, she was teaching at the University of Sri Jawadanapura also as a visiting lecturer, and she was teaching museum techniques there. And then in 2012, she obtained her PhD from the University of Colombo. And of course, Dr. Manori Gunatilaka was appointed as the deputy director in charge of the entomology division of the Colombo Museum of the Department of National Museums. And then, of course, I know personally she was very active. She's a very active young scientist representing the National Museums Department at various national and international fora. And she has won many awards, including the prestigious Sri Lanka National Research Council Award for scholarly research publications. She won it consecutively for several years, and I think 2014 and 2015 also she won those awards. And it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Manori Prashantika Gunatilaka to deliver a presentation on National Natural History Museum, Colombo, Sri Lanka. Dr. Manori.
Okay. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Yes.
And your slide visible.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Cyril. And good morning to everybody. First, I would like to thank Professor Mishra for giving this opportunity to me to deliver this speak. And so today I will going to talk about the Natural History, National Museums of Natural History, Sri Lanka. These are the content of my speak, the role of natural history museums and the natural history of Sri Lanka, history of National Natural History Museum, and contribution to natural history in Sri Lanka from Natural History Museum, and the current activities in Natural History Museum. So first, now I'll talk about the role of the natural history museums. Actually, historically, natural history museums have a long history of collaboration with the amateur expert naturalist community, a tradition of two-way knowledge sharing that continues today. Over time, natural history museums have renewed their functions within society and assumed a relevance not only for the conservation of collection but also for engaging society in the generation of new scientific awareness and understanding of the natural world. Natural history museums now deliver a wide range of field-based and online citizen science projects and play a central role in supporting the development of citizen science and citizen scientists. These are the biodiversity related research that can be done with the base on natural history museums, taxonomy and systematics, genetic genome and the phenomic research, biogeographic and environmental studies, sensors of life, biodiversity conservation, human health, biodiversity and culture, graduate and postdoctoral training, student and teaching training, eliciting public understanding and engagement, exhibition and their impact, public education and citizen science. Before talk about the Natural History Museum in Sri Lanka, I would like to describe briefly something about natural history of Sri Lanka. When considering the floral exploration, the earliest exploration of Sri Lanka's flora was no doubt by native physicians who used various plant species for their pharmaceutical needs. Then in Dutch period, administration decided to institute two botanical gardens in Jaffna and Kalutara. The Paul Herman laid the foundation for future botanical research in Sri Lanka, and the several Dutch researchers were documented some plant species in Sri Lanka. In 1753, Carolus Linnaeus described 429 of plant species into generic level based on Herman's material. In British period, 1821, the Royal Botanical Garden was established in Peradeniya. Actually, the royal appellation was an allusion to Canadian royalty, not the British. Thereafter, a lot of researchers involved in floral studies in Sri Lanka. Some of them are William Kerr, Alexander Moon, and Walker, Robert Wade, George Twetsey, and Henry Freeman. And there are so many researchers in this floral exploration. When considering the faunal exploration, the history of scientific zoological exploration in Sri Lanka is not as easy to narrate as of botany, because zoology never had an institutional focus as botany did at the herbarium and Peradeniya Botanical Garden. Therefore, the most of zoologists work independently of one another. So, some of entomologists who work on Sri Lankan insects were W.F. Kirby, A.W. Alcock, L. Lepard, Chopard, and E.E. Green, W.H.R. Horn, G.P.B. Karunaratne, K.V. Combrine, De Fonseca, Walker, Woodhouse, Moore, etc. And also there are so many scientists and other scientists in contribute for the floral exploration. Some of them are like this. The Baker is an ornithologist, Bennett is a scientific artist, Banford is a geologist, Bleecker, ichthyologist, breath mammalogist and ornithologist. Bloch is a ethologist. Boland, herpetologist. Collard, malacologist. Cumin, ethologist. Daniel, another scientific artist, and the Day theologist. Darren Eagle, he's a biologist. He has done a lot of some researchers on several fields. And Emerson Tennant is a naturalist. Gunther, ecologist and herpetologist. Henry, the famous Henry, that he has written the Bird of Sri Lanka, and also he has worked in the entomology section. Um, and Kelat, zoologist Kirti Singh, zoologist Layard, zoologist Leg, ornithologist Philip, mammalogist Wade, ornithologist, and so many other scientists are were contributing in faunal exploration. Now I will explain you about the history of National Natural History Museum of Sri Lanka. Actually, the before 1870s, the most of natural history collections were deposited in the foreign museums like British Museum, Calcutta Museums, Stockholm Museums, like this. And in other words, the locally the specimens were deposited in the Royal Asiatic Society collection. In 1st of January 1877, Colombo National Museum was established and RS collection was brought to the National Museum, Colombo. It has done by the William Gregory. In National Museum, both cultural and natural exhibits were housed under the one roof. Here you can see the earliest building of the museum. When the Colombo Museum opened in 1st of January 1877, both cultural and natural exhibits were at the same building. Birds were in the central gallery and insects were in the table cases, mammalians of the west gallery, and reptiles, fish, shells, corals, and minerals were in the east gallery. And here you can see the earliest view of Natural History Museum when it was located under one roof with the cultural objects. There are a small video clip, you can listen it, and you can show the videos.
Which belong to the officers that worked in public services during the British rule in Sri Lanka. In 1872, the Ceylon branch of the Royal Asiatic Society had possessed a large number of antiques and specimens of natural science.
And in 1858, Dr. P.E.P. Dharaniyagala sought the government sanction to erect a complete north wing extension, identical with the existing building complex, which in his plan formed the south wing. And the government accepted his proposal but split the plan into 4 stages. First was eastern wing and the second was western wing, and both stages were completed in 1973. By the time needs to separate cultural exhibits from the natural history exhibits, because the natural cultural exhibits, there are a lot of cultural exhibits, and also there are a lot of natural history exhibits. So in third stage of the north wing extension scheme, utilized to design a building solely for natural history exhibits. Then, new National Museum of Natural History was established on 23rd of September 1986. These are the pictures that in the construction period of natural history museums. And this is the current view of National Natural History Museum of Sri Lanka. Currently, National Museum of Natural History consists of 9 galleries. osteology, mammalian, bird, fish, amphibian and reptile, insects, plant science, geology, science and technology, and the activity gallery. First, I will explain about the osteology gallery. It is consists of skeleton of various animals in Sri Lanka and also the skeleton of world largest mammal, that is blue whale, and the Sri Lankan largest terrestrial mammal, that is the elephant, can see in this gallery. Uh, and also the reptiles, fish, mammals, and bird skeletons are preserved in this gallery. This is the view of the osteology, some view of the osteology gallery. You can see the mammalian skulls in the showcases and the skeleton of the dolphin and the skeleton of the turtle and the eel, and there's also the vertebrate skeleton, and then you can see the stuffed crocodile and also the skeleton of the crocodile. And then the skeleton of Samba and the skeleton of skeleton and the stuffed specimen of the Sri Lankan leopard and the skeleton and stuffed specimen of the hippopotamus, and also the one elephant skeleton in this part of the osteology gallery. And this is the famous blue whale skeleton. Previously, it was located in the National Museum, but in 2016, it was shifted to the new location and Natural History Museum. The osteology gallery was opened in 1917. And in the another section of the another part of the osteology we can see the stuffed hog deer and the skeleton, and also the skeleton of water bird and the skull of the elephant and the skeleton of the tusker. This tusker who carried the tooth of the Buddha in Kandy Perahera in several times. Next is the mammalian gallery. In this mammalian gallery, we can see the type specimen of the Panthera pardus scotia. Actually, these specimens in the stuffed specimens in the mammalian gallery all have done by the museum staff. Here you can see some stuffed animals in the mammalian gallery, and you can see that the leopard. This is the famous Punani leopard. It has considered as the type specimen of Panthera pardus scotia. And these are the another part of the mammalian gallery. We can see the deers and the archaeodactyls and the peacock and several birds in this gallery. Next gallery is the bird gallery. Various type of birds are in Sri Lanka displayed in this gallery. Especially in the one part of the gallery, the water birds are displaying, and the other part we can see the endemic birds of Sri Lanka. All the bird specimens were stuffed by the museum staff. And then the fish, amphibian, and reptile gallery. Stuffed and made preserved specimens of fish, amphibian, and reptiles were in this gallery. And this gallery was opened very recently. So we are giving a lot of information via new technology like TV screens and the other various types. Here you can see the preserved specimens in the gallery, and also kiosks. There were 2 kiosks in this gallery, and there are a lot of information of fish, amphibians, and reptiles. Uh, Anybody can learn this information from this gallery. And these are the another stuffed specimens, and the reptiles were in the wet collection, wet condition uh, in this gallery. The In the insect gallery, there are a lot of insect orders can be observed in this gallery. All the insect orders represent in this gallery. Insect orders in Sri Lanka represent in this gallery, and also the insect species and their damages, insect pollinators displaying in this gallery. Actually, this gallery is also the newly opened gallery. We can see the insects were in these showcases, and the models were in the these cavities in this gallery, and also the mounted specimens were in this displaying in this gallery. In addition to the insects, there were arachnids like tarantula, scorpions, and whip spiders uh, are in the displaying in this gallery. Next gallery is the plant science gallery. All the type of Sri Lankan plants, woods, and flowers displaying in this gallery, and also various type of seeds you can see in this gallery. They are preserved in the preserved in wet condition. We can see the and flower structures and the paddies and all the double coconut specimens were in this gallery. And these are the some showcases in the plant science gallery. And the geology gallery, various fossils from Sri Lanka can be observed. These are the geology gallery. This is you can see the fossils. Also, there were stones and some minerals displayed in this gallery. And the science and technology gallery, it represents the ancient technology. It shows the ancient technology in Sri Lanka. We can see the how the this technology was used in this in that period. There were models in this gallery. You can see that models in this gallery. Here are some exhibits in this science and technology gallery. And there were another special gallery displaying the activities based on the mechanical theories, like the what you call in the physics. We are learning some theories about the various type of mechanical things. We can experience that theories from through this gallery. There are some small models of that equipments, and you can experience and you can operate this equipment to observe these theories. And now I will explain the contribution to natural history in Sri Lanka from Natural History Museum. First, in the early periods and also in these periods, a lot of researchers describe number of species, more especially P.P. Dharaniyagala, P.B. Karunaratna, and P.H.D. Silva describe various type of species. And also they have published several number of books and guides related to the natural history of Sri Lanka. There some you can see some drawings just drawn by P.P. Dharaniyagala, and these are the books that he has published about the natural history of Sri Lanka. And the Spolia Silenica is the famous journal in the earliest period in early 90s and the mid 90s. That journal was very popular in the scientists because a lot of discoveries published in this Spolia Silenica. And then we'll see, let us see the current activities organized by the National Natural History Museum. We are organizing awareness programs and seminars. We are organizing seminars for school children and teachers, especially school children. And also we are delivering the guide lectures for visitors. If they requested from the museum to deliver the guide lectures, we have the education promoting officers. They are delivering the guide lectures to visitors. And also we have very old bus which has modified into mobile exhibition. It has several drawers of specimen and artifacts. You can see some drawers in the artifacts and the specimens. This bus, up to now, it has traveled various parts of the island. And in mid 20s, there was a project to create school museums. It has created a lot of, up to now, in that period, there were 5 school museums they have created. But unfortunately, except one museum from the Diyatalava Dinananda Vidyalaya, others were closed now. And also the Natural History Museums facilitate for researchers for the taxonomy work, evolution, biology, and the genetic studies. We have maintained about 600 faunal type specimens, and also in the entomology section we have nearly 125,000 species. And in the zoology collection, actually the insect collection was the national insect repository, and also the zoology collection, also the national repository of the zoology. It has maintained nearly 75,000 specimens in the museum. And also nearly we have maintaining nearly 3,000 of herbarium collections. In these collections, we are through these collections, we are giving specimens to the Natural History Museums to display in the exhibitions. And also we have several other activities in the Natural History Museum. This is the pictures taken from the on International Sign Language Day. We have brought deaf students from the deaf school from Ratmalana. Actually, they have enjoyed a lot from this tour. And also we have opened the new exhibition galleries recently. These are the opening location of that gallery. And this is end of my speak. And if you have any questions about this speak, you can ask now.
Madam, please, previous slide.
Which
Just,
one?
just before, thank you.
This one.
Okay. Your Director General.
Yeah. Director General and the Mr. Senrat Vikramasinghe.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Manori Guntilika, for a very informative presentation. Actually, I forgot to introduce Pocha. We have a very distinguished entomologist, Professor Ilmalai. Welcome, sir, and I'm sure you have questions yourself. But before that, I'll start with a question. I have seen in your presentation that there are a lot of activities going on, like providing guide lectures and promoting establishment of branch museums and things like that. But then, in your opinion, I think the prime object, the role of cultural history museum is to conduct systematic research. Because I have personal association, I know personally there are natural museums. Even myself, I was educated in one of those. In a different country, of course. And there are a lot of research activities going on in systematics, right? So, of course, you're providing material for other researchers, but are there any research activities conducted by the museum staff, systematic research?
Actually, previously we have done some systematics, but the thing is, we don't have research persons, a lot of that means research persons to do it, because I'm not the experting for all the orders. So we have the thing is, we have in the future we have a program to invite to the research expertise from the other countries to update this our collection. But these days we are not actually we are updating our collection these days, not doing the systematics researchers.
Yeah, because now we are still talking about Dr. Dharnigala's work and also Mr. Arnad's work, but then after that there's a kind of a lull period. So I think it's a good idea to get at least foreign scientists on sabbatical, or even local taxonomists on sabbatical, and let them spend their time using the material. And of course, while they are working at the museums, they can even be given research associate position. That's what the American Museum of Natural History does. That's what the British Museum does. And there are a lot of examples. Maybe you can talk to your Director General and start something like that. Otherwise, because just doing what we are doing now is a good work, but then that may not contribute significantly to the development of systematics in the country.
Yeah. Okay, I'll talk with the DG, and actually we have some plans, but the thing is that the last 2 years we don't have a chance to do anything because we don't have money and everything. We'll do something. We'll try to do something in the future.
Right, thanks, Professor Ilmalai. You are muted, sir. You have to unmute. Please unmute. You're still muted. No, you have to unmute.
Sir, Edubalai sir, please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Is it audible now, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, now we study better.
Yes, sir. Very good morning to all. Thanks for introducing me in a nice manner, sir. First of all, I would like to express my chairperson, Dr. Sril Vijay Sundra, sir, for introducing nice words about me. And Madam, Dr. Manuri Gunatilage. Very good morning, Madam. Your presentation was very nice. Excellent, Madam. With the stipulated time, you have delivered almost all the corners of your activities, what is going on in your natural history museums of Sri Lanka, Colombo. I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Professor Skant Mishra ji for giving this wonderful opportunity to act as a co-chairperson for this very extraordinary session. Let me summarize about Madam's presentation. Dr. Manuri Gunatilage has given her topics on, presentation on.
Professor Elumalai,
Yes, sir.
Professor
Yes, sir.
Elumalai, shall we let the audience also to...
Okay, sir. She has precisely illustrated her speech in various aspects related to the topics with neat, colorful, and presentation, sir.
We
Apart from
will
the
ask
most
the audience
striking.
to ask questions if any. Otherwise, after that, you can summarize.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any question, sir?
Maybe the audience may have some questions to ask.
Okay, let's have the question session first, then we'll summarize, sir.
Yes. So there seem to be no questions. So, Professor Elumalai, please continue with your summary.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The most striking feature that Madam has pointed out is the collection of various species, faunal and floral species that they are maintaining at their museums. One of the classical evidence to that, under 125,000 species of insects they are having in their repository. It's a very wonderful work and task you are doing now, ma'am. Other activities by, as illustrated by Madam is very extraordinary. The Madam has almost touched all the aspects of taxonomy and systematics of flora and fauna of Sri Lanka, and she has touched the genomics and genetics of various floral species. And the major contribution made by Madam is really worthwhile. I had seen Madam's biodata. It is very excellent. It shows her excellence and lot of work she is carried out. I wished Madam to keep going on with that, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for a wonderful speech. And thanks to Professor Sil Vijay and Dr. Skant Mishra ji. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you. And I must reiterate the fact that Dr. Manori is a very active scientist who is participating in many national committees and activities related to environment and conservation. And I wish all the best in her future work, and please continue with this. Thank you, Professor Mishra, for giving us this opportunity personally, I would like to thank Professor Mishra for giving me the opportunity to introduce Dr. Manori and also to do the session in association with Professor Elumalai. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Again, I would like to thank you and the chairperson and the co-chairperson for coordinating this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sir, for chair the session, Elumalai sir for co-chair the session, Dr. Manori Gunatilke, Director, National Museum, Colombo, given nice talk about Natural History Museum of Colombo. Very fruitful talk for our audience, and his National Museum officers also given talk in our international webinar series. So thank you, Dr. Manori, and Professor Cyril and Professor sir, for given your time to share.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next session, Chairperson Dr. P. Shivnagi Reddy Sattvi, CEO Pleach India Foundation, Hyderabad, India, and our eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Som Katiwala, Professor and Head of Department, Central Department of Nepalese History, Culture and Archaeology, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. Professor Som sir, welcome.
Okay, sir. Namaste, everyone.
And Dr. E. Shivnagi Reddy, sir. E. Shivnagi Reddy, sir.
Okay, I am ready. Yeah. Okay.
Ready, sir? Please join. Yes, sir. I am called to him too. Dr. Shivnagi just joining, sir. And I am requesting to Nirmala, madam, Dr. Nirmala, madam, from same university, co-chair the session, please. Dr. Shivnagi Reddy just joined, and he is present the Dr. Som sir brief CV.
Okay.
Shivnagi Reddy Saab.
Sir, it is better to start the session without reading the short CV because no chairperson is there now.
Yes, sir. Join, sir.
Okay.
But please unmute. रेड्डी साहब, प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ। आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है, अपने को अनम्यूट करें सर। माइक बंद है आपका।
Good afternoon, sir.
हाँ, यस, वेलकम।
Okay, good
Welcome and
afternoon.
share the session.
So now, can I start, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Professor Som already present here.
Yes, yes, yes. So, good morning, sir. First and foremost, I would like to thank the youngest and the youngest, young bole to Viplav hai, youngest Professor S.K. Misra ji, who has been striving for the past 2 years. During the corona, everybody was confined only to their houses. But Professor Misra ji waked up all of us, made us to be in contact with each other, and such a great effort he has taken. That is, my first and foremost thanks goes to Professor S.K. Misra ji of Rewa Institute. Then, it is again my privilege to thank all the respected participants who are here to share their ideas and again participate in deliberations on the talks, etc. Then, yes, it is my now privileged duty to introduce Professor Dr. Som Prasad Khativada, Head of the Department of Central Department of Nepalese History, Culture and Archaeology, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. Sir, though I am myself not directly a Buddhist, but what we call a follower of Buddhism, it is my privilege to introduce you, sir. Yes, I would like to present very brief what you call biodata or CV and achievements of Professor Som Prasad ji. Yes, he has published a good number of books, not one, more than 23 books, namely Dictionary of Buddhism, Art and Architecture of Varaha Kshetra and Vijaypur, The Cultural History of Nepal, Pasupati Darshan, Encyclopedia of Nepalese Culture, Udasin Sect of Nepal, History and Tourism of Udaipur Ghadi. You can now estimate that he has not left no stone unturned in almost all branches connected to history, archaeology, and culture. Then, followed by this an introduction to Kalikoshi wetland of Morang. This is again an interesting topic which is directly not connected to history. Kaushiki Sanskriti, culture of Koshi region, tourism and Rauta area, pilgrimage tourism of Sonsari, then history of Dhanpal, the cultural tourism of Morang, possibilities and challenges, research methodology. This is very important, sir. What happened is the modern students who are into research or want to do research, it will be helpful for them like a tool. Research methodology, cultural tourism of Nepal, the cultural heritage of Varaha Kshetra, an introduction to Nepalese society and culture. I think this is very, very, very important for all of us, for non-Nepalese to know the entire gamut of history and culture and society of Nepal. We will definitely procure it and read and get back to you, sir. Then, scripts and coins of Nepal, or whatever we read, expert Professor Som Prasad ji. Archaeology of Nepal, an introduction to archaeology, art, architecture and tourism of Nepal, art and architecture of Nepal, society and culture of Nepal, Hindu society and religion. These are the books that are out already and got very much publicized and popularized. Every shelf of the library in Nepal is cherished with the presence of the books of Dr. Som Prasad Khativada ji. Then some he is a tireless person. He never confined himself only, yes, I have written these books, enough Golvalkar. No, he has been continuing his mission and writing many more books. And the following books are in press, awaiting to come out from the press: Encyclopedia of Pasupatinath, cultural traditions established by Sadananda, cultural study of Ghatas at Pashupati area, the cultural heritage of Panoti, then Encyclopedia of Sanatana Dharma. This could be really, really a guiding document for all the people who believe in Sanatana Dharma. Traditional architecture of Nepal, sir. I am a student of architecture. I am eagerly waiting for your book shall come out very soon. Then last time I am concluding. More than 250 research articles are published in different national and international journals that really stir the young minds to take up further research in the areas. And he believes in one concept that research is not end, it is open for future studies also. Then he has been member of certain professional reputed associations like he acted as chief editor researcher, an online research journal of society and culture, chief editor Nepalese culture, a peer review online journal of CDNEHCATU. Then medals and prizes. Who will live without honoring such a great personality? Many private organizations, government organizations, and research bodies have conferred many titles and presented many awards, and they themselves honored by presenting awards to such a great academic scholar. Then a few these things are National Talent Prize he received, and Indradhana Rai Prize, Chetana Dharma Sanskriti Prize, Gokul Chanda Sastri Golden Medal, then Mahendra Vidya Bhushan Medal, So these are a few jewelries that is what we call blinking in the what we call aura of Professor Som Prasad Saab. Now, I sincerely request Professor Som Prasad Saab to kindly make your presentation on the topic already circulated among the scholars, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Shiva Nagireddy, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much to the all participants who are participating here. Now, at first, I want to thank to the organizing committee, Department of Botany and IQAC, MS Golvalkar, Rewa, and other organizer like I want to thank to Professor Iskandar Mishra. He tried to contact me or us many times. He was a tireless person, so that he tried to contact again and again, and we became ready to participate in this seminar, webinar. Thank you very much, sir. I will not take the long time to present my topic. Now I am going to present my topics in the I want to share my paper here at first. I think I also have to try how to share it. Entire screen, it is also okay, but it does not talk. Poonam madam, will you help me to share the screen here? You are muted there. Share. I think it will work.
I saw.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Perhaps it is clear.
Yes, it is clear.
Okay, thank you very much to the all professors, intellectuals here who are presenting. We are present here in this seminar. I will not take the long time to share my presentation. My topics of presentation is the tangible heritages of Pashupatinath area of Kathmandu Valley, and it is the Pashupatinath area. This temple is in the picture. This temple is Pashupatinath. It is two-story temple, and other small temples are seen there. There is a small river. It is Bagmati River, and it is the front side of Pashupatinath temple. Then it is Pashupatinath temple at the night, in the evening. The people are crowded there for Ganga Arati in Bagmati. Okay. I am going to present here some points related on the tangible heritages of Pashupatinath area. I want to throw light on the meaning and the types of heritages. In short, I will not take long time to discuss about the meaning and the types, because we have discussed many times here in this seminar also. And then I will discuss about the location and the area of Pashupatinath, then introduction of Pashupatinath, what is Pashupatinath, then tangible heritages of Pashupatinath area. Inside the tangible heritages of Pashupatinath area, I will talk about the temples, dharmasalas, parties, sattals, mandapas, images both of the Hindus and the Buddhist, and other heritage also will be discussed here in my presentation. Okay, at first I will talk about the heritage. I will talk shortly about the heritage to go on the subject matter, to reach on the subject matter. In short, heritage is something inherited from the past. I will not talk more about the heritage. We are very much concerned about the heritages. There are two types of heritages, that is cultural and natural. And heritages includes cultural and natural objects and manners, and inheritance of the fauna and flora, geology, landscape, and the landforms and other natural resources. Heritage is the full range of our inherited traditions, monuments, objects, and cultures. In this way, heritages are divided mainly into two categories. One is cultural heritage and the other is natural heritage. I am going to discuss here about the tangible heritages of Pashupatinath area. This means that I am going to talk about the cultural tangible heritages of Pashupatinath area. The same thing is there. Cultural heritage is divided into two parts, and the tangible cultural heritages like objects, monuments, equipments, and intangible cultural heritages like folk dance, traditions, festivals, songs, language, and literature, etc. Tangible heritages of Pashupatinath area are temples, dharmasalas or monuments, images, other tangible heritages. In this way, there are different kind of tangible heritages in Pashupatinath area. Among them, the main tangible heritages are temples. There are many more temples in Pashupatinath area. We'll discuss later about the temples, what temples are built there, how many temples are there, and other tangible, and we'll discuss about other tangible heritages of this area. For this, we have to discuss about the location of Pashupatinath area. This small map is Nepal. This is Nepal. It is bordered from Mechi River in the east and Mahakali River in the west. To the north, there are the range of Himalayas, and down there is a lowland, and we have 10 gaza pillars to separate Nepal from India. Politically, Nepal is different than India, but culturally and religiously, Nepal, India, and other SAARC countries are the same. We call here Bharatvarsha culturally. Bharatvarsha because we have the same religion, we have the same gods, goddesses, and customs. And Pashupatinath temple, Pashupatinath lies in Kathmandu Valley. Kathmandu Valley is here in the middle of Nepal. It is a valley. It lies in the Mahabharata range of Nepal. And in the beginning, Kathmandu Valley was a big lake. There was no settlement. There was water. There was a big lake. And near about 30,000 CR, the water flew out, and Kathmandu Valley became and people started to reside there in Kathmandu Valley. And in the same way, Pashupatinath also was invented by the first ruler of Nepal. When the water of the Kathmandu Valley, that big lake, went out, at first, the people who came from Dwaraka with Krishna, Gwalas, the cow keeper, came here. According to the legend, the cow keepers or the Gwalas came here in Kathmandu Valley with Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna caught the hill of Chobara, and the water of the Kathmandu Valley, water of the lake, flew down, then the Gwalas, the cow keeper, started to settle there in Kathmandu Valley. And it was according to the geological evidences, the water of Kathmandu Valley was taken out near about 30,000 years ago. And our legend says that Pashupatinath, the Jyotirlinga of Pashupatinath, was invented by the first ruler of Kathmandu Valley, the Gwalas, the Gopalas. The Gopalas who came there in Kathmandu with Lord Krishna and started to settle there, they invented the Jyotirlinga of Pashupatinath at the bank of Bagmati river, according to the legend. And Bagmati river is there, and the Pashupatinath temple lies at the bank of the Bagmati river. It is Mrigasthali. Mrigasthali is a small hillock. Mrigasthali means the place where deer, mrigas play. According to the legend, in ancient period, Lord Shiva took form of deer and played in the forest of the small hillock that is called hill of the forest of the deer, Mrigasthali, forest of the deer. That Mrigasthali is at the bank of Bagmati river, and Pashupatinath temple lies at Mrigasthali. It is the Google map of Pashupatinath area. It is Bagmati river. This river originates from Shivapuri hill and goes down. It goes down from the valley and reaches up to the Ganga. And it is a small hillock called Mrigasthali. It is Mrigasthali. It is a forest area. And here is a gorge, small gorge. The Bagmati river cuts the gorge, small gorge, and comes out from there. Here is Pashupatinath temple of Kathmandu Valley. And this is the Tribhuvan International Airport. This Tribhuvan International Airport also lies inside the Pashupatinath area. And it is Tilganga. It is Tilganga area. It is Pashupatinath area. It is a big area. And the temple of Pashupatinath lies here at the bank of the Bagmati river. If we talk about the Pashupatinath, who is Pashupatinath? We have discussed many times. I have heard there also. Many people know. Pashupatinath is the form of Lord Shiva. We have three words, Pashupatinath. Pashu means the animal who has pasa or mala. Pati means the Malik, Lord. Nath is the Lord of the Lord. This means that Pashupatinath is the Lord of the Lord. He is the God of the God. He is Pashupatinath. He is the God of the animals or the God of the pranis. Pashupatinath is worshipped in the linga phalos. There is Shiva linga in Pashupatinath temple, and it is worshipped in the phalos, in the lingas. Shiva linga is symbolic. I will not talk more about the Pashupatinath area and Shiva linga and other thing. I will go directly to the tangible heritages. Though I will talk something about the Pashupatinath and the Shiva linga. Pashupatinath is worshipped in Shiva linga. It is Mukhalinga, but it is symbolic. Symbolic means it is Shiva linga, but it is known as shapeless. It is Brahma. Pashupati is called Brahma. Brahma means that God which does not have any shape. If the God does not have any shape, if the God does not take the shape like the man, then where do we need to pray, or where do we need to worship? That Shiva linga is symbolic, and it is for the worshipping of Shivaji. It is the place of coming out or taking avatara and again go inside. This means that taking avatara and लीन होने के लिए और बाहर आने के लिए जो सिंबॉलिक रूप में होता है, उसका शिवलिंग के रूप में हम यहाँ इनको पूजा आजा करते हैं. According to Shiva Mahapurana, Brahma does not take the shape, and Shiva does not have any father, any mother. He does not have brother. He does not born. He does not grow old, and he does not die. This means that he is really a Brahma. He does not take any shape, but we worship him in the shape of the linga, that is Pashupatinath. He is alone, and he does not have any relatives. Pashupati is the Jyotirlinga, linga of the light, or the originated is the flame. And many people, we have heard that there are 12 Jyotirlinga in India. Pashupatinath is not there is not included in Dwadasa Jyotirlinga. It is different Jyotirlinga. It is Adhya Jyotirlinga. According to Shiva Mahapurana, this Jyotirlinga was originated here in the beginning of the creation. Shiva Mahapurana says that when there was not earth, there was not anything, there was empty everywhere. And at that time there was Brahma and there was Vishnu. They were discussing each other. Who is the great? Brahma used to say, I am the great. And Vishnu used to say, oh no, I am the greatest, I am the creator. At that time, Shiva Mahapurana says, at that time, some of the sound was heard from far in the sky, and the flame of the light was seen there. That flame of the light was the Jyotirlinga, and there was a examination between examination of Vishnu and Brahma. There was the examination of power taken by Lord Shiva in the form of Jyotirlinga. And when the examination was finished, I will not tell more. I will not tell the long story about that Jyotirlinga. When the examination of Brahma or Shiva taken by Brahma or Shiva of the Vishnu and the Brahma was finished, completed, then that Jyotirlinga was went down to the land. That was gone inside the land. And later on, the same Jyotirlinga was invented by the first ruler of Kathmandu Valley, first settler of Kathmandu Valley, who were the Gopalas, who came here in Kathmandu Valley with Lord Krishna. The Shiva Mahapurana says, and the latter story is said by the chronicles of Nepal. And in this way, it is the first Jyotirlinga, Adhya Jyotirlinga, according to the Shiva Mahapurana and the other chronicles related on Pashupatinath. It is the Pauranic story of Pashupatinath, how Pashupatinath was originated. At first, it was originated as the Jyotirlinga, light, in the light, and when it was abolished into the land, then long after the Gopalas invented that Jyotirlinga, and that was in the side of the side of the Bagmati river. And then what is the area of the Pashupatinath? There are many Puranas who talk about the areas of the Pashupatinath area. According to Baraha Purana, Pashupatinath area is 14 yojana. Here, 1 yojana is equal to 8 kos, is equal to about 12.8 kilometer. Baraha Purana. There are two types of Baraha Purana. One type of Baraha Purana says the area and origin. It discusses about the area and the origin of Pashupatinath area. According to Baraha Purana, its area is 14 yojana. And in the same way, Himavat Khanda. Himavat Khanda is a part of Skanda Purana. It is related on the religious history of Nepal, religious history of Himalaya region. According to this Himavat Khanda or Skanda Purana, Pashupati area lies inside the location of 64 lingas. There are 64 Shiva lingas which are popular in Nepal. Inside, at the periphery of Pashupatinath area, there are 64 Shiva lingas which are very famous. You know, Nepal is an old country, but Nepal was known earlier only the Kathmandu Valley. Kathmandu Valley was known as Nepal in the beginning. Sometimes its area was extended and sometimes it was decreased. It was extended and decreased again. But Kathmandu Valley was known as Nepal from the long time. And the Shivalingas which were scattered inside or outside the Kathmandu Valley, that was the area of Nepal, or area of Nepal was the area of 64 lingas, 64 lingas. That was the area of Pashupatinath. This means that Nepal and Pashupatinath were the same in medieval period. Now Nepal is big, but in medieval period, only Kathmandu Valley was known as Nepal, and some of the villages or some of the areas, districts outside Kathmandu Valley also were included into Kathmandu Valley, and 64 lingas were scattered there, and the area of Pashupatinath was the same as the area of Nepal in medieval, up to the medieval Nepal. After the unification of Nepal, Nepal was extended up to Mechi and Mahakali, and other area. And in Nepal, 64 Shivalingas are famous, and they are related with Pashupatinath area. Because from Pashupatinath area, we organize different kind of yatras, festivals and feasts. There was a system of Linga Yatra. Linga Yatra means traveling one Shivalinga to another Shivalinga. That was also a Desha Darshana. Desha Darshana means traveling different part of the country. Different part of the country, different localities of the country is Desha Darshana. In the same way, in medieval Nepal, there was a system of Desha Darshana. Desha Darshana here means that was religious, and that was the yatra, traveling of the 64 lingas. That system was continuous up to some up to some decades, but now this Linga Yatra is totally collapsed. It is not done now, but it was done for the long time. Linga Yatra was done for the long time, and 64 lingas were traveled from the Pashupatinath area. The Linga Yatra was started from Pashupatinath area, and thousands of people used to participate in that yatra. They used to travel 64 lingas, and later on, they used to complete their yatra in Pashupatinath temple. In this way, Linga Yatra was famous in medieval period, and that was the area of Pashupatinath where 64 lingas are located. At present, the area of Pashupatinath temple is near about 0.64 hectare, means it is decreased. The area of Pashupatinath is decreased. Most of the area of Pashupatinath is occupied by the other institution, organization, and the community people. If we talk about the tangible heritages of Pashupatinath area, it is rich with different kind of heritages. Pashupatinath area is rich with tangible and intangible both kind of heritages. Among tangible heritages, there are different kind of temples, there are Shivalingas, there are images of the gods and goddesses, and there are many more other cultural objects. For example, there are 518 temples in Pashupatinath area. Including Pashupatinath temple, there are 518 temples. It was classified as a World Heritage Site in 1979 by UNESCO. Pashupatinath area is registered as the World Heritage Site in 1979 by UNESCO. There are 8 cultural heritage sites in Nepal registered in the World Heritage Site by UNESCO, and 2 natural heritage sites. Among them, Pashupatinath area is the World Heritage Site. And the temple of Pashupatinath is multiple star temple. Style of the temples of the Pashupatinath area, there are different styles of temples there in Pashupatinath area. I mentioned here 518 temples are there in Pashupatinath area. They are divided into different groups according to their style. One type of temple found there are multiple roof temples, other Shikhar style temples, domed style temples, table temples, and others. Pashupatinath temple is mainly built in multiple roofed style. Not only Pashupatinath, Bhubaneswari, Jayabageshwari, and other some temples also are established in this style. Multiple roofed style. It is special, the Nepalese style. Multiple roof style temples are called Nepalese style temple, tiered temple, multiple roofed temple, and Nepalese style temple will say that. There are different multiple roof temples, among them Pashupatinath, Bhubaneswari, and Jayabageshwari are the most important Nepalese style or multiple roof style temples. Some of the foreign scholars say pagoda temple for them, but we do not say pagoda, we say multiple roof temple for those temples which have different roofs, roof, upper roof, roof on roof. In the same way, there are other kinds of temples which are Shikhar style temple. They are common in India also. Shikhar temples are different in South India and North India. Most of the Shikhar style temple in Nepal are similar with the Shikhar temples of North India. Means Nagara style Shikhar temples are similar with the temples found in Pashupatinath area. There are many more Shikhara temples in Pashupatinath area. Among them, Brahma temple and Gorana temple are the most famous. In the same way, there are doomed style temple, doomed temple. There are many more doomed temple. There are hundred of doomed temple. And doomed temple, there are Pancha Devala, Char Devala, and others. There are many more doomed temples in Pashupatinath area. In the same way, there are table temple. They are the oldest form of the temple. We can see the table temple also, and other types of temples also are seen there in Pashupatinath area. They are all cultural heritage. They are full of art, and they are rich with art, and they are our heritages. All they are rich with arts developed in different centuries. Most of the monuments of Pashupatinath area were damaged by the earthquake of 2016. There was a big earthquake in Pashupatinath, in Nepal in 2016. Many more temples were damaged, collapsed, and some of are renovated, restructured, remade, rebuilt, and some of the temples are still waiting for their reconstruction. Some of them are not reconstructed yet, and they are waiting for reconstruction. And there is a system. We know that in Nepal, big earthquake takes place in every 100 to 80 to 100 years. We have to suffer from big earthquakes because we are in the epicenter of the earthquake. Kathmandu Valley lies in the epicenter of earthquake, and we have the history of big earthquake happening in the Kathmandu Valley and collapse of different old temples and monuments. But we have the system of reconstructing the monuments in the old style, in the same style. In this way, old temples or the monuments are reconstructed in the old style, and they are still alive in Kathmandu Valley. And some of the old temples or the other heritages are collapsed because of the earthquake and other natural disaster. And if we talk about the history and the style of Pashupatinath temple, I already mentioned earlier that Pashupatinath Shivalinga, that is Jyotirlinga, was invented by the first ruler, first inhabitant of Kathmandu Valley at the time of Lord Krishna, according to the legend. But we don't know whether the temple of Pashupatinath was built at that time or not. But we can guess that in ancient period, we say from the beginning of the Christian era, Pashupatinath temple was built in Sikara style. Perhaps Pashupatinath temple was built in Sikara style in the beginning, in ancient period. And in 879, Pashupatinath temple was converted into multiple roop style temple by Raghavdeva, the king of that period. He reconstructed Pashupatinath temple into multiple roop temple. He converted it multiple roop style from Sikara style, and he started Nepal Sambat at that time in the memory of that event. It is said that in the history, we say that Pashupatinath was converted in multiple style temple in 879 AD, 1879 AD. Before 1879, Pashupatinath temple was in Sikara style, Nagara style temple, which was developed in northern India. And in the same way, Pashupatinath temple was built at first by Supushpa in the beginning of the Christian era. According to the legend, Supushpa built Pashupatinath temple. Perhaps at that time, the temple was built in Sikara style. In the same way, Jayadev first, after a century, Haridatta Burma in 325 AD, and Raghavdev in 879 AD renovated the Pashupatinath temple. Perhaps the Pashupatinath temple was renovated in the same style. In 421, there was another temple in Pashupatinath area. That was temple of Vishnu Vikranta. According to the inscription found in that statue image, there was a Lakshmi Bhat Bhavanad. We say Lakshmi Bhat Bhavanad, that was the Sikara style temple. That inscription proves that Pashupatinath temple also was made in Sikara style, and it was converted into multiple roof style in 879. And in the same way, Ananta Malla kept it golden roof in 1307 AD, and Jasima Rama Bardhana reconstructed it in 1360 AD. Gangarani took up its one of the roof at 1682, and Riddhi Lakshmi rebuilt it in 1696. In the beginning, when Pashupatinath was converted into multiple roof temple, it had 3 roofs. Later on, in 1682 AD, that was one of the roof was taken out, and Pashupatinath temple was diverted into 2 roofs. Now there are 2 roofs, golden roof in Pashupatinath temple. The temple which was built in 1696 is still alive. The big earthquake also cannot damage or destroy the Pashupatinath temple, and the oldest big temple of Kathmandu Valley is Pashupatinath. The present form of Pashupatinath was built in 1696 AD, and it is still alive. Most of other temples built at that time were damaged by the earthquake, and again they are reconstructed in the old style. The temple is made in pagoda style or Nepalese style. I have already mentioned there. Nepalese style temple are called pagoda by some of the foreign scholars. It has 2 golden roofs. The roofs of Pashupatinath area are golden, and there are 2 roofs. And I have already mentioned that multiple roof temple. Pashupatinath temple is multiple roofed temple, and multiple roof temple is the product of Nepal. Style of making multiple roof temple is the product of Nepal. They are called tired temple, Nepalese style temple, multiple roof temple, multi-story temple, Devala temple, and Newari style temple also. The main people, the old people of Kathmandu Valley are Newari people. Developed most of the art and architecture of Kathmandu Valley, and most of the art and architecture developed in Kathmandu Valley are called Newari art also. Therefore, the multiple style temple, the style of Pashupatinath temple is also called the Newari style temple by some of the scholars. Some foreign scholars call them pagoda, but they are not pagoda, because pagodas are seen there in China, Mongolia, Korea, and Japan. The pagoda style temple are quite different than the tired temple or the multiple style temple of Nepal. For example, in Nepalese style temple, the architect use stud, torana, pinnacles, door wings, and dhwajas. Different kind of objects are added there. But in pagoda style temple, we cannot see torana and tunar and dhwaja because of the use of pinnacle, door wings, dhwaja and tundala. They are different than the pagoda style temple, so that we say the Nepalese style temple or multiple roof temple, not the pagoda style temple. Here are some photos. For example, it is the tundala. Such kind of artistic object is developed by the Nepalese architect in ancient period. The roof which comes out from the wall of the temple is supported by some wood. They are called, it is strut, tundala. It has both the artistic value and religious value. The tundala are divided. Tundala's struts used in the temples are divided into mainly 3 parts. In the lower part of the tundala, we can see the art object of general people and the animals. Some kind of erotic scene also are carved there. And in the middle of the strut, we can see there the god and goddesses related on the temple. And the upper part of the tundalas are related with the flowers, trees, and other vines. In this way, they got a religious value and they are artistic also. We don't have a specific rule how many struts do we need to use in the temples. They are used according to necessary. There is a long history of making tundalas or struts in Nepal also. There is a long history. In the beginning, the struts were made very simple. Later on, in later medieval period, the 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 images or the engravings of the gods and goddesses seen in the statues are very artistic. They bear many more hands and they bear many more ayudas in their hands, and they have more one than two heads also. Many more tantric god and goddesses also were seen there in the stars in later medieval period. In the same way, it is the Torana. It is also a heritage of Nepalese style temple. Torana, it is used at the top of the door. At the top of the door of the main Garbhagriha, or from the main gate, there is a kind of arc, half arched, there such kind of artistic object is kept there, which is called Torana. It is very much useful culturally or artistically, because the main object erected at the center of the Torana is the god or goddess is related on this temple. If one of the pilgrims or the traveler comes in the temple, and if the temple is closed and he or she cannot see the god and goddesses, they can see the god and goddesses engraved here in the Torana, in the middle of the Torana, so that Toranas are kept. In the same way, it is very artistic, and in two sides of the Torana, the crocodile, artistic crocodile's mouth are engraved there. In the same way, another kind of artistic animal called Chepu, it is very, very famous in Kathmandu Valley, Chepu. It's only the face is shown in the art. Its body is not shown. That is also engraved in the side of the Torana. And at the side in the other part of the Torana, the related gods and goddesses, the images or the sketches of the related god and goddesses were shown there. In this way, Torana also is very much important for the architecture, traditional architecture of Nepal. And in multiple roof temples, Toranas are kept up to the doors, main door of the temple or the main doors of the gate. In the same way, Gajura, it is called Kalasa also. It is common in multiple roof temple and the Shikara temple also. Here is a Gajura of Pashupatinath. It is Pashupatinath temple. It is the upper roof of Pashupatinath temple. It is a golden temple. And Kalasa here. Kalasa here means Gajura. There are 5 Kalasa. It is symbolic. This means that Pashupatinath temple is worshipped, is the Panchayan Devata. The main god is Pashupati, Lord Shiva, Shiva Panchayan. We can say Shiva Panchayan. Most of the Shiva temples are made there in the style of Shiva Panchayana. The main god in the temple is Shivaji, and there are other gods and goddesses. Altogether, there are 5, so that it is Shiva Panchayana style temple, and it is Kalasa. I will not talk more about the Kalasa because we have discussed more about Kalasa also in other sessions. Okay. There are some of the examples of multiple roof temples which are established in Pashupatinath area. It is Pashupatinath temple. The photo is taken from outside of Pashupatinath temple. We cannot take the photo of Pashupatinath temple inside from its boundary, so that it is taken from out. There is a mandapa, Mukti Mandapa. It is Rajrajeshwari temple. It is also a multiple roof temple, but it has only one roof. It is another form of multiple roof temple or tiered temple, Nepalese style temple. It is Rajrajeshwari temple. Rajrajeshwari means Navadurga's temple. Navadurga. In Nepal, in Kathmandu Valley, Rajrajeshwari is known as the main goddess of Navadurga group. Among Navadurga, Rajrajeshwari is the main goddess here, so that this temple is called Rajrajeshwari. It is Bhuvaneshwari. Bhuvaneshwari is the other form of Parvati, and it is called Bhuvaneshwari. It lies in Pashupatinath area. It is Tamreswara. Tamreswara, it is Pashupati. It is in Pashupatinath area, and it is also related with Saiva religion, Saivism. And it is Dakshina Murti Mandira, Dakshinamurti. It is a Dakshinamurti is the form of Lord Shiva. It is, we worship Dakshinamurti is in the form of Guru, Shiva Guru. It is Dakshinamurti Mandira. It is multiple style temple. It lies in Pashupanath area. And it is Vatsaleswari. Vatsaleswari, we call Vatsaleswari is the name, other name of Parvati. We have different 1,000 or more than 1,000 names given to the Parvati. Imodkhanda Purana, Skanda Purana has given more than 1,000 names for the Parvati. Among them, one is Vatsaleswari. Vatsaleswari, the name Vatsaleswari is given by Pashupatinath is his beloved, is his consort, so that Vatsaleswari temple is near or in the side of Pashupatinath area. And it is Jayabageshwari. Jayabageshwari also is the consort of Pashupatinath or Shivaji. It has different history. It is also multiple root temple. And it is a Machindra Ganesha temple, which is related with Machendranath. We have God and goddesses which have close relation with the God and goddesses of India. For example, I call here Machendranath. Machendranath, that was Machendranath was taken in Kathmandu Valley in 7th century from Assam. And we can find the history of Machendranath up to 7th century in Assam. And the history of Machendranath begins in Nepal from 7th century. We have the big tradition, interesting tradition of Machendranath in Nepal. Machendranath is worshipped by the Natha sect of Shaivism and by the Buddhists also in Nepal. There is a long yatra of Machendranath in Kathmandu Valley. In the same way, it is Machendra Ganesh. Why is it called Machendra Ganesh? Machendra. Before starting the yatra of Machendranath, the priest of Machendranath come here in Pashupatinath area, worshipped here in this Ganesh, in this temple, Machendra Ganesh, and they begin the yatra of Machendranath in Lalitapura, so that it is called Machendra Ganesh. You know, we have all of the traditions of Nepal are connected with Kathmandu, connected with Pashupatinath area. One interesting thing is that most of we have more temples than the houses. The European elite people, Europeans said about Nepal. At that time, the houses of Nepali people were very low in number in Kathmandu Valley, but there were lots of temples. They saw that and they said that there are more temples in Kathmandu Valley than the people's house. This means that we have still many more temples in Kathmandu Valley. And then the religion is quite different in Kathmandu. Most of the god and goddesses worshipped by the Buddhists are worshipped by the Hindu people, and most of the god and goddesses worshipped by the Hindu people are Buddhist. And the temples are also the common. Machendranath ko Ratha Yatra of Machendranath is mainly done by both the Hindus and the Buddhists. It is a correlated jatra, and most of the jatras and parvas which are done here or which are here in Kathmandu Valley begin from Pashupatinath area. If they are not started from Pashupatinath area, at once they are brought here and shown here. This means that most of the intangible heritage practices also are associated with Pashupatinath area. Most of the intangible heritage practices of Kathmandu Valley are connected or associated with Pashupatinath area. If the jatras or the festivals are organized in other side, at least they are brought here. If the dance are done in other side, such dances are brought here in Kathmandu, in Pashupatinath area, and they are danced here. And if such festivals are done outside the Pashupatinath area, they come here, worship at first in the name of Pashupati, and they start their jatra festival and other activities in other area. In this way, most of the, not only the tangible, intangible practices of the heritage also are associated with Pashupatinath area. Most of the heritages of Nepal are associated with Kathmandu Valley. Okay. And Shikhara temples of Pashupanath area, it is Goranath temple in Mrigasthali. Nath sect is very popular in Nepal. Nepal is the center of Gorakhnath. It is said Gorakhnath, Masendranath, Adinath also is associated with Nepal. It is in Pashupanath area. It is a Shikhara style temple of Pashupanath area. And the Gumbaja temple or Doom temple, there are different kind of Gumbaja temples in Pashupanath area. This is Jit Jang Prakasheshwar. It is a round temple. It is Rama Mandira. It is Rama Mandira of Pashupanath area. It is also Dome temple. It is called Panchadevala. This Panchadevala, it is waiting for renovation because of the big earthquake. It is damaged. It is destroyed. It is going to fall down. And the Pashupanath Development Trust is going to rebuild it, reconstruct it again. In the same way, there are 15 devalas, all in the same size. There are 15 devalas, 15 devala, and it is Kalsa Devala, it is Surendra Kanteswar and Amar Kanteswar. There are two famous temples, Surendra Kanteswar, Amar Kanteswar. They are also the doomed temple of Pashupanath area. In the same way, there are other types of temples also. For example, it is Guyeshwari. Guyeshwari, it is the concert. She is the concert of Lord Pashupati. It is near at Pashupatinath temple. The temples are not made for the goddesses. According to this view, there is only the word boundary and the shape of the temple is given there, but the upper part of the temple is vacuum. There is nothing there. There is only the shape of the snake. It is Guyeshwari. It lies near Pashupatinath, and Guyeshwari, it is worshipped in the Guya form of Parvati. We have famous that Swasthani in Nepal. Swasthani is famous in Nepal. It is the story of Skanda Puran, Kedar Khanda. The Guyeshwari is related with the Guya Patana of Sati Devi, and she is worshipped as the consort of Lord Shiva, and it lies near Pashupanath temple. In the same way, Mahamrityunjaya temple. It is Mahamrityunjaya temple. It is quite different. It is like the bell. Its shape is like the bell, and it is Tribhun Prakasheshwar. The style of this temple also is different, and this temple also is waiting for reconstruction. In the same way, there are different kind of heritages. Pashupatinath area is rich in heritages. We cannot mention the name of all heritages here, and I am showing here some of the pictures of tangible heritages of Pashupatinath area. It is Chandreswar Sattala. It is Guyeshwari Sattala. It is Sankaracharya Matha. The name is Sankaracharya Matha. And it is Gauri Ghat Sattala. They are all Sattara. They are all monuments built by different people in different era. They are some of the important temples and Sattalas or monuments. There are mandapas also, different kind of mandapas also, parties also. Thousands of parties are there. Altogether, there are 110 dharmasalas. We cannot mention even the name of the dharmasala, but I will discuss here some of the important images, is the tangible heritages of Pashupatinath area. Here are some of the art objects of Pashupatinath area. It is said that Pashupatinath was worshipped here at first in the form of deer, Mriga. And this statue is there in Aryaghat at the side of Pashupatinath area. It is called Harineshwara. Harina means deer. And it is said that in the beginning, Lord Shiva came here in Pashupatinath area in the Mrigasthali. He changed his form as a deer and worshipped, started to play with the group of the deer. And it is said that Pashupatinath temple was worshipped. Pashupatinath was worshipped in the form of Harina in the beginning. And this image of Harineshwar is known about 2,000 years old. This image, general people say that it is Virupacha. General people believe that it is Kali. Half of the body is inside the land, and they believe that Kali is growing up per day. If it comes up, then there will happen a big incidents and etc. etc. But in reality, it is Virupacha. Virupacha is the form of Lord Shiva. And it is said that in Kirata period, after the Harina form, Shivaji was worshipped in this form. And it is estimated that this image was made near about 2000 years ago, in the beginning of the Christian era. And another important image is here. It is Kirateswara. The Himavad Khanda Purana says that Lord Shiva walked here in the form of Kirata. And in the form of Kirata, Lord Shiva is worshipped in Kirateswara. It is a Shiva Linga. And it is known as Kirateswara. It is also at the top of the Mrigasthali. After the Virupacha form, perhaps Lord Shiva was worshipped in this form, Kirateswara form, in this Shiva Linga. It was also built near about 1500 years ago. And it is Rudragareswara. It is Lesamantakeswara. It is quite different. It is one Mukhalinga. Now Pashupatinath is worshipped in 4 Mukha. Chaturmukhi Linga, that is Panchamukhi Shiva Linga. There are 4 Mukhas. 4 Mukhas, and the top of the Shiva Linga also is known as another Mukha, and that is Panchamukhi Shiva Linga. But it is Lesamantakeswar, it is 1 Mukha Shiva Linga. And the history of Shiva Linga also is very interesting. In the beginning, Shiva Lingas were worshipped in the simple form. After that, 1 Mukha Shiva Linga were made, and then the 3 Mukhas were made, and later, at last, the Chaturmukha Shiva Linga, Panchamukha Shiva Linga with 4 Mukhas at the side, and the top also is Isana Mukha is worshipped. It is said that, so that Slesamantakeswar also is very much important. It is in the Slesamantakavana, Mrigasthali, near Pashupatinath area. It was also worshipped at once in the form of Pashupatinath. Later on, Pashupatinath is worshipped in the form of Chaturmukha Shiva Linga. You know, it is Virateswar Shiva Linga. It lies in the Rajrajeshwari Ghat area of Pashupatinath area. Here is Bagmati River. Yeah, that is the heritage sites of Pashupatinath. And it is the biggest Shiva Linga of Pashupatinath area. But it is not well managed. You know, it is going to lie. It is not straight. It is going to fall down. It is the biggest Shiva Linga. Virateswar is the biggest Shiva Linga of Pashupatinath area. There are many more legends related with this Shiva Linga also. And in the same way, some of the important images, I will show here some of the important images. That is Vishnu Vikranta image. We can find 2 Vishnu Vikranta images in Kathmandu Valley, built in 464 AD. That was a Lichavi period. In North India, there was Gupta period. Most of the images of that period are similar with the images of the Gupta Empire in northern India. And Vishnu Vikranta, this image was built in 467, and it is the first image that is found with the inscription. The inscriptions also is engraved at the bottom of this image. And at that time in 467 AD, that image was kept there in Lakshmi Bad Bhavanad. Means there was a temple. We don't know what kind of temple was there. And this image was kept. In which temple, we don't know. We don't have any remains of the temple, but there is the name Lakshmi Bad Bhavanad at the bottom, at the inscription of the bottom of this image. And this image is Vasudeva Kamalaja. This image also is found there in Pashupatinath area. I will not show all the images. There are thousands of images. And this is Brahma image, that is Vishnu image, that is Surya image, that is Saraswati. There is Jalasana images and Mahishasur Mardana images. If there is a religious site or site related with some gods, 33 crore Devi Devata reach there and stay there, the Purana says. In the same way, Mrigasthali is the residence of Lord Shiva, so that many more god and goddesses, 33 crore god and goddesses reside there. Thinking so, we can find there different kind of images in Pashupanath area. We have the good example of the development of art in Pashupanath area also. For example, we can see here the development of Uma Maheshwara images in Pashupanath area. You can see here, it is Varuna Dhara images of Shiva Parvati. You know, it is the image of 1st, 2nd century AD, because the image is very simple. There are not Ganas, and the history of Varuna Dhara near Pashupanath area also reaches up to the 1st, 2nd century AD, so that we assume that this image was built in 1st and 2nd century AD. The style of the image also shows the same thing. In the same way, it is much more developed from of the art. It is Shankaracharya temple. It is found in Shankaracharya temple. That is also Maheshwara images. And there are some, Ganas there. We can see some Ganas there. It is also the developed, it is more developed form than this image, and it is the last developed form of Uma Maheshwara image in Kathmandu Valley. It is Amarkanteswara image of Uma Maheshwara. It was found in Amarkanteswara temple, and it is the most developed form of Uma Maheshwara images in Kathmandu Valley. In the most developed form, there are more Ganas, there are Nandi, Bhringi, Udaramukha, Bandaramukha, there are other Ganas, and there are, the image also is quite different, more artistic. It is the most developed form of Uma Maheshwara images of Kathmandu Valley, and there are many more images of different god and goddesses. We can find the history of the image of art and architecture also in this heritage site or in Pashupanath area. And other heritages of Pashupanath area, it is Aryaghat near Pashupanath area, and it is Varun Dhara. It is the oldest site of Dhara. The history of Varun Dhara reaches up to the 1st to 2nd century AD, and it is Bhagavati cave. There are some caves also in Pashupanath area, Naropa cave, Tilopa cave, Bhagavati cave. In this way, there are different kind of caves. Many more Buddhist Siddhas, Vajrayani Siddhas also came here, and they meditated to get salvation. And the other interesting thing is here, it is Sati Dwara. In Nepal, there was Sati system from the long time, and it was abolished in Rana period. When a person dies, his wife also needed to die with him, go in Chita with her husband in Sati system. And the Sati system was closely related with Pashupanath area. This door is Sati Dwara. It is also in Pashupanath area. It is said that if her husband dies, the Sati used to go there in Jaya Bhageshwari temple, used to do mantra by the Tantrika there, wear a white cloth, and make weight with the ghee, and come here in Aryaghata, and she had to cross this dwara and reach to the Chita of her husband, and she had to be the Sati. It was the system in Sati period, so that the Sati Dwara is still kept there, alive at the heritage. In the same way, there are many more Bauddha heritages also are found there in Pashupanath area. There are many more legends related with Pashupanath area, related on Buddhism, which are found in Pashupanath area. They are quite disputed also. Some are okay, and some create the dispute also. But if there is one religious site of one religion, the people follower of other religion also go there and worship. I have already mentioned that the most of the god and goddesses of Hindus are worshipped by the Buddhists in Kathmandu Valley, and the god and goddesses worshipped by the Buddhists also are worshipped by the Hindus. For example, Ganesha and Mahakala are both worshipped by Hindus and the Buddhists in Nepal. Mahakala also is the same god which is worshipped by Buddhists and the Hindus. And the Machendranatha, Gorakhanatha, Adinatha, Nathas, they are the common god. The Siddhas of the Vajrayani Buddhism and the 84 Siddhas, 84 Siddhas of the Natha are similar in Nepal. In this way, Pashupatinath area is the area of the Hindus, area of the Saivas, Shivaji area, Saiva area, but Buddhist activities also are done there and Buddhist heritages also are from there. For example, here is a image of Bodhisattva, Buddha, Rajrajeshwari area. It is found in Rajrajeshwari area of Pashupatinath Kshetra, and it is imagined that perhaps there was a Bihara, there was a Buddhist monastery in Rajrajeshwari area in ancient period, because some of the inscriptions of this area also indicate the remaining of the monastery in Pashupatinath area. Therefore, this image is also existed there. It is Chabahel Chaitya, the old Chaitya. It also lies in Pashupatinath area. It is the image of Manjusri. Manjusri, the legend of Manjusri is more connected with Nepal. Manjusri relates with China. According to the Buddhist legend, Manjusri came here in Kathmandu Valley and he cut the hill of Chobhara, and the water of the lake went down from Chobhara and Kathmandu Valley was settled, according to the legend of the Buddhist legend. According to Hindu legend, Lord Krishna came here and cut the hill of Chobhara, and the Kathmandu Valley became proper to settle the people, and the people coming with Lord Krishna settled here at first. Buddhist image say Manjusri from Mahachina came here, cut the hill of the Chobhara, and the water of the lake went down, flowed down, and the Kathmandu Valley was settled by the people, it is said. Manjusri is worshipped both by Hindu and Buddhism in Nepal. And then it is the Jaina image, Bhadrabahu. I think Bhadrabahu, this image also is found in Pashupatinath area. But much more research is not done about the Jaina images of Pashupatinath area. I think it was built in 7th century. The iconographic features of Kathmandu Valley is similar with the images of 7th century image of 7th century's image. According to its iconographic feature, this image is made in 7th century. And because of the existence of this image in Pashupatinath area, some of the activities were done here by the Jaina, also in Pashupatinath area. It is the short. I discussed shortly about the heritages, tangible cultural heritages of Pashupatinath area. If I say in short, there are more than 1,000 temples, more than 1,000 images of God and different god and goddesses in Pashupatinath area. The Mrigasthali hill is totally the hill of Shivalinga. It is said that Mrigasthali is totally the hill of Shivalinga. Sorry. If we dig the land to make the temple, we can find the Shivalinga there. If we made the road, we can find Shivalinga there. If we make the monuments there and dig the land, we can find the Shivalinga. There are Shivalinga everywhere. Why? People made Shivalingas and offered there in Pashupatinath area, years after year, centuries after centuries. And they made the temples also for the Shivalingas. But what happened? Due to the natural disaster and other activities, most of the temples or the monuments were destroyed. They fell down, and most of them were not reconstructed. But the Shivalingas and other small images were not destroyed. So that we can find the heap of Shivalingas and other images in Pashupatinath area. We cannot count them. They are scattered anywhere. We can see different kind of images of different god and goddesses. We can find different kind of Shivalingas left everywhere. And it is said that Mrigathali hillock is the hillock of Shivalingas. This means that Pashupatinath area is the most important cultural heritage site. And it is the tangible, most the richest tangible heritage site of Kathmandu Valley is Pashupatinath area. And we have some practices also to manage the heritages. There are main two organizations which are practicing, which are trying to manage the heritages. They are Pashupatinath area Development Trust and the Department of Archaeology government. There are two agencies which look after the heritages of Pashupatinath area. There is Guti Sansthan also, Guti also, Trust also. But main there are two institutions which are looking after the heritages, heritage management of Pashupatinath area, that is Pashupatinath area Development Trust, that is a separate trust that is organized by the government and formed by the government. And the other is the Department of Archaeology, Government of Nepal, Ministry of Culture. Rules and regulations for preservation and conservation of heritage sites also are there. We don't have more organization to manage the heritages. There are only few institutions I mentioned here. In the same way, we have some rules and regulations also are there to manage the heritages of Pashupatinath area. We have mainly two rules and regulations. They are Ancient Monument Preservation Act 1956. That is the old act, and we are again reforming this act. It was reformed for 5 to 6 times, and now we are going to reform it again in 2023. In the same way, Pashupatinath Area Development Act also is working there for the management of the heritages in Pashupatinath area. Okay, I presented here very shortly what I found there. There are many things. There are more heritages which I am not able to take the name of all heritages and our practices for the preservation and conservation of the heritages. Because of the limitation of the time, I presented here very shortly. Thank you very much for listening to me, hearing me, and providing me the chance to present this presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, sir, I finished my presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shivnagi Reddy Saab.
Sir, I'm here only. Can I give my concluding remarks, sir?
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. First, some person, if any one or two.
Yes. Now, to the respected participants, you are welcome for interaction session. That is our Professor Som Prasadji has given us a very, very valuable presentation on the tangible heritage in and around Pashupatinath Temple, Kathmandu. That is, I think, no further explanation needed. It is tempting me immediately to go and visit Pashupatinath Temple and go around all the places that he has mentioned. I am tempted like anything. The images, the concept, the philosophy, the Puran, what not, everything that centered around Pashupatinathji has been explained in a very lucid manner. It is very, very, very interesting. Now it is open for discussion. Sir, any member, if you want any clarification, our Som Prasadji is ready.
Okay, I would like to thanks to Dr. Som Prasad for such a nice presentation, and just to feel all of us that we are at the Pasupatinath temple. And I do agree with the Reddy sir that there is no question as far as his well explained lecture. Thank you, sir.
Sir. Very nice, Joshi sir. I said this is what happens is everybody present would like to congratulate, appreciate, but common feeling is that it is wonderful. And sir took us virtually to Kathmandu, Nepal, and as in his opening remarks said that there is no difference.
I have one
between
question.
Nepal
I have
and,
one question.
please sir, Vidyanath Jaji.
डॉक्टर विद्यानाथ जी
Yes.
दरभंगा से हैं. हाँ, वो
Yes, I have one question. I belong to Darbhanga, North Bihar, that is Mithila region. And in our area, there is a very old saying, Pashupatik Sukutik Banij, Pashupatik Darshan. Means that in early times, the people who traded in dried fish, they used to go to Kathmandu and returned back after having a darshan of the Lord also, and trade in dried fish also. So both the jobs were performed in their single journey. So is it such situation is there? Is it relevant anymore that people from this area, they go with their dried fishage, they trade it and come back with not empty-handed, and also paying darshan to the Lord Shiva there? Your comment, please.
My comment, sir.
Som Prasad sir, kindly
Okay,
answer
Roger.
the.
Okay, sir. Drag pieces. You say, sir, drag pieces.
Yes, they because our area is full of water bodies, so fish was there, and the dried fish that used to be traded in Kathmandu Valley. So they went with for this trade of dried fish, and also came back with paying a darshan, having a darshan of the Lord Shiva. So this was a saying that they used to do two things. One was Lord Pashupati's darshan, and the other was trade in dried fish in Kathmandu Valley. So I would like to have your comment on it.
Okay.
Vidyanath sir,
Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, I would like that you put your local proverb in the message box also. It is nice one.
Sukutik Banij, Pashupatik Darshan. Sukti means dried fish, and then the darshan of Lord Pashupatinath. Sukutik Banij, Pashupatik Darshan.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Jha, sir. I am also related with Darbhanga. I am very happy to talk with you. At first, you say, Prabhu, Pasupatinath ko darshan Sidra ko vyapar, means the trade of the dry fish. It is the saying in other part of Nepal also. Pasupatinath ko yatra, Sidra ko vyapar means that the trade of dry fish. This means that you have to keep two aim to go Kathmandu. One to worship or see Lord Pasupatinath, and other is to do the other thing. I want to join here something to you that we are welcome to Kathmandu to worship Pasupatinath, to see Pasupatinath, and we are going to organize an international seminar on religion and culture on 30 March to 1st April. There is SSEASR, South Asian Association of Religion and Culture, with us. Professor Amarjeeva Kumar is our partner. We are going to organize an international seminar. We want to see you all in Kathmandu to participate in the seminar and to worship or see Lord Pasupatinath. It is the saying, Pasupatinath ko yatra, Sidra ko vyapar, means going to see Pasupatinath and offer the dry fish. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Doctor, yes, sir. Reddy Saab.
Sir.
Co-chairperson सर के डिपार्टमेंट से ही निर्मला मैडम थी शायद.
निर्मला मैडम Nirmala Madam, kindly we invite you for your comments on the presentation and your message.
या पूनम मैडम है वही विभाग की.
Okay, Poonam Madam can do. If Nirmala Madam is not there, Poonam Madam can do.
पूनम मैडम, डॉक्टर पूनम राणा मैडम.
Hello, Poonam ji.
I think she is also not there.
लगता है वो.
I think.
सर जी सर, मैं कुछ कहना चाहूँगा. कोई प्रश्न नहीं है ये. मैं करीब 6-7 साल पहले पशुपतिनाथ की यात्रा मैंने की थी, और आज जो सर का ये व्याख्यान हुआ उसमें जो मैंने देखा पूरा, उससे एक बार फिर से पूरी जो याद है वो सभी आ गई हैं. जहाँ जहाँ मैं काफ़ी वहाँ पे घूमा था 2-3 दिन में, तो यहाँ पे सर ने बहुत अच्छे रंग से जो अपना पीपीटी और जो व्याख्यान दिया उसमें पूरी एक बार यादें जो है वो ताज़ा हो गई. जी रेड्डी साहब.
सर.
हाँ, कुछ समाप्त.
Yes. Once again, I really join hands in appreciating the great scholar, Professor Dr. Som Prasad Khatiwada ji, such a knowledgeable person, not only knowledgeable person, but also who believes in sharing. Knowledge sharing is caring about the society. He believes in sharing that he...
Well, namaskar. Is it audible, sir? Is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Namaskar.
Yes.
Good afternoon to all of you. It is indeed a pleasure to chair the session on the wildlife conservation. It's equally, I'm very happy that three of my predecessors, the Director of Zoological Survey of India, the first 3 Indian Directors of the Zoological Survey of India, also a part from the Lahore University. So we have a wonderful session today on the wildlife. Now, if you just look at the history of the entire world scenario, the Earth has started somewhere around 4.5 billion years ago, and the life started somewhere around 3.5 million years ago, and the latest one is the human beings, which started about 2.5 million years ago. So in the entire course of this entire geological period, there were ups and downs, what we called as the mass extinctions. Some of the animals have died, some of the animals have got speciation, and some of the animals have increased in their number due to the various anthropogenic factors. Really, I am very happy that Professor Zahid Iqbal Khan of the Lahore University is speaking on a subject of the wildlife. He has obtained his master's degree and his PhD degree in the wildlife management, and he has also served as the wildlife department for about 27 years, and he has contributed to the in situ and the ex situ conservation. After 27 years of service, after his superannuation, or what we call the retirement, on December 2016, he has joined the education department in the University of Lahore again, and as a faculty member. He has published different articles related to wildlife conservation during his service period, and served even as the captive breeding programs and participated in the rehabilitation of the black bucks. Really, which is very close to my heart, because one of my students took PhD on the community conservation of black bucks in the Orissa of India. Now, Dr. Zahid Iqbal Khan will be speaking on the black buck rehabilitation in the Lasona National Park of the Golvalkar, Pakistan, Lahore, Pakistan. So, I invite Professor Khan to give his lecture on the various aspects of the national park and the rehabilitation program that has been undertaken at his place. I again invite Professor Khan to deliberate on the subject.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very much.
Your
Welcome,
slide
sir.
is visible, sir. Jai Saab, Dr. Jai Saab, your slide is visible and your, आपकी आवाज आ रही.
थैंक यू. स्लाइड भी शेयर हो रही है.
हाँ, शेयर हो रही.
So let us start. Thank you for such a nice introduction. I am grateful to all of the organization committee and the chairman that they introduced me in such a elaborate manner that what I have done in my life, they touch each and every topic of my life studies. So let us start with today's discussion. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. या हय्यो या कयूम बेरहमाते का अस्तगीस, ऐ हमेशा जिंदा और कायम रहने वाले, मैं तेरी मदद का तलबदार हूँ. Slowly, but during the last 400 years, extinction is mainly due to human activities. I want to mention here that in previous years we have celebrated Earth Day. So when we try to determine that who is responsible for harming all the natural sources on this planet, the answer was just not anybody else. The answer was just the human beings, because he is responsible for polluting water, flowing effluents from industries to the water. They are involved in cutting of timber, etc. They are involved in illegal hunting and poaching and trading of wildlife. That is the most threat to the wildlife in their natural habitat. So as far as Pakistan is concerned, Pakistan has no major program or plan to protect wildlife during the first 3 decades of its independence. But after that, a drastic decline of wildlife was realized in 1960. So at that time, the head of state, President Field Marshal Muhammad Ayub Khan, also realized this drastic decline of wildlife. So he was a good hunter, but later on, a hunter may become a good conservationist. So he proved himself to be a good conservationist as he invited an expert committee that was headed by Colonel Guy Mountfort, who was expert in wildlife survey and census and wildlife conservation. So with his team, he visited Pakistan with the collaboration of the local experts of wildlife in Pakistan. So they visited throughout Pakistan. At that time, East Pakistan and West Pakistan both were part of Pakistan. So they visited both Pakistan, and then they have some recommendations. And after that, on the recommendation of that by the committee, the wildlife conservation was started in this way. That first of all, the inquiry committee recommended the creation of protected areas. And similarly, the second recommendation was the development of comprehensive legislation, which is necessary for the protection of wildlife. Third one is the formation of NCCW at federal level, which can control and better conserve wildlife by supervising the provinces. And the next was the establishment of wildlife department in each province. And the second last recommendation was not, but very important, that the establishment of research center in each province. And the last recommendation was that at any time, if Pakistan needs some guidance or wildlife conservation policies, they may seek help from different developed or developing countries. So on the recommendation of this, first of all, in Pakistan, we started the declaration of protected areas. At first instance, we simply have 2 national parks and 8 wildlife sanctuaries. But later on the recommendation of this committee, in 1970, we have declared 4 national parks, 18 wildlife sanctuaries, and 56 game reserves. And today we have 202 protected areas with covering an area of 11.19% of the total area of Pakistan. But later on, with the requirement of the better conservation of wildlife, we have declared now 29 national parks, 99 wildlife sanctuaries, and 98 game reserves. And we have good management plans, and we are conserving wildlife according to the management plan of each and every protected area. As far as the national park definition is concerned, everybody knows that national parks may be defined as an area owned by the government and set aside for the protection and preservation of extraordinary scenery that consists of flora and fauna naturally in their natural state. But this national park or this protected area is accessible to the public just for recreation, education, and only research activities, not more than that. Now come to the last one national park. Last one national park was declared in 1972, and this is also declared as a biosphere reserve by UNESCO. In this last one national park, reintroduction of black buck started in 1970 with the help of WWF. The main objective of this park was to save black buck, tinkara, and some other important species like hog deer, nilgai, etc., which are kept in enclosures for safe breedings to conserve these important species which are going to decline in the nature. As far as the location is concerned, the last one national park consists upon an area of 1,27,480 acres. Within that area, we have forest plantations, irrigated forest plantation consisting of 20,974 acres. And the second one is desert. That is 1,01,726 acres. And the third one is wetland, that is 4,780 acres. As far as the location is concerned, the park spread over an area of 31,360 hectares and is located just 32 kilometers from Bahawalpur to Bahawalpur-Hasilpur Road, that is in southern Punjab. It is interesting to mention here that this may be one of the best parks throughout the world, that this has three ecosystems combined at one place in one national park. That is plantation consisting of mostly shisham, kikar, or eucalyptus. But similarly, this is an area, this is a plantation which provide roosting site as well as nesting site and as well as food for the local fauna. And the undergrowth is responsible for hiding small mammals and reptiles there. So there is a variety of flora and fauna in this national park. If we discuss about the desert of this area, which is a great area, we can understand that the bushes are there, the sand dunes are there, and if somebody has a chance to go in that particular area or any desert area, he may enjoy the light wave of airs which are breaking the sand dunes and making the new sand dunes without disturbing the visitor. That is interesting. And if somebody have a chance to pass one moonlight in desert, nothing like that. If somebody enjoyed it, he may have memories with him for the whole life. Similarly, if we discuss the third part, that is wetlands. Wetlands have millions of migratory birds who stay there in winter and use these places as a wintering ground. And at the same time, there are so many species which use these wetlands as breeding grounds. That may be lesser western tail, greater western tail, as well as purple gallinule, pheasant tail jacana, different waders, bronze-winged jacana, and other species waders which use these not only wintering ground but also as a breeding ground. So these wetlands are very important. And another beauty of this wetland is that our DIG told me that in foreign countries, if we have places such like that we have a canal bank, and in front of us we have wetlands that is full of lotus species, full of pistia species, full of water hyacinths, and then there is a open water. We can have only a towel size area in foreign country if we have such beautiful scenery in that areas. So we are lucky enough that we are blessed with such a beautiful scenery. We should enjoy nature by visiting these places. So as far as these species are concerned and these wetland areas are concerned, this is very important because these have different vegetation, which will be discussed later on. So as far as facilities in Laswa National Park is concerned, we have a children park just in start of national park. In children park, we have different activities like boating, canteen, children gadgets, camel riding, horse riding, grassy lawn, bamboo hut, children park, PDCP motel, and similarly, the fauna of this area is placed in the cages and enclosure, and we have peafowls and pheasants, and the local fauna like civet cat, caracal cat, jackal, wolf, etc., just to educate the visitors, particularly the children from school level, and people from all walk of life may enjoy the nature and local fauna of this area just by visiting children park if they have no vehicle and they have no arrangement for going deep into the national park. So similarly, the other attractions we have overlay where children may have boating. We have black buck, lion safari, chinkara, rhino, black swan, white swan, and breeding center, etc. It is interesting that black swan and mute swan is breeding there in a successful manner. Similarly, we have ducks, attraction for children, that is Mandy, the beautiful one, and Carolina. These are the beautiful birds. If somebody enjoy nature and can attract these colors to that people, they may enjoy a lot. No doubt, rhino is no more there. A pair of rhino was gifted from President of Nepal to President Zia, but with completion, they are almost average age. They are no more there. In the lion safari, we have arranged about 250 acres for lions, but due to some unavoidable issues, now they are used for herbivore enclosures inside of lions, which are shifted again to the Bahawalpur Zoo. So these are other attractions are present there for the different peoples to enjoy the nature. If we consider the weather conditions of Laswa National Park, we can observe that there is a TDCP motel, as I already told you, where people have different local parties, and foreigners used to stay in that motels. Most of the people, foreigners who visited Pakistan, and they are involved in erection of different mills, etc. So they prefer to stay in this motel, which is at a very beautiful place. So the foreigner prefer to stay in this motel, and it also the accommodation is very cheap as compared to other accommodations in city areas. As far as weather of last one is considered, it is observed that in summer temperature may rise up to 50, and in winter may down to 0 degrees centigrade sometimes. But it is interesting and worth mentioning here that I served there for 3.5 years, and I never find in night when we open, when we wake up at midnight in June even, and we stop our ceiling fan and we have covered ourselves to avoid the cold in even June months. So in our season, even then the nights are cold and days are hot. If anybody interested to visit Laswa National Park, the number of Laswa National Park is given 0629250 We will love people who will visit our national park, Laswa, which is a world-seeing beauty of nature ecosystems. That is 3 ecosystems at one place. As far as biodiversity of Laswa National Park concerned, we have 302 species of plants, 31 mammals, 119 birds, 27 reptiles, 3 amphibians, and I told you that there are also fishes in lake that is very attractive for the people. These are 23 species of fishes. Now, we have a picture from Laswa National Park which shows that we are successful in captive breeding of black bugs in the enclosures. But two issues were observed during my stay there when I served there. During this period, it was observed that right from 1970 to they are in the same enclosure, so they have a problem of inbreed. And there are two abnormalities due to this very reason. That one is instead of burr on their horns, some black bucks male have straight horns, and similarly, other interesting abnormal development is abnormal development of hoofs as the nails grow, and grow, and it is difficult for those black bugs to walk on that land even. So, in nature, as they run in dars and in within sand dunes, and they don't grow such abnormal growth, and their horns are naturally well as compared to the inbreeding animals issues. So, as we can see that we are successful in captive breeding, major issue, which will be solved later on, which we will be discussed later on. As far as flora of concerned, last flora is concerned, as I told you, there are more than 20,000 acres is irrigated forest plantation, which consists of mostly on Zalbergia siso, acacia species, and the third one is eucalyptus, which is produced for timber. No problem, no doubt. But other species like semel, jamun, and other fruities like guava, they are also grown in children park just to attract the local birds that people may enjoy, the fruit-eating birds and their chirping and their different activities, their sounds. So this is different plantation, arjun, frosh, kikar, lasula, tooth, shisham, sweda, ye jamun, butterbrush, pilkan, sukchan, neem, simalwan, sohanjana, berry, etc. These are the trees grown in that area. As the shrubs are concerned, these are muscat, pog, karir, lana, sfed rani, ak. As far as herbs are considered, the tura and batu are the herbs. Grasses, which are mostly upon which most of the wildlife graze, these are smut grass, gandale, daman, khabal, kana, color grass, sevan, tala, taifa, etc. So, as I already told you, you can observe that have millions of birds which stay in this wetland, and there is a beautiful, we can say, vegetation. That is floating. If we consider floating vegetation, there are different species of Nymphia lotus, water hyacinth, pistia species. In some mud plantations, we have hydrilla and Welsneria. And at the bank of these wetlands, we have Saccharum munja, Saccharum spontaneous, Sundodonus, Typhon etc., Phragmites carca, and Tamarex. These are the places where birds can hide during any danger. Major wildlife of Laswara, we consider that we have mammals, that is black buck, tenkara, nilgai, karakalkar, jackal, wild boar, striped hana, and Indian boar. Previously, historically, we have lion here, we have other cheetah and other species. And the last tiger was hunted by Ahmad Nawaz Gardezi in 1920. So after that, these species were almost extinct in this area. The striped hyena, Indian goat, they are present now. Jackal as a predator, savage cat present, foxes are present as far as mammals are concerned. Similarly, birds, hubara bustard, herons, cranes, peafowls, sand crows, black and grey partridge, different species of eagles and falcon, they are also present. As prey is there, predator must be there. So there is a relationship between prey and predator. Whenever there is a prey, there will be predators. So as far as migratory birds are concerned, we have 38 species of migratory birds, which use these wetlands as a wintering ground. So Laswa National Park, Partisan Lake, is one of the best wintering place for these waterfowls, and millions of birds visit during winter in this area. To protect these all natural resources, On the recommendation of the Inquiry Committee, we have Wildlife Act. Before 1974, this Wildlife Department was just a wing of Forest Department. But on the recommendation of the Inquiry Committee, after that, a Wildlife Act was passed from the Assembly, that is called Wildlife Protection, Preservation, Conservation and Management Act 1974, amended up to 2007. Amendment and rules up to 31 December 2010 by Punjab Wildlife and Parks Department. According to this Act, Wildlife Act, we have different acts prohibited in these protected areas. What are those? Nobody can enter or reside in these protected areas. Nobody can cultivate and any land in this particular area, Lal Swara, any protected area. Nobody can damage or destroy the vegetation. Nobody can hunt in these areas. Nobody can introduce exotic species, and nobody is allowed to come with their pets. Similarly, introduction of any domestic animals, nobody can graze their animals in these protected areas. And ultimately, the best one and the most important is nobody can pollute this water. All these activities in protected areas, that is illegal hunting or fire cannot per calendar year with 2,000 per gun and per day. And similarly, they can hunt 8 birds or animals as mentioned in that permit. So only game reserve. Otherwise, in national park and wildlife sanctuary, we have buffered area even. There are two types of conservation which mostly done throughout the world. That is in situ conservation. In situ conservation is done by the protection of wildlife and their original habitat through legislation, by the implementation of law, by implementing penalties, etc., to have a deterrence for illegal hunters, possessors, as well as traders. Protection of wildlife through declaration of protected areas that we declare national parks, wildlife sanctuary, game reserves, and we conserve wildlife and implement penalties there just to avoid any type of illegal activities. Heavy penalties under Section 21 under Wildlife Protection, Preservation, Conservation Management 1974 is done. As far as penalties are concerned, we consider that is if he has illegal shooting, illegal possessing, or illegal trading, we have proceed against him, and we can compound the case. An officer authorized to compound the case up to 10,000 by returning articles used in that activity. That in illegal hunting, shooting, and possession, up to imprisonment is only on to 6 months from the court, or the second attempt in the fine may be more than 10,000 and less than 15,000. Third time, no compensation will be done. As far as protected area is concerned, on the violation of Section 16, 17, and 18, that is Wildlife Sanctuary, National Park, and Game Reserve, there are heavy penalties, like their imprisonment is not less than 1 year and not more than 5 years. And the fine may not be less than 20,000 or more than 30,000 for the first year. But mostly, we don't compound the case of the protected areas. Mostly, we hunters, shooters, etc., so that we apprehend an accused and we just hand over to the police, and then we prosecute in the court for a higher penalty to have illegal control. And I assure you, sir, that Alhamdulillah, we are successful in controlling illegal hunting up to 90%. There may be some pilferage, but most of the people, they avoid hunting in this national park. The second attempt is our education and awareness and publicity to the people that these species are very important and very costly. We are managing them in captivity for certain purposes. So people are cooperating with us, and the illegal hunting in Lal Swara National Park is controlled to some at the maximum level, inshallah. As for next conservation type is concerned, that is ex situ conservation. In ex situ conservation, we do nothing. Erection of enclosures and cages for captive breeding for mammals, birds, and reptiles. We establish zoo, establishing wildlife parks and breeding centers. We have more than 42 breeding farms, as well as we have as I told you, that we have national park, and different national park, we have some breeding areas in nature, but in La Swan Asia, we have captive breeding of black bucks. So as far as captive breeding history is concerned, it is interesting, and I hope this story that in 1945, American Air Force officer visited Bahawalpur, and Nawab of Bahawalpur at that time presented him 10 black bucks, gifted him, which he took to the Texas. They bred there, and they have trophy hunting there in Texas. But due to overhunting and illegal poaching, etc., farms, etc., in our desert, the black buck was mostly extinct in 70s. So we were worried enough, and with the collaboration of WWF, it is interesting that we again request to American government who gifted us black bucks for different parks in Jolo Park and other parks, but particularly for Nation Park, Laswara, we have 10 black bucks, 3 female and 7 males, and we placed these animals in 2-acre enclosures, and the breeding was very slow. That was up to 13 only up to 1980. So this slow breeding was very touching for the experts. So there was a meeting, and it was observed that due to diminishing of or rusting of the chain link, the wild boar entered and damage the chain link, and after that, no predator can enter in this enclosure. Otherwise, the animals placed in that area are under stress, and their breeding is affected. So again, WWF invited a team from Holland who visited Glasgow National Park, and after returning from this visit, they appealed to the school children for donation of black bucks, protection of black bucks in Glasgow National Park. And it's interesting that they donated 1 day pocket money, and they purchased 70-meter chain link and 4 feet height, and bring in Pakistan to establish 4 enclosures just to save flora and fauna of this national park. So first enclosure was 9-kilometer periphery, second was 15-kilometer periphery, third one 17-kilometer periphery, and the fourth one was enclosing 8-kilometer periphery. So first was declared as a breeding center. So breeding enclosure, we kept these animals. We provide green fodder like berseem and maize, roasted grams, and we have arranged water for them. So they were shifted totally from natural feed to the provided feed. So they, generation after generation, they were there. They breed successfully, no doubt. But when we try to rehabilitate these animals, we face different difficulties. So the reason of failure, I have told you, was damage, and same was the case with 2-acre and kilometer enclosure, because due to lack of funds and so many other issues, we can't able to manage these big enclosures, and we try to maintain 8-kilometer enclosure, in which animals were shifted from breeding center to that area, and they were totally on natural feed. So we maintain only 9-kilometer periphery area and 8-kilometer periphery enclosure. So I have discussed these are how this failure was done due to rusting of chain link as well as damage by the predators. So after that, after going all through these processes and different failures, so we have different attempts, and we attempted in different way without SOPs. The first attempt was in 1985, and in this attempt, we released 40 black bucks just from 9-kilometer periphery enclosure. That was a breeding center. But when these animals were released directly into the open area, they were not used to depend on natural grasses. They had the habit of eating berseem and maize and roasted grams and water, whereas in nature these were not available. Second attempt was done that it may be that due to hunting of these animals, they were no more in the wild. In second attempt, we have a task force consisting of 21 checkposts with double cabin vehicles at each checkpost for the protection of wildlife. We released animals there, but without wilderness area in their habitat, so they were not used to use that natural grasses, etc. They were their physiology may be changed as they were generation after generation in the enclosures. So at that time, we have protection, but we have arranged water for them in the top in the drums, as well as green fodder were spread to some extent. But later on, when this green fodder was not supplied to them, they also their fate was death ultimately. So second attempt was another failure. In 2009, we again attempted, but then the management requested by the experts that we must have some assessing pen before releasing in the wild. So in the last attempt in 2019, we attempted in such a way that we followed our SOPs, that we make enclosure in an area where was least disturbed, no human being able to go there. So in that wilderness area, we have an enclosure consisting of 12 acres, in which we have 5 acre grown crops like maize and brisine, and water supply for water we have tobas. So animals were grazing there, and in 7 acres there is grasses, which are natural grasses, which are the preferred food in the wild for these black bugs. So in that enclosure for 1 year, without disturbance, without going up to a human being, the least disturbance, these animals were shifted with a special arrangement without facing the human being, that a truck was, a funnel was made, and in the funnel, and there was a loading truck, which were supplied with feed to some extent. Then animals used to go there, and they were not afraid of that particular area. So when they were there, we need these animals are enough for transportation. So we closed the truck and shifted to the another region pen, where there was only natural feed. In the previous inquiry, we observed that instead of try to use natural grasses, so there we also provide green fodder and roasted gram to some extent, but later on these were reduced and the animals were totally on the natural food. So they were then shifted to the nature to the enclosure in their original habitat in the nature. So we have successful stories ultimately that rehabilitation of in the wild, and they were very much satisfied there. And the second video which I am going to show you, that is September 2020, where the animals, male, female, with their fawns can be seen. And this was my dream, that ultimately a time will come when we will be successful in rehabilitation of these black bugs. And we are lucky enough, and I am very happy, and I am very much satisfied that in my life we are successful for the rehabilitation of these black bugs. God may increase their population and they may enjoy nature. I pray to Almighty Allah that may enjoy their nature, their ancestors' habitat in a well mannered way, and they may free there. So as usually they were in previous, their ancestors were there in these wild areas. So now we can see. So I am going to show you documentaries. As I told you that this was my dream, which was fulfilled ultimately by the grace of Almighty Allah. Let us enjoy this documentary. We can see black bugs, male, female. These are in the natural habitat. These are in the wild state now. Here we can see, we can see herd of black bucks with their fawns. I want to repeat this documentary. So anybody may enjoy this. The last document is just that we have confiscated some parakeets, and these were released in their wild natural habitat in this park. So with this, my presentation is almost complete, and I am thankful to you, all the participants, that they listened me such patiently, and I conclude my talk. दरख्तों पे नाम लिखना. So please, whenever you visit a wilderness area, you must enjoy the beauty of nature, that is animals, birds. Thank you very much. Hello? हेलो
हेलो
जी जी आवाज आ रही है मेरी
हाँ आ रही है सर
ठीक हो गया
हाँ जब जाहिर
if
साहब
you have
कर
any
रहा था
question if you have any question
और
please feel to ask me
हाँ,
I would love to answer that question
लाइट डिस्टर्ब कर रहा हूँ पावर है
Is there any questions from audience? Hello? Is there any question from the audience? Hello?
हाँ कोई झा साहब
जी जी
Good afternoon to all of you.
हाँ
Yeah,
हम
Professor
झा साहब से पूछ
Day-8
रहे थे
has made an excellent presentation, starting from the geographical location of the national park.
हाँ
And he also gave an importance of the terms of tourism. He also gave an importance on it in terms of the environmental parameters, the major flora and fauna, that is the biodiversity of the area, including the major wildlife, the black buck population or black buck distribution. He also mentioned about the Wildlife Protection Act of 1974, whereas we have done earlier, we have got the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972 in India as far as the India is concerned, but we are having in the Wildlife Protection Act 1974. Professor Zahid Iqbal Khan also gave an insight of the in situ conservation, the penalties imposed for the violation of the law of the land, the education and awareness programs of the national park. He has completely dwelled upon the ex situ conservation programs, the captive breeding programs, the relocation of the rehabilitation programs of the breeding population. He gave an excellent account of the failures, checks, success attempts. I really congratulate Professor Zahid Iqbal Khan for keeping his time and also giving a wonderful presentation. I sincerely thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be a chairman for this session. Thank you, and thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Ramakrishna sir, for chair the session and given your views on lecture. And Dr. Jahid साहब ने बहुत बढ़िया लाल सुहानरा नेशनल पार्क की पूरी जानकारी अपने एक्सपीरियंस के साथ दी। उनका अपना वाइल्ड लाइफ पर स्वयं का ये काम था और बहुत अच्छे ढंग से एक अच्छे वाइल्ड लाइफर हैं वो, और बहुत अच्छी जानकारी इसके संबंध में और शुरुआती हिस्ट्री से लेकर के और पूरी बातें यहाँ पर एक्ट और जो वहाँ पे और भी कार्य हुए हैं जो वाइल्ड लाइफ है उसके में विस्तृत जानकारी जो है यहाँ पर हमारे ऑडियंस को प्रोवाइड कराई और लोगों ने उसको अच्छे ढंग से किया और इसका लाभ जो है हमारे क्षेत्र के पूरे सभी लोग के, खासकर ये साउथ ईस्ट एशियन कंट्रीज के लोगों को मिलेगा, क्योंकि ये जो उनका प्रेजेंटेशन है ये यूट्यूब के द्वारा भी बच्चों तक पहुंचाया जा रहा संस्थानों पर, और वो उसको देखेंगे और नए रिसर्च की जो के फील्ड होंगे उससे जुड़ेंगे। और इसका मकसद भी यही है कार्यक्रम का कि इस पूरे क्षेत्र का साउथ ईस्ट एशियन कंट्रीज के जितने भी प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया, नेशनल पार्क, वाइल्ड लाइफ हैं, उनको पूरे क्षेत्र के लोग समझें और आगे चल करके इसका लाभ खासकर यंग जनरेशन को मिल सके। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जाहिद साहब, और आपने समय दिया। निश्चित रूप से हमारा आपसे चर्चा बीच बीच में होती रहती थी और यही कार्यक्रम का ही एक अच्छा समय मिला जिससे कि हम लोग आपस में जुड़ सके हैं और आगे भी इसी तरह से आपका कॉपरेशन और अपन दोनों की चर्चाएं विषय पर होती रहेंगी। और एक बार मैं अपने फिर से मैं ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी की ओर से डॉक्टर रामकृष्णा सर को और डॉक्टर जाहिद साहब को अपने ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी की ओर से और सभी अपने स्टाफ की ओर से धन्यवाद देता। जाहिद साहब,
मैं
हेलो,
लास्ट में बस एक हेलो, मेरी आवाज सुन सकते हैं आप?
हाँ हाँ आ रही है, बोलिए। यस, आ रही है।
That it is honor for me to present something about wildlife conservation. If you invite me anytime, anywhere, I am always welcome you, sir. And it is honor for me. And it is my satisfaction to talk and discuss about wildlife conservation, as it is my passion. It is not my profession. It is also my passion. And I always discuss wildlife conservation, these issues, etc. In addition to all the other discussion, I have no concern. So I am always happy to listen something that is invitation from anywhere to talk about wildlife conservation. And one question I want to ask, that people did not take interest and did not ask question. I think so that you are successful. You may be successful. It is no doubt that in India you have 18 biosphere, and whereas in Pakistan we are going to declare biosphere reserve. We have no, our biosphere declaration is still in the pipes. So you have different projects of rehabilitation, and you are successful in those. Would you like to mention one or two?
Yes, sir.
And you have projects like rehabilitation, as I discussed, rehabilitation of black bucks. You have rehabilitation of vultures, and you have rehabilitation of any mammals, etc.
हाँ जी जी, काफी लोग यहाँ पे जुड़े हैं से जो चर्चा हुई है फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर, जो खासकर बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व पर भी हमारे यहाँ चर्चा हुई है, और लगभग 25 प्रेजेंटेशन सभी 18 बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व को हमने कवर किया है यहाँ के पूरा जो है, जो कोल्ड डिजर्ट से लेकर के और ग्रेट निकोबार तक जो 18 हो
सही।
इधर यस कक्ष का है, उधर जो मेराइन में है साउथ इंडिया में, और इसके अलावा हमारे क्षेत्र में भी सर एक बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व है, अमरकंटक बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व, ये हमारे क्षेत्र में ही है। और इसके अलावा हमारे जो स्टेट में दो हैं, एक पचमढ़ी बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व है, तो इस पर बॉटनी और वाइल्ड लाइफ दोनों ही फील्ड में जो है फ्लोरा और फाना का यहाँ पर हमने टॉक कराया है, और उसकी बुक भी बहुत जल्दी हम आपको प्रोवाइड कराएंगे। बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व और बॉटनी गार्डन पर पहला वॉल्यूम जो है वो हमारा कॉलेज कंप्लीट कर चुका है।
Mashallah, mashallah. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations to team or the workers who worked upon the biosphere reserve, and he wrote a book. Documentation is necessary for future generations. So I am very grateful to you. I am very thankful to you, and always welcome your invitation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
Say
salam to every
Dr.
participant.
Ramakant. Yes.
हेलो
जी जी।
हाँ, yes sir.
मैं कुछ कहना है?
ओके सर, ओके ओके।
नहीं बस
अल्लाह हाफिज। Say my salam to every participant.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
sir,
you very much. Allah hafiz.
for sharing the session. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
yes, sir. So now next session, chairperson Dr. M. Nambirajan, sir, Joint Director General, Archaeological Survey of India, New Delhi. Yes, welcome, sir. Our eminent speaker, Dr. Kalimullah Lasari Sahab, Chairperson, Technical Consultative Committee for Mohenjo-daro, Sindh, Pakistan. सर जस्ट फोन कर रहा हूँ, वही बात हुई है लसारी साहब से। हाँ, ज्वाइन कर लिए हैं सर? हाँ, यस सर, वेलकम वेलकम वेलकम। तो आई एम रिक्वेस्टिंग टू डॉक्टर नामिराजन सर, प्लीज इंट्रोड्यूस अवर इमिनेंट स्पीकर। Namirajan sir, please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Professor Khan Mishra. I thank you for inviting me to chair this session on interesting talk on funerary architecture of Sindh region. I'm actually extremely happy and an honor for me to chair this session. Let me introduce Professor Kalimullah Lashari, Chairman Technical Consultative Committee for Mohenjo-daro. I gone through his CV. It is very exhaustive, and we can understand while going through his scholarship and contributions to Pakistan cultural heritage and archaeology. Dr. Kalimullah is an expert in cultural heritage of Pakistan and applied archaeology. He has done a lot of projects, major projects, of heritage buildings, establishment of museums, etc., all over the country. And he has been, a consultant, or has been liaising with many other international institutions in the field of cultural heritage. He's chairman of the Technical Consultative Committee for Mohenjo-daro.
Namirajan sahab.
Yeah. Yeah.
Namirajan sahab.
Can you hear me?
जाहिद साहब का अभी वो चल रहा है, वो मैं बंद करा दूं तो पूरी फोटो सही आए। जाहिद साहब सर, डॉक्टर जाहिद सर।
जी जी।
सर अपना ये प्रेजेंटेशन जो है वो बंद कर दें तो नेक्स्ट सेशन चले।
ओके ओके।
ये जो हाँ इसको स्टॉप कर दें सर।
अब ठीक हो गया? हो गया?
हाँ नहीं, अभी ठीक नहीं हुआ सर। स्टॉप शेयरिंग में क्लिक कर दें, स्टॉप शेयरिंग में क्लिक कर दें।
ठीक हो गया, ठीक हो गया। अब ठीक है?
ओके, थैंक यू। हाँ,
वेलकम सर, वेलकम सर।
Yeah, I am continuing with my introduction.
यस सर, यस सर।
Dr. Kalimullah, apart from being chairman of the Technical Consultative Committee for Mohenjo-daro, he is also chairman, Central Record Office, Government of Sindh, chair of Management Board for Antiquities. And he has got a long list of publications. And his recent work on epigraphy of Makli is a very, very important one. He has also attended, presently is doing research on international conferences, collections in Pakistan, and comparative analysis with the collections in the Museum of Fine Art, Boston, Metropolitan Museum, New York, University Museum, Philadelphia, etc. He has a postdoctoral from the University of Wisconsin, USA in 2005 and 2006. We welcome you, sir, to make the presentation. We are honored. Such an eminent scholar
I'm
from
thankful
Pakistan,
to the chair for
speaking
such a
in this international webinar. The speaker will return for the 18th century. Professor Kalimullah, we are extremely happy and we invite you to make the presentation, sir. Thank you. Please continue. You can start the presentation. Dr. Kalimullah.
वो हम शुरू करवा रहे हैं सर।
जनाब, thank you,
सर,
thank you.
सर का वीडियो कॉलिंग है। इसके पहले सर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे सर?
जनाब, पहले तो शुक्रिया अदा करूंगा चेयर का for the generous introduction. He has been very kind to me, and I'm Mishra ji, I'm happy for this invitation to attend this event, and I'm actually wondering how much work has gone into collecting all these eminent scholars under one this title and bringing the opportunity for all of us and the students as you attend to have the widespread information available under one forum and one title. So I'm amazed and
Eugenia Santocapa, a Myrtaceae plant. This is also an EW, extinct in the wild. So there are some, there is a big tree, where medium-sized tree in the Royal Botany Gardens, Peradeniya, and that's supposed to be the only living plant on Earth of this species. We have propagated that too. So there are such plants which are conserved ex situ, and they are there because of that. I'm not saying that the entire genetic setup is conserved, but at least for exhibition purposes, for showcasing the species, we have those. So we are actually planning. We have, of course, propagated some of those, and then we'll be able to introduce them into suitable habitats. So, so there are some other critically endangered species also conserved at the botanical gardens. So one of them is actually this Violaceae plant, Rhinoria decora. Now, when we did the 2012 National Red List, we put 5 plants as extinct. And one of them, I mean, those plants are Rhinoria decora, Rhinoria bengalensis, Crudia zelanica, Blumia angustifolia, and Strobilanthes caudatus. But then later, 3 of those plants are found: Rhinoria decora, Rhinoria bengalensis, and Crudia zelanica. So those 3 plants we have now brought to the botanic gardens and we have propagated. Now this is Rhinoria decora, which was thought to be extinct, but now we see there was a population in a home garden, and we have cultivated it. And same with this Rhinoria bengalensis. So these also now in the good. Actually, these things happened during last 2-3 years, not so long ago. And then, of course, this another interesting thing is plant is Vanda thwaites, beautiful plant, small plant by the way. We had only a diagram or only a painting of that in the herbarium, and it was thought to be extinct. But then later, this was rediscovered. And so we have also propagated that, and we have that in the gardens. So the other plant is Mesua stylosa or Kaya stylosa in the Cruciaceae family. This plant is actually found in the wild, and in the wild there is only one location where you find it in natural habit, I mean in natural condition, and in that place also there are only 6 individuals. So this is represented by 6 wild individuals in the wild, and the rest are all in the botany gardens. We have plants cultivated. So there are plants like that which are protected because they are cultivated in the botany garden. So we are specializing on those things, and our team is working on the critically endangered plants, and we are working. Going on field trips and planting, collecting them and propagating them and trying to reintroduce them into the suitable habitats. And in addition to that, a lot of other work done on lower groups of plants, bryophytes and lichens also. Recently, we started studying lichens, and then now the number of lichens, list of lichens is in the increase. Bryophytes is also same. And we actually get support from outside people also, from Chinese and some scientists from Singapore, and they conducted many workshops on bryophytes and lichens, and these are done in our labs within the botanical gardens with field trips participated by young people. And in addition to that, there are some educational and training programs also on biodiversity conservation, herbarium techniques, and we conduct national and international workshops. This is a recent workshop conducted by Dr. Mark Chase from the George Dredd Laboratory. I'm sure many of you know about the Angiosperm phylogeny group, APG. He's one of the chief architects of that, and he himself conducted the workshop on phylogenetic systematics. And then we have these diploma students working. There are 2 diploma courses, High National Diploma and National Diploma. So they are also working and participating in many activities. So we have this 2-year High National Diploma, 1-year Diploma, National Diploma, and 3-month certificate courses. All these are NVQ accredited courses, National Vocational Qualifications, and then there are short courses also. And those people are given practical training on various things, drawings, AutoCAD, and even hand planning drawings, and also tree cans maintenance, tree surgery, and also some things they are being trained. And one of the things I have to mention is that gardens are looked as beautiful places. I mean, one of the main activities of a garden is to create a nice environment. People come to relax, and then maybe they want to get away from their busy schedule and have a nice time, and then enjoy life, and then get clean air. And while they enjoy the beauty of the gardens, they learn things passively, education by stealth. So that is one of the things we always see, that the botanic gardens are maintained as beautiful places, beautifully maintained and horticulturally designed and landscape wise. Those things are actually key things, not just run down ill maintained places, beautiful places to attract people. And then of course it has another dimension. You get a lot of income. Actually our botanic gardens are run at a profit. We earn 3-4 times or even more than what we spent on the maintenance. So even the government is happy. So there are a lot of foreign visitors coming. Before the COVID, we had about 200 to 300,000 overseas visitors. Of course, we have differential rates for foreign tourists, so we charge a little more from the overseas visitors, and the income is in the increase. So yesterday also we discussed about the in situ conservation, that is conserving species in situ or in the same ecosystem. So in our country, we have set aside 29% of our land area as protected area. So those are mainly administered by the forest department and the wildlife department through 2 legal instruments. One is the Fauna and Flora Protection Ordinance, and the Forest Conservation Ordinance. So they are doing a pretty good job in conserving the ecosystem. But then now I'll show you the areas. Now this is Sri Lanka, and the color green is used to denote the areas protected by the Forest Department. The purple color is for the areas protected by the Wildlife Conservation Department. So 29% of the land is protected legally by the by law. And then with all that, with all the in situ conservation activities, we keep seeing that 48% of our flowering plants are threatened. So that's a serious thing. So we can see that in situ conservation alone is not doing the job. So that's why, although it's not the best option, we are resorting to in ex situ conservation also. So ex situ conservation involves the collecting, handling, and management, including research, of living germplasm, its storage, regeneration, characterization, evaluation, documentation, and dissemination to users. So that has to be done carefully, because that is also mentioned in the Convention of Biodiversity, that ex situ conservation and in situ conservation should be complementary. I mean, just because you want to bring a plant and grow it somewhere, you should not do that. You have to see whether you can do it, whether you are doing is going to affect the local population. There are a lot of things you have to do. And then if you have to do, you have to be qualified enough to conduct the cultivation. So there are various things in the CBD. If you read, there are some conditions. I mean, just any Tom, Dick, and Harry should not do ex situ conservation. So ex situ conservation has to be done by the botanists who are qualified enough or capable enough to do this kind of thing, and it should be complementary. Those things which cannot be conserved by in situ should be conserved by ex situ. So like that, I don't know to go into detail. So in this country, I mean in Sri Lanka, there are Professor Gunatilak and Ashton, they have divided our country into 15 floral regions. These are not climatic zones. They are not soil groups or anything. So these are floral regions, floristic regions. So these 15 floristic regions have different floristic communities. Now this actually later this was subdivided. A few more things came, but then at least you can see that there's a large dry zone, a floristic region, and then in the wet zone there are several different floristic regions within the same area. From place to place, there are different floristic communities. The assemblages, floristic groups are different. Now, if you take Horton Plains is not a very big area. It's about only 3,000 hectares. But that itself is a floristic region, unique floristic region, because the floristic communities you get in that region is not found anywhere else. So anyway, so the idea was to have botanic gardens in representative floristic regions. Now, Peradeniya is here, established in 1821, and then you have Haggala Botanic Gardens. Sorry, this is Haggala, this is Peradeniya. Haggala in 1861 and 1876, Gampaha, all during the British period. And then we thought of having other botanic gardens, in other representative, other floristic regions to represent. Because now, if you want to cultivate a plant of this region, we have to have botanic gardens in this region, because now this is a dry area, and if you bring a plant from dry area and try to plant it in the subtropical climate here in Norelia, it won't work. The reverse is also true. So if you are to conserve the dry zone plants, you have to have your botanic gardens in the dry zone. Same here. So therefore, it was decided to establish botanic gardens in different floristic regions. And the first one was started in 2006 in the driest area of this country, our country. So you can see how it looked in 2016. 2006. This is a neem tree, and these are just very, very dry area. And in 2006, the botanic gardens Mirijal was started, and area was the selected area was in 3,000, extent is 3,000 acres. It's near Hambantota, very dry area. Rainfall is very low. So we started that, and that's how this is the entrance now. That's how it looks now. as I said, we are also paying attention to increase the visual, impact. I mean, the scenic beauty also, so that people can be attracted. There are formal gardens and all these floral things and plant houses. A lot of visitors who come, and they are of course there are avenues, and since it's very hot, people like to hire battery operated vehicles, because some people don't want to walk in the hot sun, so we have those facilities. And in addition to those, we have, I'm sorry, I went back. Sorry, I have to go back again. Sorry, press the wrong button. Okay, now these aesthetic features are there for people to relax and enjoy. And these are arboretum. In fact, all these trees were planted from 2008, because I was trying hard to maintain the plants, but then there are a lot of damage by the elephants, because these are an area frequented by wild elephants. So what we did was we erected an electric fence around the entire garden, 300-acre garden, and after the erection of the electric fence only, we were able to maintain the trees planted. So this is a collection of trees planted, and all these things are planted trees, and they are doing very well. So there are other activities, features. So people, now some of these photographs, of course, I got from internet, because I don't know who these people are. So people seem to enjoy and post their photographs in the internet. This is a plant house. These actually, I don't know who these people are. I just collected from internet. So there are students, and we have a lot of education programs. These are university students from University of Peradeniya. They come here on field trips, and those are they have been taught on various ecological and botanical aspects. So in addition to that, there are activities to support the community, promoting floriculture, and these are actually vanda plants grown for promoting. And then after that, this was started in 2006 and 2008. We started another botanic garden in close to Colombo, just 1 hour from Colombo. Wetstone Botanic Garden in Ilukovit, Avisavela, near Avisavela town. That area, getting an area in Colombo district was a huge, Herculean task, but we were successful in getting 105 acres to establish a botanic garden, and this is how it looked at the inception, and now that's how it looks. There are many special places, and these actually similar. These in the floristic region, similar to Singharaja rainforest, the tropical evergreen forest. So we can conserve plants of the rainforest in this area, and this is an ideal site, because we have a hilly area and flat area, and then a lot of aquatic habitats, so that we can conserve a lot of plants. And of course, these being closer to Colombo, we get a lot of visitors, and if you go on a weekend, the whole area is filled with tourists. Visitors who come to enjoy. And there are many feature films and teledramas and advertisements. Those are done within the gardens. They use it as the background for many of them. Then again, recently this has become a very popular destination for wedding pre-shoots. People who are getting married, they come and do all sorts of filming, and it's like Second World War if you go in a weekend, because there are drone cameras flying over your head. So it's a very popular site, and there are many people coming. And then, of course, in addition to that, we have the arboretum. And in the weekend, its whole area is full. It's beautiful. And then, as the arboretum contains many plants of the tropical rainforest, it's a very good site for conservation. And unlike in the other gardens, we are not thinking of having any avenues or any ornamental areas. Only the entrance has flowers, and the rest of the area, I think about 102 acres or even more, are full of greenery and for hikes and things, and also to study plants in the habitats. So each garden has a different theme, and they are serving different communities for different areas. And the underlying principle is that our main theme, that is exotic conservation. So I think botany gardens have contributed a lot to that, and hopefully we'll be able to increase the number of botany gardens. And already there is a plan to establish a botany gardens to conserve mangrove plants in the southwest of the country. An area has been allocated. The work has not begun because of the initially because of the COVID, and now because of the very bad economic conditions we are undergoing. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Once again, Professor Mishra, thank you very much for inviting me to do this presentation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Cyril. Hello, I am audible?
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cyril Vijayasundara. A very illuminating talk and very informative. And because botany garden, herbarium are the uh, key sources for awareness of the plants growing in particular country. So you have taken vast interest, you have taken keen interest in development of botany gardens, beautiful botany garden you have developed in many places, really wonderful, and this contribution is very remarkable. So I thank you on behalf of myself as well on the behalf of the organizer. Which classification you is
Sir,
following?
sir,
हाँ,
सर सीरियल साहब से थोड़ा रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज share your slide. Actually, now power is on, so please share your slide for our YouTube preparation.
Okay, I will. Yeah.
अभी सर लाइट नहीं थी, लाइट आ गई है तो थोड़ा यूट्यूब में शुरू कीजिए.
Cyril, you show initial slides, first two, most by I think up to 10, 1 to 10.
Okay.
And I think last slides, Professor Mishra. Professor Mishra,
yes, sir.
In recording last slides already, I think recorded.
Already, but in initial shuru.
Initial slides 1 to 10.
1 to 10. Sir. 1 to 25 for 1 minute.
Okay.
10 minutes or 10 seconds.
Quickly you show.
Yeah, I will try. So the only thing is that when I put it to full screen mode, doesn't.
Yes, sir. Full screen ho gaya.
Yeah, I put full screen. Does it move now?
No.
Full screen is not required. You just show, and this will be enlarged.
Now you can see, right?
Yeah, I am.
Is it moving?
Yes.
Moving.
Next. Next.
Yeah.
Next. I think
और
Professor.
चलने दें. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So thank you, Professor Mishra.
Okay.
So thank you, Cyril Vijay Sundra. This is a very interesting and informative talk about the botany garden and herbarium, which is located in Colombo, Sri Lanka. You have taken keen interest in development of wasteland into the botany garden in various ways, and you have also introduced many endemic plants. What classification you are following in your herbarium?
No, well, actually, we have two wings. One is the oldest, old one. There you have plants, specimens collected before 1968. So in that wing, we still keep. I mean, we don't change the original classification. That is Hutchinson's,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that was the classification. We didn't want to change it for historical sake, right?
Okay.
But
Okay.
the other collection, the recent collections collected after 1968 are in APG, Angiosperm Phylogeny Group classification.
So had you been to Royal Botanic Garden, Kew?
Yes, I got my training also from Royal Botanic Gardens.
Okay, good.
Back in 1960.
This is very interesting, Royal Botanic
I was
Garden,
trained there.
Kew
I
is
was
a
trained
big.
at.
This is a very big garden and beautiful herbarium there, and a
I was
lot of
trained.
access.
I was trained at Q in 1983. So
Okay,
I got my
1983.
basic training.
Okay, good.
After that,
So
also I visited.
had you been to in India? Have you
Well,
visited
I
our?
only botanic garden I went to in India is Lal Bagh Botanic Garden in Bangalore.
And your botanic garden, Calcutta, Howrah. This is the
Calcutta,
largest
I'm
one.
sorry.
This
Well,
is
of
the
course,
largest one.
Calcutta.
This is the largest one.
Calcutta, yeah. Calcutta is largest and the oldest.
And National Botanical Research Institute also has a big garden, large garden,
Yeah,
and old botanic garden with a beautiful herbarium.
I know because
So
that was
about 2.5 accessions are there in the herbarium. We have
right.
all lower group of plants as well higher plants in this herbarium at NBRI. Yeah,
Yeah, I
so
know.
this
That's
is
one of my dreams. One of
uh,
my dreams to one day to come to NBRI Lucknow.
what to see, and we have big botanic garden.
I
Under
know.
my leadership, I have developed a moss garden, botanic garden in our
Great.
NBR Institute botanic garden, and this is one of the innovative project, and only moss house is available in India and
Great.
nowhere else. We have introduced temperate as well as tropical plants in the local conditions. So there
Oh,
is a
that's nice.
beautiful house, and a landscaping is there uh, as per the suits of the plants, and temperate and tropical bryophytes are there. Lichens are well represented in our herbarium. So
Okay.
Dr. Preth was in charge, and now other successor have taken charge. So this, I think, you should visit India, and
At least one day. Yes.
these botanic garden are very precious and what to see. So thank you for a nice presentation once again. I wish you.
Jafar, sir. Hello. Dr. Jafar, co-chair, sir.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I am coming. So I welcome to Jafar Saab from Government Botanic Garden, Lahore, for giving your comments. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Varindra and Dr. Sundra. It's very interesting presentation actually. So it's recalling my memories of my visits around UK and then in Nepal and also in different parts as well. So I congratulate you on a really effective work on ground. So this is really how the botanists should work in implementing the policies at the global level, at the national level. So I really
Yeah.
salute your work. So I have two questions before I move further. One thing is, do you have index seminum of your garden?
Uh, Well, we had and we had one started during the time of Mr. Jaivir back in the 50s, and then when I took over, I also started one. That was late, but now with the electronic age, we don't publish it. But if there are any requests, of course, we'll consider. For a bona fide botanic gardens, I'm not for everybody, for commercial people, but for bona fide botanic gardens, it's still active, and we'll be able to supply, whatever requested.
So do you exchange some seeds? Because when I saw your dry zone botanic garden and at the area of 300 hectares, so it's quite interesting. So which were the main species you target to have that big
Well,
area to
actually,
be?
that's the interesting thing, because now during the time of the British, there was this exchange of plants. I mean, if you look at the Peradeniya collection, some of those places you can't even visit now, right? Because there are a lot of restrictions now. For example, Nicobar Island. I mean, you can't visit those places now. But we have so many species now. After the independent, after the creation of the botanical gardens as an independent body out of the Department of Agriculture, the emphasis changed actually. Now we are more into conservation of the local flora rather than if you want to get an outside germplasm, that is for germ, say for example hybrid. Now Lucknow, of course, I know Lucknow is doing a lot of horticulture research, coming up with new hybrids and things, chrysanthemum and all that kind of stuff. Now, if you are doing floriculture or any other plant improvement, we need foreign germplasm. Other than that, we are actually at the current times we are concentrating mostly on the local flora. We want to conserve ex situ the local flora. But germplasm exchange comes only for special things like, say, for example, if you want to show people ginkgo biloba or what is this, ambrose. I mean, some important plants, unique plants for big botanical interest, we try to get. But otherwise, there's no organized, exchange program at the moment.
Yeah. So in my comments, actually, the real thing which I would like to say is many botanic gardens at the global level, they are working on different aspects. So what really make me quite amazed to see is working on the red data list for Sri Lanka. And the first thing which you mentioned was published in 2012, and then you got another version in 2020. So it's really amazing, which need more, guidelines for the policymakers and institutes as well. Which species need the real conservation? What's the conservation status of that? So you prioritize the species. That's really amazing, which I could see. Other thing is like the history of the garden, and then sustainability of the garden, which is again one very good point. Most of the gardens which are lacking the finances to manage.
Yes.
And you very
Yes, yes.
rightly mentioned that you generate lots of income which could not only maintain the garden but also generate towards some kind of income for the national level or the provincial level, which is great, I would say. So these are the things which we need to work together, learn from each other, and especially the experts like you and Dr. Vindra, just how we can come up with more, like it's like a global issue now. So how we can support each other, learn from each other, and then we come up with as a global kind of perspectives of saving the species. And in this era of climate change and over exploitation, the most important research and application of science is to work on the species restoration. What we have lost, get it back to the natural habitat. So these are my comments, and really enjoyed this session. I would like to congratulate the organizer, the speakers, very effective one. And next time we can have more, interactive speakers and more audience to get and learn from each other. So thank you very much.
So thank you, Professor Jafar and Cyril Vijendra for giving important suggestion by Jafar Saab, as well as a nice presentation by Cyril. So naturally, we will take note of the suggestions made by Jafar Saab, and thank you to the organizer for giving me opportunity, especially Professor Iskand Mishra, the head of the department. Thank you to all listeners or participants who are attending this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Virendra sir, emeritus professor, emeritus scientist, NBRI Lucknow, one of the prominent institute of India, as well as Asia. Given time for I chair the session, and Dr. Jafar Siddiq Saab, assistant professor botany, Lahore University, and in charge botany garden, and our eminent speaker, Professor Cyril Vijay Sundara, research professor of Sri Lanka, given a nice talk on botanical garden of Sri Lanka. Thanking you, sir, and you also given me a time for chair a session. So thank you, all of you, sir. Thank you. So next session, very important session, is the chairperson, Professor Dr. Som Katiwala, Professor and Head of Department, Central Department of Nepali History, Culture and Archaeology, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. Our eminent speaker, Mr. Pankaj Pratyum Bardolai, Deputy Director, Art and Museum, Rashtrapati Bhavan, New Delhi. And his talk on decolonization and colonial narratives in Indian Museum, Process and Perspective. Dr. Mr. Pankaj, अभी वो सर जस्ट ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं प्रोफेसर सोम साहब.
हजूर हजूर आई एम हियर. ओके.
हाँ, हमने उनको फोन किया है, वो ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं.
ठीक है. सबसे पहले उसको ज्वाइन करना चाहिए, तब शुरू करेंगे.
वो एक्चुअली क्या था, थोड़ा सेशन जो है वो अर्ली हो गया. मैंने उनको अभी उन्हें पूछा था तो 4 PM का टाइम मैंने दिया. एक्चुअली क्या था, अभी पावर कट के कारण एक सेशन हम वीडियो नहीं दिखा पाए. हम आगे दिखाएंगे, कल दिखाएंगे.
ठीक है.
वो जो पाकिस्तान का जो आर्किटेक्ट है उसका वीडियो था सर, वो हम दिखा नहीं पाए पावर कट की वजह से.
ठीक है.
कल उसको हम दिखाएंगे. बहुत अच्छा. वहाँ का जो मोहनजोदारो के कमेटी के चेयरपर्सन है डॉक्टर कलीमुल्ला लेसारी, वहाँ पे काफी अच्छा काम किया है उन्होंने, आर्किटेक्ट, और बहुत से टेम्पल के कंजर्वेशन पर उनका बड़ा रोल है. अभी आसमा मैडम जो उनके साथ थी, उनने वरुण टेम्पल के कंजर्वेशन पर टॉक दिया था, और वो उसके इन्हीं के साथ में हुआ था, एक सोसाइटी के थ्रू. तो वो पूरा जो है और इवन इस्लामिक आर्किटेक्चर पर भी उनका वो वीडियो है पूरा. तो वो हम अब कल दिखाएंगे, क्योंकि आज थोड़ा डिस्टर्ब हो गया पावर कट की वजह से. तो वीडियो वो हम अपनी तरफ से, क्योंकि हमारे पास है, वो उन्हें भेजा है, हम लोग यहाँ से उसको प्रेजेंट करेंगे.
I think it is better to go ahead with other paper if he comes late.
वो ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं जज सर। इसके बाद अगला पेपर जो है वो हमने टाइम 5 बजे का दिया है।
ठीक है।
जो लास्ट पेपर है।
हाँ,
तो उनके अभी एक्सपर्ट भी ज्वाइन नहीं किए हैं। इसके बाद थोड़ी देर बाद आएंगे वो लोग।
ठीक है सर।
आ रहे हैं। हाँ, ज्वाइन कर लिए सर। ओके, वेलकम। Mr. Pankaj Pratim Bardolai, Deputy Director, Art and Museum, Rashtrapati Bhavan, New Delhi. Eminent speaker and chairperson, Professor Dr. Som Khatiwala, Professor and Head of Department, Central Department of Nepali History, Culture, Archaeology, Devan University, Nepal. So, welcome, sir. And I am request to Professor Dr. Som Khatiwala, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Mr. Pankaj Pratim.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. At first, I want to congratulate to MSGC Rewa to organize this seminar, and I want to provide my thanks to you for providing me as a chance to be a chairperson for this session. Now, Pankaj Pratim Bardolai is going to present his paper. At first, I will read his short CV. Pankaj is currently the Deputy Director of Rashtrapati Bhavan Museum. He joined Rashtrapati Bhavan Museum, President House Museum in February 2014, and he was instrumental in all aspects of the establishment of the museum. Exhibition design, curation, collection, research, and documentation of the museum were supervised by him. He worked closely with former ICOM President Dr. Saroj Ghosh, who was the museum advisor to the President of India. Pankaj developed the learning and education strategy of Rashtrapati Bhavan Museum. He organizes lectures, exhibitions, and workshops and looks after the administration, finance, and overall management of the museum. He aims to increase visitor footfall by curating special exhibitions and community participation program and developing new multimedia exhibits. He was a fellow of the prestigious British Museum International Curatorial Training Program in 2018. He was a recipient of the fellowship granted by the Dutch government of Rentwaard Academy and Rajak Museum of the program, sharing stories of contested histories. Under his supervision, a massive restoration project is going on in Rashtrapati Bhavan in a phased manner. In the first phase, the famous pictorial maps of the cabinet room done by Percy Brown were restored. The high wall of the cabinet room and adorned with air and marine routes connecting India. They were modeled on the 17th century art of cartography. In the elegant state corridor, where all important ceremonial rooms are there, a new stage of ceiling mural paintings is created in the line of existing paintings by engaging an Indian artist. He is also working on the project of publication about various aspects of the art collections, works of Thomas William Daniel Emily Eden, collection of kitchen items, textiles of the house, jewelry of the collection, etc. in the phased manner. Pankaj regularly writes about art, heritage, and history, both in English and Assamese, his mother tongue. He is currently working on a research topic, Electoral Policies of Modern Assam, 1905-2015, colonial and post-colonial dimensions. Pankaj has an interest in modern Indian history, Indian popular art, art history, cultural heritage, museum management. He is known for his cultural and heritage advocacy works and is a voice of the sector. He also has numerous research publications in many prestigious journals. He is a doctoral candidate at Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, where he is trying to understand the true representation of the tribal identity and ethnicity in in social institutions like museum, in the event of many agents of social changes such as religious conservation and displacement, etc. Before joining Rashtrapati Bhavan Museum, he was the deputy curator of the Sanskriti Museums, a confluence of three museums, namely Sanskriti Museum of Indian Terracotta, Sanskriti Museum of Everyday Art, and Sanskriti Museum of Indian Textile. He also coordinated the International Artist in Residency program of Sanskriti Foundation. He extensively researched Indian popular art, Indian textile, and was also a member of the curatorial team of many exhibitions in Sanskriti. He lives in New Delhi with his wife and spends his leisure by playing mandolin and doing charity work. Okay, it is the short biodata which is given to me. Now, I request Pankaj Protim Badolai to start his presentation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible to everyone?
Okay, we are listening.
Yeah. First of all, sir, I'd like to thank Government MS Golvalkar College Rewa, which is affiliate to the APS University of Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. And then personally, I'd like to thank Professor Skand Mishra Saab because providing me this opportunity to speak about the topic. And I am really thankful for this uh, August opportunity provided to me. As you know that I have been a person who has been working with history, heritage, and museum, and my interest basically varied from history to museum, museum to art, and all allied activities related to the cultural sector. So over the years, definitely I have gained some experience of working with various like government agencies, museums, international organization, universities, and all. So my topic is basically I am talking about a very much pertinent topic of this time, which we have been every day we are dealing. So I'd like to give me permission our uh, chairman sir, who is from Tribhuvan University, and I am also thankful to him also, uh, Professor Khatiwara sir, because providing his valuable time for us. So I am proceeding with my presentation, and after that, accordingly, my slides I'll discuss about the topic. Thank you. Somehow I am unable to share the thing. Just give me 1 minute. How can I share my file? Uh, this is the problem I face with Zoom all the time. Window, it's not showing over there. Just give me a minute.
यदि
So
दिक्कत आ
I
रही
think you are able to see the slides, please. Skans up,
Yes.
can you just give me a thumbs up?
Okay, we are
Yeah.
able to see.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So my topic is basically I'm talking about the decolonization of the colonial narratives in Indian museums, process and perspective. As you know that at this point of time we have been struggling with some sort of debates in our cultural and uh, our uh, process that uh, that our museums what is should be the perspective of our museum should be, and based on that topic we have been facing that as a colonized nation we are supposed to how we are supposed to interpret our history and interpret our objects or interpret our identity through museums and similar sort of cultural institution. So this is the topic I am trying to deliberate on today. And my next slide, which I am trying to say that what is actually a decolonization. At this point of juncture, we have been hearing this word so much that now everybody is talking about that we should decolonize our past, we should decolonize our items, we should decolonize our thoughts even. So Washington Post, which is a very leading journal of the world, the leading daily of the world, they are saying that a process that institutions undergo to expand the perspectives they portray beyond those of the dominant cultural group, particularly white colonizers. So basically, we can understand from here that being a colonized nation, obviously many things has been imposed to us. It has not been allowed to think and see from our perspective as a colonizers. So to get rid of that idea and that perspective, this is what Washington Post has summarized. It is a process which is peculiar to the countries which are emancipated from the colonial clutches of the West. And India had been the world's biggest colony ever established by any Western power, as you know. And from Indian perspective, the process of decolonization of this country has been started from 15th August 1947, the day which we got independent. Yeah, decolonization denotes the understanding and initiating the process of creating own narrative and interpretation of nation building. Like if we are going to build our nations, and we need to have something of our own heritage, own culture, own perspective, our own ideas. If it's borrowed from the colonizer, if it's coming up from our colonial mentality, then it cannot be fully say that this is something which is our own. Again, for many Western countries who are former colonizers, decolonization in museum means providing more accessibility, inclusivity of marginalized communities, repatriation of material culture, etc., etc. So there is two different perspective I can say. From a country like India, which is a colony of the Britishers for more than 200 years, for us, decolonization means basically to see our things in our own way. And for countries like UK or for countries like France, countries like Spain, for them decolonization has a separate meaning. For them, it is giving more accessibility to defined communities which are marginalized. For example, I can say the Aboriginal, the people of Australia, they have been given importance to Australian museums. Then that is a kind of decolonization for them. But for us, it will be completely a separate, understanding in this context. So then how this things been done, because if you see the major museums of India, like the Indian Museum in Kolkata, the National Museum, the Chhatrapati Shivaji Vastu Sangrahala in Mumbai, or Rashtrapati Bhavan Museum in New Delhi, these museums are never apolitical spaces. Like if we say that this is a cultural institution, how politics and that sort of things are important to this organization? No, it is not actually. But nowadays, this is something that by not engaging in the politics of their pieces, they stand to uphold unequal dominant narratives. If the museums are not connected and not attached to the political condition of the country, or the situation, then it is something that museums are not a proper social organization. So museum interpretation should connect objects political history and engagement with the audience critically and with collective history. We cannot just say that okay, Tipu Sultan's this sword is not important for us, it doesn't have a history. We cannot say that. It has a story. Then this is museum's responsibility to discuss about this part, and then go forward with new collective understanding. Then if you see that that heritage preservation and interpretation are central functions of museums and constitute the most public dimension of the museum practice. This is a very important thing which Moira G. Simpson, who is a professor in the University of South Australia, she has been promulgating this idea that museums cannot stand alone as an institution which cannot deal with political or social like issues. So here you can see I have putting up some of the photographs of some objects. Like if you can see that ancient Buddha statue returned to India after 57 years by British government. So this is something we are decolonizing. This is something we are getting back our heritage. This is something which we are reinterpreting our heritage. Again, there's a project called India Pride Project, which has been initiated by some of the young history enthusiasts and some people. Even I am also a part of this project. One of our fellow colleague Anurag Saxena, he has pointed out that you haven't really decolonized the nation unless you have given back what theirs. So this is a very prominent thing we have been talking about. We have been asking that our Kohinoor diamonds should be returned to us. Our Mayur thrones should be returned to us. We are saying that many other more kind of statues and goddess statues, then textiles, then ivory things. Many things are in different European countries. So we have been saying that this sort of things should have been returned to us because this is our heritage, our decolonization process. So you can see I am putting up so many objects which has been returned to India over the time, which has been lying in different museums and art galleries in the world. At this point of time, I'd again also like to say that as you know that Tamil Nadu has a department which is under the Tamil Nadu police government, and that's called the idol wing. Idol wing means they basically deals with all the stolen artifacts of India, which has been stolen to different European countries, and they are trying to tracing them up and returning back to India. So this is also a sort of work which we have been doing, to decolonize our things, to get back our heritage, to preserve our heritage, to promulgate our heritage. So then, if we'll go to the next slide, I'm trying to say you, a small story related to my museum's collection. And if you see, this is the portrait of Robert Clive. As you know, Robert Clive is the person who has been the founder of British hegemony in India, and he is the person who has actually, started with this Battle of Plassey and established British government. So now this which I'm talking about, that this possession perspective required to interpret this portrait in the context of its political history. Now, if we'll clearly talk about what is the importance of this portrait, then we'll say that okay, this is the man who has actually started British hegemony, and that is truth. Now, to decolonize that process, how to interpret this painting? So this is a kind of a question always curators and museum managers basically felt, and to deal with that sort of a dilemma or confusion, we have to intervene with many collective history that to interpret this sort of paintings and give a kind of balanced message to the public. So by doing this thing, eventually this makes museum more accountable, forced to question origin of its collection, acknowledgement, and layering back the embedded power structure in museum collection. Now, if we'll hide the story of Robert Clive things and will not explain it to the public and not saying that okay, he's just a mere Governor General of India and that portrait is here, so then we will hide something actually. So better we should talk about the clear thing, right thing, and put up a proper perspective. Now, I'll say another very important thing related to this portrait. This is the I think only portrait we have in the country about Robert Clive. I think one more lithograph we have in Victoria, Memorial House in Kolkata. And this painting was somewhere lying in a store in Rashtrapati Bhavan, and nobody was aware about this particular piece of painting. And when I was working with this project of establishing this museum in Rashtrapati Bhavan in 2014, I have been looking after many important valuable artifacts. And one fine morning, I found it in a store, and we restored this painting, we preserved it there, and now it is hang over there. And we have created a little story around this painting because when Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru went to decide about the partition of India, that very day when he was entering to Lord Mountbatten's room, that room is now used as a secretary to the president office in Rashtrapati Bhavan. And when he was entering to that room and he was waiting for other members to come to decide about the partition of India, then he suddenly saw the portrait of Robert Clive was hanged just behind the chair of Mountbatten, and then he was so sad that I'm coming here to divide my country. And when he saw Robert Clive's painting, then he was so became more sad, because he says this is the man who actually started with this hegemony of British rule, and I'm today deciding the fate of the country, seeing his portrait. So this is very interesting how that sort of stories are connected to, not stories, actually information are connected to this sort of painting. So now this is how we have to now describe this sort of things in a colonized pattern or in a decolonized pattern. So what should be the decolonized pattern to talk about this by painting? That is the main question which museum people have to take care of. Again, I'm telling about that I'm giving another example, that there's an exhibition happened in National Museum, and that had been traveled well across to many countries, and the title of the exhibition was India and the World, a history in 9 stories, was a blockbuster exhibition held in 1718. This is the first exhibition of its kind in India and attempts to provide a model for museums to share their collection with people across the world, some of whom may otherwise never have access of them. Organized commemorating the 75 years of independence, collaborating with the very country from where we wrested power. Ironical. So I mean to say that this exhibition was organized. It is talking about India and the world, India's connection with other parts of the world. But we have organized this exhibition with collaborating with British government and the British Museum. So the exhibition failed to initiate or depict any inquiries into the journeys of the displayed object, silent about the dark aspect of the trade, looting, trauma, and colonization. Now, what I want to raise here is that this exhibition was a blockbuster exhibition. It was very well appreciated. Everybody liked this exhibition. This exhibition was inaugurated by, I think, Culture Minister. It was also shown in National Museum in Chhatrapati Shivaji Vastu Sangrahalaya also. So this was a huge success. But what I mean to say is that somehow this exhibition was failed to talk about the journeys of the object which has been reached to British Museum, which has been in their custody, in their dominance. Again, what are the stories behind those objects? What are the trade that happened over there? What sort of looting happened over there? The trauma, that process of colonization, all these things has not been discussed in this exhibition. So somehow we fail to, although it was a very successful exhibition from the art and aesthetics part, but from the political and from the socio historical point of view, we were failed to actually discuss about that process of colonization through this exhibition. So exhibition eventually a tool of museums, engagement with like audience. If we are failed to do it in such a way, then we are actually failed to provide the understanding of museums to the public. Then what is decolonization is? It is a very complex process. It is very complex because it is complex to discuss, complex to elaborate. It is complex to actually understand in some time, and it is very complex to actually disseminate the information. Then it is painful. Now anyone can ask me how it is painful. Like, see, the Jallianwala Bagh massacre has been happened, and many people have died. There was a brutal British hegemonial imposition of power was happened at that time. But till now, no British government has ever seek forgiveness from the people of India about that incident, which has been happening all across the country, all across the world actually. So that has not been happening. So we have painful memories attached to the decolonization process. If we're talking about that, then we are actually reviving our pain, reviving our things. Then it is hard, it is very complex. I have already told you how hard to explain Robert Clive painting is in a bad light or in a good light. So it is really, really hard. Then it is disruptive. It is how it is disruptive, that it doesn't have a flow of understanding. It doesn't have a flow of discussion. It doesn't have a flow of information. If it is somewhere in one side, then somewhere in other side. So it is very disruptive in its nature. Then it's multidimensional. It has many varied stuff of talking about it will talk about politics, it will talk about culture, it will talk about economy, it will talk about society, art, culture, many things. And it is ever changing. The dynamics of decolonization is always change, because today with what we are talking about may not be the same for some time, because new research, new information may emerge, and that point of time the entire dynamics, entire understanding of a particular thing will be changed. So that is a very important thing to understand. So now, what should be the right approach to deal with this? No, so somebody is talking about decolonization, then how to do that? So that is another query. We have to talk about how it has to be. Uh, talk about this part. So if you see, I'm putting up some word that share, care, accept, inclusivity, honesty, holistic, and finally healing and becoming agent of social and political justice. So now see, of 1911 Delhi Darbar, we have two silver thrones in Rashtrapati Bhavan Museum, where King George and Queen Mary was seated over there and declared that transfer of capital from New Kolkata to New Delhi. So now, how I will interpret this throne? That this is the throne where the British has established their suzerainty, British has established their authority, or how? So then again, if you see, there is a painting I am putting up. This is a trading post of the Dutch East India Company in Hooghly, Bengal. There is an artist from Netherlands, Hendrik van Suzenberg. This museum is displayed in Rijksmuseum in Netherlands. And if you will see this museum closely, then you will find that native Indian people has been drawn as slaves and worker people, and some English people were shown here as authoritative nature. So now how will interpret this painting? So this is the question arise. Then I am putting up in the left side how to do that. We have to share information. We cannot hide the things. And when we are sharing some information, we have to care also. So how to care it? We have to care that we are not depriving someone's sentiment, and at the same time we are not hiding someone's sentiment. Again, we have to accept the reality. Something has happened in history, we cannot erase that. We have to accept that the behind brutality, the behind horrors of that act, we have to accept that part. Then inclusivity, we have to be inclusive. We have to understand that okay, this is something happened in past, but we have to be a kind of inclusive efforts we have to done to understand that part. We cannot blame someone from their misdeed of past in the present, but at the same time we should also seek our justice from them, whoever has done that atrocities to us. That is an important thing. I've already put it up. Honesty is a very important thing. At this context, we have to find out the honest answer for this sort of queries, this sort of situation, and talk about that. Then the holistic approach we have to taking up all the things, taking up all the important aspect of this, discussion. And finally, healing. Healing is important. The time heals everything. So in that way, we have to heal by our mutual understanding of the things, and then to become an agent of social and political justice. And if something has happened in the past is wrong, we have been able to identify it, we have been able to talk about it, we have been able to understand it. Then this is very much important that we should talk about these things. We should talk about this past, this about the shareholders, stakeholders present today, and we should discuss about that. And if possible, whatever the possible extent we can accept, we should accept. And after that, if there is no point of acceptance, then there should be some sort of mutual healing process. Like as I said, for Jallianwala Bagh massacre, if we would have received a apology from the British government, I think that would be sort of a healing aspect of our understanding. So that sort of approach we have to take in this context. Again, my topic is not so big, and I am not very much going into detail, but there are a lot of things to be discussed. It is a very everlasting matter of discussion. And as you say, my concluding statement, that museums work closely with both the communities from which their collection originate and those they serve. It is the sixth principle of ICOM's Code of Ethics for Museums in 1986. So I am interpreting it in this way that okay, we are getting some objects or some artifacts or some textiles or whatever we have, and this is actually not serving one community's aspect. It can be of both communities. Both communities means the colonial people and the colonizers, and it also talks about their collection originate and those they serve. Basically, if you try to understand this point in this way, like say like that Kalamkari textile of India, it is belong to a particular community or particular region of the country, and it travel to a some other museums of the world, and it is displayed over that there. then it will talk both the stories. Both the stories means the stories related to its past, means where it was originated, who has made it, how the like Ubhars have woven it, all this point. And again, it was displayed in a museum in San Diego or somewhere. Then it will talk about the understanding of their people, how they are accepting it, how they are interpreting it, how they are minimizing it, how they are trying to relate it to their life. So this is the two aspect of the one thing has to be taken care. So I'd like to say that decolonization is a kind of efforts which has been coming up, and which has been going up over the years. And not only the museums, I think all cultural institution, universities, educational institution, all that has to think about this part, because that's how we'll be able to actually decolonize our thoughts, decolonize our understanding, decolonize our collection of artifacts in museums or universities or in our other socio-cultural institutions. And that's why I think we'll be able to make a proper, true, native, and our very own like Indianized things. And I think as a country, India has a very important and multidimensional societal aspects, where India has shown the world the path of philosophy, science, art, craft, and in many things. We can talk about that. We can glorify that, and our museums can be a major tool of discussing about that part, because we have certain good artifacts we have, that we can talk about our rich heritage, our past, our current like understanding towards the global process and perspective, our current politics, our societal development, our economy. Many things can be understood through this decolonization process. And as a societal organization, as a the museum organization, as a organization which is always connected to the audience or to the public, I think it is one of the duty of the museums to first actually talk about their collection, talk about their collection in a sharing or caring way, talk about their collection in a honest way, and give the audience perspective where people can relate to that, people can talk about that. And we should not hide the history which has been happened, the brutalities which we have been gone through, the atrocities which we have been gone through. We should also highlight that, and we should also talk about that. And that way the audience, the like students, the various age group people who are interested to learn about all these things will get a clear perspective. And I think this is the call of the time. And being a nation, being a diverse nation, being a emerging power of the world, this is our honest duty of the cultural sector, of the museum sector, socio-political analysis sector, to bring about this change and talk about this sort of debates, engage ourselves with this sort of debates, and find out various means and process to talk about our own heritage in our own way, rather than borrowing it from others, rather than talking it from others, rather than seeing it from others' eyes, rather than doing all these things. We should talk about it from our side, our way, and our ideas way. So this is what I'd like to say. And here my short and brief talk has been concluded. If anybody has any question, anything they want to ask about this short presentation, I'm here, and I'm very happy to answer those questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Pankaj ji,
Sir,
for presenting.
Hello.
Presenting
Hello.
the
Pankaj sir.
decolonization of colonial narratives in Indian museum processes and perspectives. You presented very shortly, but very important thing you presented. We were always free in the history, but our heritage is also are stolen and sold outside. We also are getting back. We are bringing back our heritages. It is the most important thing. You presented very important topics. Thank you very much. And now,
Hello, I have some questions.
If you have some questions and suggestions, the floor is open. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Pankaj. Actually, whatever you said, I don't coincide with you. Actually, you talk about we should know what brutality happened to us. So, sir, until we will get rid of those memories, those old memories, how we will decolonize. At least we have some memories, means bad memories of that colonial past, but we don't want our future generation to remember that again and again. Okay, sir. So some sort of yes, sir.
Yeah.
And sir, it also invokes some revanchist thoughts in our future. It also invokes some revanchist thoughts also against a particular. We don't have to invoke those thoughts in our future generation. And sir, there is one question too. Pankaj ji, one
Yes,
question
yes,
too.
yes. I am
Yes,
listening
yes.
to you, and I will answer what you have already told.
Yes, yes. One
Yeah.
question is there, Mr. Pankaj.
Yeah.
What are the measures we should take to convince the Aboriginal people? Okay, you talked about Aboriginal people. I was listening whole of your speech. So, what are the measures we should take to convince the Aboriginal people that no gratitude had been shown to them, even after allowing more access to their heritage in museums?
Okay. Let me
Yes,
answer your first part of your query. You have said that we should not remember these bad memories or bad
yes,
brutalities to us. We should not talk about that. But I have already told you that in my presentation, if you have seen that, there are two approaches to do it. First of is that you cannot erase a history. A history is a history. Already somebody has written in the chat. The you cannot completely deny that Jallianwala Bagh massacre has not happened in India. No, it has happened to India. We have faced that. Some of our ancestors has faced that. So we cannot erase that. Now, second part, that how can we that the point you are talking about, that we have to forget it, or we have to, how our future generation should not remember those sort of things. So in that, I will say that I have already told you that there is a process I have talked about, that we have to share the details with care. There is some sort of an approach we have to take. That's how we can talk about a sharing history in a caring way, because we have to take a very balanced approach. And we have there's some lot of noises coming out from somebody's mic. I'm talking about that. This is what we have to do. Although it is harsh, although it is a brutal past we have, but still we have to talk about the an original thing. We have to talk about the right thing, but that should be in a very balanced and proper way. And what will be the way, that will obviously be decided by the time, decided by the institution, decided by our own understanding. So that is another thing. And the second part, what you are talking about, that Aboriginal people's things you are talking about, that getting them access and all. See, that is I have already told you that I have talked about in the context of other European countries. For us, decolonization means to get rid of that, decolonial, the colonial, mindset, colonial perspective we have. Even until some time ago, our history, our culture, our many things has been dominated by this colonial thing. But that thing, that Aboriginal people and all that example I have put forward in a context of other countries, European countries basically, who were actually colonizers. For them, decolonization doesn't mean getting rid of some people, but actually it is giving more accessibility to their marginalized people. As you say, in Indian context also, I like to say this can be something that we are providing access to our marginalized communities. Like in India also, we have a lot of marginalized communities, people, tribal people, indigenous people, who are not having much access to their culture, their heritage, not has been shown to museums and any other cultural institution. So that is something you can talk about, and I am putting it in that way. But basically in this talk, I am talking about our colonial perspective, from the very colonial mindset we had from our colonizers, and from that point of view only. So I think
sir.
I'm yeah, I'm able
Sir,
to
don't
yeah.
sir, don't you think that they have some colonial mindset while returning our old artifacts? They have some colonial already. They have some colonial instilled in their mind. And sir, even Aboriginal peoples are given access to the means all the museums. There are many artifacts in the museums in which it is shown that how white people used to subjugate those original people. So don't you think that these should be removed from the museums?
See, that is something, again, the point is that, whatever happening, what is happening, we have to show that. We cannot get rid of the truth. Even if you see that in Australia, there are a lot of like atrocities happen against the aboriginal people by the colonizers, but by the people who have colonized that new land or Australia. So but now if you will say that okay, we'll not show them, that will not be the answer. Again, if in context of the like United States, there are a lot of atrocities happen against the black people, and they have been faced a lot of troubles. Until some time ago, there was slavery was there. Only Abraham Lincoln has withdrawn that. But there is a museum of like American history of black people. So that museum is showing how that much of atrocities have been happen against to the black people. So now you cannot say that we should not talk about that. We should not discuss about that. No, we should remove that because that is giving them pain. Already I have talked about that part. That there is pain. Decolonization has painful. Decolonization, the entire process is very painful. It is hard. It is hard to relate. It is hard to accept. It is hard to even talk about. And as you have just heard about my CV, then you will know that I have participated in a workshop which has been organized by the Rijksmuseum, and that is talking about that sharing histories of sharing knowledge about contested histories. Now, this contested histories means that how that history has been contested. Some for them, some for someone, the history can be accepted. Again, the same history may not be accepted for another group of people. So that conflict will be always there. That process of defined understanding will be always there, and that is the course of actually history. That is a part of history. We will not be able to change that in one point of time and say that okay, this not has been happened, we will not talk about that. No, that is not possible. You don't have to go far. Even if you go only just 70 to 80 years back in Second World War, there are a lot of things happen. There are a lot of things happen. A large number of people died. Hiroshima and Nagasaki has been bombarded with atom bomb. So you cannot say this is not been happen. This is not we should not talk about that. So you have to change that mentality to open to sharing attitude. You have to take it. Okay, this has happened, but we have to take it in a sharing and more accepting way. So this should be the way of accepting our entire thing. I think I am able to answer your question, and I think if somebody else is having
Yes,
any
sir.
question, they can ask. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Some other question, any person?
Thank you, Pankaj. You explained very well your point of view
I have
regarding
one question.
decolonization. 1 minute. You're
I have
regarding your point
Yes.
regarding
Yes.
decolonization process. Here, I want to add something to what Pankaj has told here. That
Yes,
we
sir.
have to show the picture in a full escape picture, because starting from our glorious past, then the colonial period, and then how we come over from that colonial mindset and we developed. We have to show this, and we must show these things
True.
for the sake of two reasons, actually, which I understand. First reason is that our current generation or coming generations must know about our history, so that that thing should not happen again. And a history teaches us very well. Sometimes it happens like in case of Shahid Udham Singh, we must say that as he got very sentimental with what happened in the Jallianwala Bagh, and then he went to England and he killed General Dyer. Those things also happen. But why that happened, we have to understand. That is the after thing which happens, but we should not forget our past, and we should present the picture in a full escape from glorious past, then colonial period, then how we overcome the colonial period and decolonize, and now how we are developing. This is the one thing. Second thing, why we should show this decolonization process and everything, because British Museum might not be showing it like this. They
True, sir.
must
Very
be
true.
showing it like this, that they have civilized India,
True.
because they have our precious collection there in British Museum. They are not going to return it, though as per ICOM mandate, they must return it to the original country if they want.
Yes.
But they are not going to return it, otherwise the British Museum will be vacant.
Yes.
So in this scenario, they are showing that they have colonized this eastern part of the world. They have, but we should not let them show the picture like this. That's why we should showcase our whole history, whole current scenario in our museums, along with making it in the form of cyber museums also, so that we can counter those things, and we can tell the world that now we have come up, and we are now in the decolonization process. So, Pankaj, I believe you have presented very well, and we should move ahead. And I think the next thing, when the whole parliamentary building will be again become museum after Central Vista, this thing will show up there as in the Lal Killa museums. Now they are showing the freedom fighters museums are there, 4 or 5. So that is a very good initiative, and we should work on more on this thing, that we should not have selective approach towards this thing, and how we can tell our viewers, our visitors, our younger generation, that how we are doing it nicely, how we can come up with this thing. So Pankaj,
Yes.
very
Dr. Poonam,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Amit Soni, sir.
Dr.
And I'd
Poonam,
like to tell all of you here is that Dr. Soni is an
okay,
like associate professor in Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, and my PhD guide. I am doing my PhD in under his able guideship, and he's been a guiding light for me. And thank you very much, sir, for giving this time.
one other senior participant,
Yes.
Dr. Poonam Rana.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, thank
Namaskar.
you. Thank you, Pankaj sir, for your presentation. It was really enlightening, and I agree with you. History cannot be erased
True, ma'am.
because it's history. No one can erase it, even if I want to. Even if it is bad, even if it is horrifying, it is
True.
there, and no one can take it away. We cannot hide history. So I agree with Pankaj sir, because it's history. So maybe some of the things even related to Nepal, I don't want to know about it, but I cannot, I have to study it because it's history. So it's a very interesting thing that history cannot be erased, and we learn from our past and we move ahead. And thank you
True.
so much. And beside that, I think as Nepal was never colonized, and I do not understand many things about colonization, but earlier I used to be very proud of my history because it did not come under any rule. And we used to say, we are brave Gorkhalis, and no one came to attack us because we are brave. But that was not so, because in the north there was the Himalayas, and in the south there was malaria infested area. So when the Britishers came, they fell ill and they went back. So the natural process itself saved us. But then now, when I am a rational thinker, I feel that if we were colonized, if we were, and that means Nepal was colonized, I think we would develop much more. Maybe we would have infrastructure everywhere. And for example, in India, if you had to begin from the very root, it would have been quite difficult. And they made so many infrastructures. Of course, हम लोग क्या बोलते हैं, जो महक आता है वही वही हाथ चाटता है. So even at home when I cook, I do the first tasting. I don't know about others. And I feel, oh, this is good. And so maybe, so they made so many things, so many infrastructures, and even the railway stations, even in what do you call Darjeeling, it's so high. So I was wondering if Nepal had come under any colony, I think our infrastructure would have been somewhere else. And this is what I'm realizing now. Though it may be bad, but some things, both positive and negative things happen, but maybe
True.
negativity is more in colonization because
True,
India has come across that. And
Yeah.
Since my granny is Indian and my buas are all married in India, so when I go there, we keep having a fight. When I have nothing to say, I have one thing to say. We were never colonized, and we make a big joke out of it, and they start getting so angry. So we have a big fight in Nainital. So, so this is my view. Thank you, Pankaj
Thank,
sir.
Thank
It
thank
was
you.
really good.
Thank you, Chairperson, Dr. Som Prasad sir. Please sum up the session.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pankaj-ji. Thank you very much for the participant, and thank you very much for MSGC Rewa for providing me this opportunity to chair this session. Thank you, each and every people. Thank you very much. It is the end of the session. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Professor Som Prasad sir, for share the session and share your views. And Dr. Pankaj, nice presentation on your topic. Thank you, sir. Both of you and other participants who uh, participate in this discussion session. So thank you. And now next session, important session. Our chairperson, uh, Dr. Bhuvan Vikram, Director Archaeology, Temple Survey Project, North Region, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, India, and co-chairperson, Dr. Anupama Daminapola, Senior Lecturer, cum Degree Program Coordinator, Tourism and Cultural Resource Management, University of Kelania, Sri Lanka, and our eminent speaker, Dr. Mr. Hanoj H.R. Patel from Vadodara. So, welcome all of you, sir, and I am requesting to Dr. Bhuvan Vikram, please chair the session, and Dr. Anupma, please co-chair the session, and Dr. Bhuvan Vikram, sir, please introduce our eminent speaker, Hanoj, sir, Hanoj Patel.
Namaskar, and thank you.
Please, sir, your mic. Sorry. Yes.
Namaskar to all, and thank you, Mishra ji, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. And I would like to invite Dr. Hanoj H.R. Patel for his lecture. But before that, I would like to say a few words about Mr. Hanoj Patel. After doing, he acquired his master's degree in history from University of Mumbai, and secondly, and further, he did his master's in museology and conservation from Vadodara University. And after that, he has been doing a lot of field research in different projects on museology, ethnoarchaeology, and history museology projects. He has a keen interest in documentation, ethnoarchaeological documentation, documentation of various aspects of history and museology, and conservation of ethnic ways, traits. So I invite Mr. Hanoj Patel to deliver his talk. And I also welcome my co-chairperson, Ms. Anupama from University of Kelania, Sri Lanka. And it is all for the session is open for Mr. Hanoj Patel to deliver his lecture. Mr. Hanoj Patel.
Thank you, Bhuvan sir. Thank you, Sharma sir. It's a privilege to be here. I hope मैं हिंदी और इंग्लिश मिक्स कर सकता हूँ. और जी जी.
थोड़ा अंग्रेजी भी रहे because we have got international scholars here also. So it would be easier for them to understand.
Yeah. तो मैं जिस सब्जेक्ट में इंटरेस्ट ज़्यादा रखता था, जो एक पर्सनल क्यूरियोसिटी से डेवलप हुआ था, दैट इज़ लर्निंग न्यू स्टोरीज. आई यूज्ड टू लाइक टू लर्न न्यू स्टोरीज, रीड न्यू स्टोरीज, एंड उससे ही मैंने अपना रिसर्च का काम भी शुरुआत की. तो उससे ही लगते आज मेरा जो प्रेजेंटेशन, जो टॉक है, एक इंडिजिनस आर्ट फॉर्म पे है, एंड इट इज़ अबाउट दी पिथोरो रिचुअल ऑफ दी राठवा कम्युनिटी, जो गुजरात में पाई जाती है. Is the presentation visible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So if in case it is
It's
not
right. Quite good.
okay. So I'm going to talk about the Baba Pithoro ritual of the Rajwas. तो इसका जो पर्सपेक्टिव है, उसका जो स्टोरीज है, उसके पीछे मैं उस पर्सपेक्टिव से आपको ये पूरी बात बताने की कोशिश करूँगा आज. और फर्स्टली आई वांट टू ब्रेक डाउन और शो द कंस्ट्रक्शन. पिथोरो का जो हम बात करते हैं, जो आर्ट फॉर्म की बात करते हैं, उसका कंस्ट्रक्शन के मैं थोड़ा आपको ब्रेक डाउन करके समझाने की कोशिश करूँगा. तो आई होप माई कर्सर माइट बी विजिबल. इफ नॉट, मैं उसको आपको समझाने की कोशिश करूँगा जस्ट बाय वर्ड्स. ओके. सो प्लीज़ कॉन्सेंट्रेट ऑन दी कोनिकल बॉर्डर्स जो है पेंटिंग की. ये कैनवस पे की गई एक पिथोरा है. जो बॉर्डर्स है और उसके बॉर्डर्स के सेंटर में, बॉटम सेंटर में आपको एक गेट दिखेगा. So this is basically पूरा राठवा वर्ल्ड व्यू. Whatever is inside the square is the entire world view of the राठवास. ठीक है. इसको आप बहुत अलग अलग पर्सपेक्टिव से समझने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं. इट कैन बी अ विलेज, इट कैन बी अ फैमिली, इट कैन बी अ एंटायर डिस्ट्रिक्ट, एक उनका कंट्री हो सकता है. इट कैन बी देयर cosmical worldview, their global worldview, whatever you want to call it, whatever term you want to use, it is inside this particular square, right? When you enter, if you are looking it from the perspective of life and death, आप जब वो gate से, when you enter the gate, you are born. When you exit the gate, you are dead. That's what the entire thing is about. And whatever the Ratvas do is being presented in front of you. It is their daily life. All the elements of daily life can also be seen inside it. Their theological perspective can be seen inside it. एंड वॉट एवर देयर पर्सपेक्टिव है, पूरा का पूरा हम आज इसके ब्रेक डाउन करेंगे. उनके गॉड्स उसमें है, उनकी डीटीज उसमें है, उनका पूरा पूरा वर्ल्ड व्यू हम थोड़ा थोड़ा करके समझेंगे. ठीक है. तो यू कैन सी एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर, एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ टॉडी कल्टिवेशन जो वो डेली लाइफ में करते हैं. उनके शामन्स के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. यू कैन सी लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंट एनिमल मोटिव्स. उनकी स्टोरीज क्या है, व्हाट आर द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ ऑल दिस एलिमेंट्स. We will look into it. So this is basically what I want to talk about. ठीक है. The elements outside of this borders, there are certain elements, the spiritual elements जो cannot be seen. Those are also हम देखेंगे धीरे धीरे करके. ठीक है. तो let me first introduce you to the Rathwas. These are some basic information about them. This is the population. The language that they speak is called Rathvi. And predominantly ये हमें छोटा उदयपुर, we find them mostly in छोटा उदयपुर and the Panchmahal districts of Gujarat, right? And the main occupation that the Rathwas follow is
मनोज आपका वॉल्यूम बढ़ सकेगा क्या? थोड़ा सा फुल वॉल्यूम करिए थोड़ा सा.
जी फुल कर दिया मैंने. अब ठीक है सर?
हाँ आप ठीक.
ओके. जो and the main occupation is agriculture. Small to medium scale agriculture is what they practice. Okay. Then let us have a look at some interesting aspect, the origin story of the name. So Rathwas are basically part of the larger Bhil community. There is not much difference between the Bhils and the Rathwas, but why is there a difference of the name? So some time ago, a certain group from the Bhil community from Madhya Pradesh might have migrated to this region of Gujarat, which is why is it very specific? Because this region, the Chota Udaipur district is not very far away from Madhya Pradesh, right? So this part of the Bhil community might have migrated in this part of Gujarat, which was called Rat या Rat विस्तार. तो राट विस्तार इस तरीके से उनका नाम पड़ता है. जो राट region में रह गए, the people who migrated and decided to stay in the region of Rat came to be known as Rathwas. So what does the word Rat basically mean? A jungle or a hilly region. That is what the entire context of the word Rat means. So Rat region में रहने वाले लोग Rathwas. The people who reside in the region of Rat became Rathwas, right? So what sort of religion do they follow? So originally, some time ago, some traditional format that the Rathwas follow is a combination of nature worship with shamans as conduit. Nature worship के elements है animism, paganism, जो भी आप इसे term use करना चाहेंगे. So they basically worship nature, elements of nature through the shamans. Shamans are called Bua or Padwas in the society, of which we'll look into that as well. The pantheon of gods and goddesses in the Rathwas is very, very enormous. They have a specific god for very specific reasons, for specific purposes, for specific elements of their society. So you have gods for family, village, children, women, animals, for the health, for rain, for illness and farming and so on and so on. So an example of that is this particular deity called Nakti Bhuten. He is the protector of villages. So this particular element is a deity which is presented usually on a orange background and is usually portrayed as white. Why in white like that? He is formless. He does not have any form. He can be in form of wind, he can be in form of a tree or whatever. He is basically like a very what you can say a synonymatic example would be the wind catcher kind of that we have in the African traditions. He possesses and he controls and he does not allow negativity or negative aspects to enter the villages of the Ratwas. So this is what the role he plays. So he's portrayed inside of the square, inside of the painting of the Pithora, as well as outside of the boundary as well. So he protects them like that. Ancestor worship is another important element of the Ratwa religion. Ancestor worship के भी कुछ elements. So we look into the elements of that as well. Why ancestors are important? How do they worship them? Right. So in modern terms, there have been some several members converting into different sects, which is I'm not going to go that much deeper, but it is happening. So I'm just going to share that with you as well. Moving on, let us look at an important and interesting tradition that the Rathwas follow, which is called the tradition of Devsthal. Devsthal is basically a place chosen outside of the village where all the people go and worship their deities, their gods, their goddesses, and ancestors, everything. That particular location is called Devsthal. Devsthal, abode of the gods. So Dev means gods and Sthal means location. The picture that we are seeing is taken from Vacha Museum. Sometimes some villages do not allow us to do photography because it is a very what you can say integral part of it. So sensitive element here. Sometimes there are things that they do not like allow us to take a photograph, which is why I am sharing this from a museum. This is basically very accurate because the community itself has prepared this kind of thing, so it can be seen as at almost 80-90% accuracy. What are the elements that are offered here is wooden horses, terracotta lamps, small pots and different elements. And in pots and pans mein or usme they keep offerings in the memory of their ancestors, right? So Devstals is an important element, and this is what you can understand from it, right? Moving on, what are the different festivals that the Rathwas practice? Holi is one of the most important festivals that they practice. It is a 14-day affair, not one-day affair. 7 days before and 7 days after the date of Holi, the entire festival is celebrated. उसके क्या elements है? What are the different elements of Holi? I'll go into it a little bit later when we move on. The next festival is important is Diwaso. It is a festival done before sowing in their farms. It is conducted. It occurs on the Amavas of the Ashad month of the Vikram Samvat calendar, right? Then Dasera or Dev Diwali, we all know about it, so I'm not going to do much explanation about that, those festivals. And then Akhar Trij. This is a festival done before they take the harvest. Harvest के करने के पहले इसे की जाती है, and comes around Akshaya Tritiya, right? Then another important element of their Rathwa society is melas. Melas basically you can understand is as fairs, communal fairs. So melas is an important tradition in the Rathwa society. You have number of different melas that you can visit and experience. The Gair Mela, which is done in the Kawat Taluka of Chota Udaipur district, is the most important and most famous, you can call it, Mela of the Rathwas. In the some years ago, or let's say 40, 50, 60, 70, I don't know how many years ago, not for the lack of trying, I do not know how many years ago, Gair Mela had a very specific and interesting tradition that they used to do. स्वयंवर और टाइम का एक एलिमेंट उसमें जुड़ा हुआ था, एक ट्रेडिशन हुई थी. द ट्रेडिशन इज the girls and boys who were ready for marriage or had come to the correct age of getting married used to come to this particular fair. The women or the girls who were ready for marriage used to bring embroidered umbrellas with them, and the boys who were ready for marriage, they used to prepare bamboo flutes, which is called pehi, a short flute, 7 to 9 inch flute, which they had to prepare with their own hands, and they used to come with that in the mela. And they used to play in sets of 3 or 4 people, 4 boys and 4 girls used to pair up together, and they used to dance, they used to play the flutes. The girls used to twirl around their umbrellas, showcasing their skill in embroidery and their skills. And they used to select their favorite spouses over there, their future husbands and wives were selected. And then when they selected that thing, they used to dance together in a pair, which basically signified that they have selected each other to get married. And after that, their families used to get involved in the entire thing, and their weddings used to get happen. So Gher Mela ka ek purana tradition was some kind of tradition that used to be there. It is not happening anymore, but it happens with time. Apart from that, you have Telao Mata Mela. Telao Mata is a deity of the Ratwas, which happens in the Pavijetpur town of very close to Chota Udaipur town as well. And why am I talking basically about melas? Because all these melas occur around the festival of Holi. 7 days before the actual date of Holi, the entire preparation begins. So 7 days before the thing, the people come to different haats, and they markets, basically the local markets is called haat. We'll look into the concept of haat also in the next slide. They come and they purchase and they do all the ingredients buying and purchasing for the festival of Holi. And then 7 days from the date of Holi, these different melas get organized in different towns and villages, ending up at Gher Mela. Correct? So, okay. So you have different melas in different towns, Dungarwad, Jhoj, and so on and so forth, right? All these regions have different melas, jahan pe ye sari cheezein hoti hai, and it keeps on moving from one place to other. So you have Ratwas and Bills all coming all the way from Madhya Pradesh, from Rajasthan, from Gujarat as well to participate in this mela. Apart from that, couple of melas that I want to talk here about is the Tour Mela. The Tour Mela is organized by the Bhasha Research and Publication Center. It's almost like a decade old now, and it basically caters to the preservation and the exploration of the diversity of Adivasi music. So we have a lot of different communities coming to the Tour Mela and showcasing their musical traditions. The other Mela is the Kaleshwari Mela, which is organized on every Mahashivratri day on the Kaleshwari Archaeological site close to Lunawda in the Panchmahal district. And this Mela is dedicated to Adivasi dance. And this was again started by Bhasha Resident Publication Center. The aim of starting the Kaleshwari Mela was to get a sort of an informal interaction between the administration and the people who they are administrating. So the communities that are residing in that area and the people who are administrating them, the IS officers, the police officers, and the government officials, unke beech mein ek interaction ho. There should be a talk or a dialogue between them. Based on that, that was the concept of the Mela. Now it has become an individual. It has separated from the organization. It is run on its own. People, communities come here every day, and tens of thousands of people come on Kaleshwari Mela, which is a very, very interesting. If it is possible for you guys to, आप सभी अगर उसमें participate या करना चाहें, so you should once try and visit Kaleshwari Mela, right? Then we come to the tradition of Haat. Haat basically means a weekly market. You can come here to buy and sell everything. Barter is still in practice. Barter system अभी भी वहाँ पे प्रचलित है, यहाँ पे follow होता है. People can come and do that. It basically moves from town to town every week, 7 days a week. It is a Haat is conducted or is located in a different village, in a different town, and people come and buy their stuff over there. The biggest Haat is located in the Chota Udaipur town, which is there on every Sunday. It's an all-inclusive market. It's a place of congregation. Relatives and friends come here to meet and converse, and basically you can know everything that is happening in the Ratwa society. Ek week ke aap Chota Udaipur, once a week, if you go on Saturday to Chota Udaipur town, you'll get to know whatever is happening. Where there's a wedding, where there's different thing happening, what happened there, everything. It's kind of a congregation thing. You get to know everything in the heart. Okay, so moving on, I'm going to next talk about an important element of Pithoro ritual, Pithoro art, or whatever we need to look at the perspective of the community. So first and foremost, I'm going to talk about is the epic of Babo Pithoro or Baba Pithoro. Now, what is the difference between Babo Pithoro and Baba Pithora? Babo Pithoro is the child version of Baba Pithora. So, जब बड़े हो जाते हैं, when he is an adult, he is called Baba Pithora. When he is looked at as a child form, you look at him as Babo Pithoro. So, उनकी कहानी and the story of his journey, we'll look into that. So, first and foremost, let us begin at the very top, the birth of Babo Pithoro. So the story is goes like that once upon a time there was a king called Baba Indra, who is basically Lord Indra, who was also called Meghraj. He ruled the heavens and the earth. He had 7 sisters, and among them, for this particular story, Rani Kajal and Rani Kali Koil are the most important elements. Why? because they play the most important part in the life of Baba Pitoro, right? So the first aspect that we need to look at is the story of Rani Kali Koyal. So Kali Koyal is presented in this particular aspect in the Pitora tradition. She's as the flora and the fauna element उसका present किया जाता है. So Rani Koyal is the most beautiful of all the sisters of Baba in. She had some favorite animals of hers, a favorite cow and a favorite sheep, and she should take them to graze in the mango farms of Rajapur. Every day she should do that work with them, and there she met Kandu Raja, who's also called Savarya Molan. They interacted there for a long period of time, met on regular basis, and they fell in love with each other. And eventually, Rani Kali Koyal became pregnant. Because they were not married, she had to, and she decided to conceal her pregnancy from her brother Baba Ind and Baba Ind's wife Rani Hari. So to conceal, she decided that she will leave the abode of the heavenly abode of her brother Baba Ind's palace. She will vacate that and go and go and stay in the mango farms of Rajapur. Right. So then 9 months and 9 days later, she was ready to conceive, and for that particular part, Harjabai Hoyani, who is basically, you can understand her as the celestial midwife, and Bar Matano Dhani, the enlightened one. I'll talk a little bit more about Bar Matano Dhani a little bit later in the next slide with the photograph. So these two celestial beings arrived to help her with the conceiving or the delivering of the entire thing, right? So first and foremost, she gave 4 births. The first birth she gave was the trees, flowers, fruits, grains, and pulses. Basically, all the flora got their existence or their creation through this particular first birth. Then came the elements, air, fire, lightning, so on and so forth. Then came the animals and the insects. And finally, the celestial child, Pitoro, was born. Right? So on the left is the Bar Matano Dhani portrayed in this particular fashion. There are different ways of portraying him. We'll look into that a little bit through the next few slides. Okay, I'll be sharing some more images of Pitoro in the traditional format. He basically had 10 heads. So let me break down what does the basic meaning of Bar Matano Dhani is. Bar means 12, Mata means head, and Dhani means the one who possesses. So one who possesses the knowledge of 12 heads. In the recent times, जैसे रावण से merge करने की या तो compare करने की, there's a factor going on of comparing him with Ravan. So basically, it is not what it is. Ratwa society looks at him as a different deity. He is the enlightened one who possesses knowledge which is coming to him from all the 12 directions. On the right, you can see Raja Bhoj presented as in form of an elephant. Raja Bhoj is a deity worshipped for prosperity and farming. So whatever you hard work that you do, whatever you earn is through agriculture, and he is the deity worshipped for the prosperity of and farming. So whatever you harvest, whatever you get, whatever you sow, is what you get. So इस तरीके से from this particular perspective is what Raja Bhoj is portrayed in form of. Correct? Moving on. Then what happened? Pitoro was abandoned. Why was he abandoned? Rani Kali Koyal was not married. The child was born out of wedlock, so she decided to abandon the child Pitoro. So she tied him up or wrapped him around in a lotus leaf and let him float away in the waters of Ganga and Jamuna. And let the fate decide his fortune is what she did. But later down the line, when the child was flowing away, the child was crying, and the crying was heard by Rani Kajal, which is also the sister of Rani Koyal and sister of Baba Ind. She heard the crying of the baby, she rescued him, and she decided that she will adopt him and bring him up. So she fed him the milk of akdo tree and juice from flowers and plants. That is how she decided to take him into her care. So next step or next element or next version of this epic is how did Babo Pitoro make his mother Rani Kajal realize that he is a divine child. So there's an event that is described in the painting that one day Rani Kajal had put the child Pitoro in the crib, and she decided that since the child is sleeping, let me go and fetch water before he wakes up. So she went, and by the time she arrived, the child had disappeared from the crib. And She looked away. She looked and searched and kept on searching throughout the palace. Everybody was asked to find and search for Pitoro, but nowhere could she find him. So she decided to do a ritual which is called padiki. Padiki basically, the closest I can translate padiki is making a packet. Padiki is basically a small packet. So what does the padiki contain? The padiki is basically made from khakra leaves or different trees are used, and in it the pulses of urad dal are kept, a gold coin is kept, and it is packed and kept for a few days in the house. And then you take it to the shaman or the different prediction makers of the society, and they'll tell you what the problem is and provide you with remedies. This is basically the ritual of Padiki, explained in as shortest time I can. And after Rani Kajal did the Padiki ritual, she invited Titya and Brahma Joshi, the celestial fortune tellers, and invited them to her palace and to help her out in locating her child who was lost. So Titya and Brahma Joshi unfolded the packet, unfolded the Padiki, they performed their rituals, their ceremonies, and they came to the knowledge that Pitoro is a divine child, he's a godly child, he's a demigod, a god, and he's trying to make his mother Rani Kajal realize that thing. So they informed Rani Kajal, your child is divine and he has chosen his throne in this wall. Accept this fact, accept this information, and every problem in your life will be solved. So Rani Kajal accepts this, and the child comes back to the crib, and that is how, and that is the reason why we see Pitoro as in an art form on walls. So when you ask क्यों उसे murals पे mural के form में ही हम देखते हैं, why is Pitora basically done traditionally on walls? This is where the tradition begins, because Pitoro chose his throne in the wall or on the wall. That is how it is portrayed in from the art, right? So now he grew up. So his mother decided he has to get his education, and for that purpose, all the celestial beings were invited and asked to come and give him his education on all essential themes of the universe. So he got education from all the gods, the deities, and all the important elements, all the celestial beings. So he got all sorts of education, right? And then one day, this is a very important aspect of the entire epic. He decided it was his time to demand his birthright. So what is his basic birthright? He is actually the nephew of Baba Ind, and he has the rightful, what you can say, demand to have half of the kingdom of Baba Ind. So one day he arrives in the court of Baba Ind and tells him that this is what his demand is. So how does this entire story go? What is the interesting fact of this entire story? Baba Pitora is on earth, while the court of Baba is in heaven. How does one person travel from earth to heaven? So Baba Pitoro seeks the help of his maternal uncle. उनके मामा से वो help लेते हैं, and Mama is portrayed in form of a spider. The spider के web, the Mama Karodio is the name of the maternal uncle. So Mama Karodio weaves a rope, and on that rope, Baba Pitoro keeps on climbing until he reaches heaven and arrives in the court of Baba. And I'm trying to shorten the entire story as much as possible because it's a very long story. And that is how basically Mama Karodio helps Baba Pitoro to arrive in the court of Baba Ind. He arrives there and puts forth his demand in front of Baba Ind. But Baba Ind has no information who Baba Pitoro is, and he's confused, so he decides to summon the assembly of all gods and goddesses and discusses the demands that Pitoro has made. And then in that particular assembly, all the gods and goddesses ask Pitoro to come and talk to them, which is where he first time reveals his actual lineage before the entire court of gods and goddesses. He tells them the entire fact: I am actually the son of Kandu Raja and Rani Kali Koel, which makes me the direct heir to half of the kingdom of Baba Ind, right? But Baba Ind refuses. He denies and to accept the fact that Pitoro was his nephew. All this information is too much for Baba Ind to digest, and he totally refuses it. He refuses the demand for the kingdom, and the entire situation becomes a very tense situation, and all the gods and goddesses and also all the heavens and earth are in turmoil. So what to do? All the gods and goddesses are in confusion. They do not know a way out of it. In that utter chaos, Rani Kajal decides to intervene and resolve the issue because it concerns both her brother and her son, which she loves very much. So what does she do? So she invites Lakhari and Jokhari. Lakhari and Jokhari are scribes of God, but they are slightly different over here. Lakhari and Jokhari know what the person is going to do, as what a soul who is born on earth will do throughout his life before he is born. So they know the entire thing, what is going to happen. For that knowledge, they have to perform certain rituals, which is for which, for exact this particular point, Rani Kajal invites them to her palace and attempt to solve this entire situation. So Lakhari and Jokhari accept the invitation and they arrive in the palace of Rani Kajal, which is where they perform their ritual. They decide to draw horses of all the gods and goddesses on the wall of Baba Pithoro. So Baba Ganesh, Rani Kajal, Vadia Vania, Baba In, Baba Pithoro, Rani Pithoro, and so on and so forth. All the different gods and goddesses are drawn on the seat of Pithoro on the wall. What happens next? As soon as the horses and all the elements and gods and goddesses elements are being drawn, several miracles start occurring around the world. There is a lot of different miracles happening, greenery everywhere, people are happy, people's wishes are getting fulfilled, there's water flowing in full flow, there's no sorrow, there's everything is joyous, all good positive miracles keep on happening, which gives basically the proof for all the gods and goddesses that Pithoro is actually divine, he is a God, incarnated God, and he's recognized and given his rightful recognition as a God. They then go with this information back to Baba In. They put up all this information before him, intervene on behalf of the entire situation, and convince Baba In that he is your nephew, he is a god, and he has the rightful demand of getting your half of the kingdom. Baba In then finally accepts this information with all the proof that is presented before him, and grants Baba Pithoro half of his kingdom. Now, this is one version of the story. This particular story has various versions. The other version, very shortly, I'll tell you that Baba In, being the ruler of heaven and earth, almighty, all-knowing, he already knew who Baba Pithoro is, and then one day he decides to call Baba Pithoro to his court. He tells the entire court of all the gods and goddesses, all the assembly of court, that he is my nephew, he is the child of my sister Rani Koyal, and this is his father, and I want to go into I want to give up everything and go into sannyas. I want to give up everything, go to the forest, meditate, and do I want to give up my entire kingdom to Baba Pithoro, and that is one version of the story. And one version is Baba In rightfully or on his own will, without anything, he knows everything, so he decides to give up everything and give it to the next generation to fulfill the duties of the universe. Right? Then let us look at one important aspect of this entire epic is the marriage of Baba Pithoro. Baba Pithoro is he come to the age of getting married, so Rani Kajal decides to seek an appropriate wife or appropriate to be wife for her son. So she decides to select the daughter of Abho, Punvi and Matari called Rani Pithori. Now this is another uh, what you can say coincidence. Rani Pithori, उनका भी नाम Pithori है, and their husband are also Pithora. It's kind of a coincidence over here. So what is the entire main aspect of this element is they are the parents of Rani Pithori. Abho, Kunbi and Matari are the celestial or the demigods who could travel between the heavens and earth, and they were the only ones who possessed the knowledge of agriculture. Farming and agriculture की knowledge is Abo, Kundi and Matari possessed. And the gods wanted this knowledge of agriculture and farming to come from heaven and to the earth, so that everybody on earth could also conduct agriculture and do their duties properly. So that was one important element of why Rani Pithori was selected, why Abo, Kundi and Matari's daughter was selected. So that is how this marriage of Baba Pithoro and Rani Pithori is done. And on the occasion of their wedding, Abo, Kundi and Matari decide that they will also reside on earth and teach the entire humanity the art of agriculture. That is how Rathwas look at the arrival of agriculture in their society. Then let us look at different element. How does this entire story become into a ritual? The origin of the Baba Pithoro ritual. So the story, as told by the shamans that I've spoken to, there once was a great devotee of Baba Pithoro who used to worship Baba Pithoro very much. And the region that he was living on was suffering from a severe drought. There was no water, the animals were suffering, the farming was suffering, the farmer was suffering, the people were suffering. There was very bad drought that they were suffering. So he decided, the devotee decided that he will undertake a manta or a vow of Baba Pithoro. Basically, manta is that, dear God, I am in trouble, help me out to resolve this solution, give me a solution to the problem that I am facing, and in return, I'll do this kind of things for you, right? And soon as he took this vow of Baba Pithoro, rain arrived, earth became green, all the problems of the devotee were solved. And the devotee then decided to organize a 7-day celebration through various rituals and ceremonies, and that is how the 7-day festivities were concluded with the painting of mural of Baba Pithoro on the wall of his home. So the entire tradition or the ritual of Baba Pithoro, after it is, when it is concluded, after the art form is done inside their house, right? So this is how basically I'm told the ritual, the origin of the ritual, right? And here I'm going to showcase some traditionally done Pithoro murals, which are being documented by Narayan and Vikesh Ratwaji of Vasa Museum and Adivasi Academy. Traditionally, how we look at or Pithoras are portrayed. So here again you can see Raja Bhoj, the gate is done. Bar Matano Dhani is one who has several swords, a blue character around on your left. Bar Matano Dhani is looked at. An important element that I want to talk about here is the wavy line, wavy conical line in the center, in the top center. Now this particular element is called the Ashad. Now Ashad has several different meanings. One is it can also be interpreted as an umbrella or a canopy for the gods. The other is the Ashad also talks about whatever is below the Ashad is earth, whatever is above the Ashad is heaven. There are quite a few other interpretations, of which these two I am sharing with you. Now you'll see a lot of different horses. You're looking at a lot of horses, right? Why horses? Sorry?
Your slide is not visible. You are discussing.
What is not visible, sir? I couldn't hear you.
Your slide is not visible.
Okay. I'll read it. Okay. Now is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So this is a traditional Pithora that I was talking about. I will see a little few more pictures also. So here I want you to concentrate on the top of the painting. You will see a few blue characters on the borders, the conical borders. These are the deities that I was talking to you about, spiritual deities who do not have any form, but are portrayed in this particular art form as human motifs, through human motifs. These are the spiritual elements which protect the Rajwa society, village, and so on and so forth from different elements. We looked at one particular element like that in Nakti Bhutan at the beginning. Nakti Bhutan is one of them. They have different things for negativity, for bad vibes, for epidemics, for diseases, for different reasons, so on and so forth, which are not seen through eyes but are hampering the society. This is how these deities do their job, right? Moving on, right? This is again another Ratva Pithoro. So you'll also see a lot of modern motifs in them as well. You can, if you can consider it on a little wristwatch. So wristwatch, you'll also be able to see wristwatch, and an important element that is considered on the switchboard that you see, the white switchboard. You'll see some 4 blue guns being portrayed over here. So there's a very interesting element which possible. Yeah, okay. So here it is also, look at on the, there's a little hut in front of the blue elephant, Raja Bhoj ke samne, you'll see a small hut. And in the hut, you will also see small guns. So what is the basic meaning behind this showcasing guns is the Rajwas are trying to tell you that there's such a lot of violence in the world that from one day, you'll even be able to purchase guns from a grocery shop. So the element that you are seeing, the hut you are seeing is the local grocer that they purchase their daily necessities from. There also in the future you will see guns being purchased from. So that is what they are trying to tell you through this entire thing. Correct? So here also you are seeing some guns, a lot of different things. We'll look into that a little bit, break down that a little bit more if time permits us. There are different characters, all have different elements. Again, you can see a different element trains, modernity के elements भी इसमें जुड़े. Whatever they see is something that is new to them, arrives in Pithora. Now let me explain a little bit where Pithora is exactly done inside the houses of the Ratwas. So you need to use a little bit of your imagination. A Ratwa house is basically rectangular in shape. The entrance into the house is through the center, and the first wall is the chosen seat of Baba Pithoro. The first wall after you enter the house is Baba Pithoro. Then you have three more elements, two more walls that are painted. On the left usually is for the ancestors. On the right is the reason behind doing this entire ritual. How they decide to do that, I'll explain that a little bit when we go on and a little further, right? So again, you can see Nakti Bhute presented inside on the top right, the white sphere holding character in blue. Okay, so let us look at now how does the entire Baba Pithoro ritual done in practice, right? So for that we need to understand who Baba Pithoro is or what role basically he plays. So he is basically the problem solver for the Ratwa society. Taranhar. Whatever issues you have in your life, it can be for your own individual family, your joint family, your village, or whatever. He can solve all problems that you have in your life. He can solve problems related to sickness, money, farming, not having children, marriage not happening, poverty issues, family trouble, so on and so forth. Whatever the issue is, Baba Pithoro can solve it. So for the entire ritualistic practice, you have three elements of the society. The first is the homeowner, known as Ghardhani, Ghar and Dhani. Ghar basically means home and Dhani means the possessor of your home. So individual family भी हो सकती है. It can be an individual family. It can also be your entire village as well, right? So homeowner or Ghardhani is one important element. Then comes the element of shaman, who are called either as Padwa or Kuwa, right? And the third element is the artist, who is called Lakhara. Now, the word Lakhara in Ratvi or in the Ratwa language is very interesting. Lakhara does not just mean painter. Here I have written painter because that is the role that Lakhara is playing in this particular aspect. Lakhara word basically means a creative individual. He can be a poet, he can be a flute player, a musician, or somebody who talks well, who is a very good person, honest person, whoever he is, an intellectual or a creative person, he is given the title Lakhara. In this particular aspect, in the ritual of Baba Pithoro, he is an artist. Okay. So what? Let us look at it step by step. Let us look at the first step, which is the role of the Ghardhani. The Ghardhani must have some issues. He might have any number of issues, and for that issues he seeks remedies for problems. He wants to solve the problem that he's facing, and he does the same Padiki ritual that Rani Kajal had performed. So he prepares the packet of urad dal using either kesuda leaves. Previously we saw khakra leaves. It can also be mahuda. Different important trees that they basically do. Mahuda is an important tree for them. Kesuda is another important tree for them. Khakra is another important tree for them. Depending on whichever is the closest, they will pick the leaves from there, put some urad dal pulses in it, maybe a small silver coin or a gold coin if they have that, and that particular padiki is then kept for a few days or maybe a week or maybe more, maybe less, depending on that particular Gardani. He'll keep that padiki for a few days in his house, and then he will take it to the village Bhuva or Padwa. Now then comes the role of the Bhuva. Now, in the Ratwa community, Bhuwa is considered a medium of communication between all the three elements, Gardani, Lakhara, and Baba Pitoro, but he is also a celestial conduit between the gods and the Ratwa society as well. So he plays a very different role. Bhuva is not just a priest, he is also a veterinary doctor, he is also a traditional medicinal doctor, he can also be a problem solver for them. If they have some water issues, he can also do that. If you have some quarrel between couple of families, he can also do. So he plays a very different kinds of roles in the Ratwa village, right? So once the Gardani arrives to the house of Apuva with the Padiki, he applies his celestial ancestral knowledge and he will make predictions. So what is the entire process? Basically, he will open the Padiki and he will let all the ingredients of the padiki fall on the ground, and based on that, how they fall, he makes predictions. Right? So he will suggest some remedies to the Gardani. Do this, do that, do this, do that, and if he will again keep on following up whether his remedies have applied or not. So basically, this is not just saying do this and this will happen. No, he keeps on helping the family. If they have some family issue, he will try to resolve it, act as a intermediary between them. If there's some farming issue, he will try to give his knowledge or some kind of guidance to that. So he'll basically becomes an integral part of the problem, and he tries to solve it through his whatever knowledge that he has, right? And if when everything fails, all his remedies, all his knowledge does not let the problem get solved, he will advise the Gardani, undertake the Manta Baba Pitoro, and everything will get solved. So the last remedy or the final remedy is taking the Manta of Baba Pitoro. Right? So again, taking the vow of Baba Pitoro is not just that the entire problem is put in front of the god and let the god help them out with the entire solution. No, the entire process is a longer process. It can take from almost as minimum as 30 days to an entire year or 2 years or 3 years, depending on what the nature of the problem is. Through the entire process, Bhuva and Gardani keep on working to resolve the issue. Whatever the issue is, they will keep on working. They'll try to do it everything, and when they feel that the problem is now getting resolved, it is when they decide to finally fulfill their promises to Baba Pitoro, and that is where the Lakhara arrives in the entire ritual. Now, Lakhara in Ratvi, as we discussed, is basically means a creative individual. This entire practice of the Ratva society is a hereditary practice. The father teaches the son, but they can also take students from different families or their villages. Whoever is interested in learning the art of Pitoro can seek a teacher, and the teacher will then teach him. Right? So, but the father basically teaches the son, and so on. The hereditary practice is done. For this entire inclusion of the role of Lakhara, the Ghardani has to personally travel to the home of Lakhara to give him an invitation. And this travel also includes the Bhuva as well. The Bhuva and Ghardani both come together and they decide to select a particular Lakhara. Lakhara selection also is an important choice, important element that the Bhuva has to decide which Lakhara do they want to select and what are the expenditures that will be the different elements which are incorporated in the selection of Lakhara. And once the Lakhara is selected, they go to his house to invite him. And this entire ritual of inviting is called Notru. And Lakhara only arrives in this entire thing through invitation. He cannot directly come after the Notru is received. He decides or agrees to become part of this thing. So Notru is also included with some gifts. So the Gardani will have to give him either some clothes or shoes or some animal or some food grains. There has to be some material gift that the Gardani has to offer to the Lakhara, right? Then comes, I'm not going to talk about all the 7-8 different rituals that are done during this entire Baba Pitoro festival. I am just going to talk about one very interesting aspect of it. The day Lakhara arrives in this entire thing, because we are basically now going to talk about the art form, right? So the ritual is called Pangu Vidhi. It is done on the 4th or the 5th day of the 7-day ritual, right? Pangu Vidhi is done in the presence of Lakhara. It cannot be done if the Lakhara is not present. So what is the entire entire ritual? The Pangu Vidhi is the collection of the white clay which is then applied on the wall on which the painting has to be done. So who collects it? Unmarried girls from the village will go to the river banks with an entire pantheon of musicians and elders and youngsters. They will go through a very musical celebratory mode. They'll go to the village. They go to the nearest river. They'll collect white clay and they'll come back, and in the presence of lakhara that is applied on the walls on which the painting has to be done. Then after the lipan or the application of the white clay is done, the gardani and lakhara will conduct a puja ritual and on the selected wall in front of the wall, and the first element that is drawn is the horse of Baba Ganesh, or basically Baba Ganesh. This is the first element that is drawn, and on the beginning of the drawing of the horse of Baba Ganesh, the Boa will start to sing incantations, sing the songs of incantations, the puja to the elements there. The ritualistic incantations will start doing that, and during this entire process, the Gardani is also involved. So why basically I'm talking here about Pangu Vidhi? Because it is the only day when all the three elements of the Ratwa society are present. The Gardani is also involved in this ritual, the Bua is also involved in the ritual, and the Lakhara is also involved in this entire ritual. The Lakhara requires almost 3 to 4 days to conduct, completely fulfill the entire mural of Baba Pitoro, right? And it is done in the presence of the Bua and Gardani, right? So what are the traditional methods in which the mural of Baba Pitoro is done? So previously in traditional format, brushes were made out of bamboo and the colors were made through natural pigment. Natural pigment solution was prepared. Sorry. The solution was prepared by mixing it with Mahuda alcohol and cow's milk. Now, Mahuda alcohol inclusion is a very interesting aspect to basically it is a traditional method of preserving preservation. Using alcohol, specifically Mahuda alcohol, prevents it from encroachment of insects and any kind of elements. Right, so it basically gives it a natural glossy look as well, and it protects them from the natural element. Cow milk is another important. It also has some traditional medicinal preservative kind of elements, but it also gives a thick format or thick layer or a thick mixture, which makes it easy for the lakara to conduct all the painting. Right. Any single pithoro, when you look at a pithoro, you'll see a lot of different elements, and it can have a minimum of 165 motifs, and 165 motifs all have a specific reason, all have a story that they are trying to tell, right? So I want to go back to the traditional. Yeah. Okay. So So I want to talk here about why we are looking at a lot of different horses. So horses are very important. You have different versions, why different information that I've received, why horses are being quoted that in so much thing. The first thing that is an interesting thing is the riders are not considered the deities. The deities are basically the horses. So that is the first version why you see a lot of horses in the entire Pithora view. The second is the deities are the human motifs that we see, but horse was the most important medium of transportation, and that is why you see predominantly different horses on him. And horses look at very vibrant colors and vehicles. They are basically vehicles. They are portrayed in very vibrant colors because to try to showcase to you what is the importance of the horses. The third version of the inclusion of horses is it is the vehicle of Mother Earth, and that is why horses is a very important element. Horses also being a mode of transport is another reason why all the ancestors are portrayed in form of horses, which is what we are looking here in this particular element. So I spoke to you that the Pithoro entire art, the mural is done in 3 different parts. The left hand side possesses the elements of in the memory of their ancestors, and this is how it is done, showcasing through horses, right? So, and on the right is the reason for the entire doing this entire ritual. So basically, what the problem is done on the right hand side of the page. Central part that we are looking at in the current picture is the entire worldview that we when you're talking. The entire epic of Baba Pitoro is also included. The daily life elements are also included, and daily activities and whatever the Ratwa society is being protected. So you can also see Abo Kundi and Matari in this particular element. On the bottom left, you can also see Raja Bhoj. You can see Bar Matanandani on the left, center left. You can also see Ashad. You can see the horses. The horses, the main horses that you need to concentrate are the wavy canopy that we spoke about, the Ashad. These are the processionary, the procession that you can see in reported in form of procession are the main deities. So you have the main deities. Who would they be? Rani Kajal, Rani Pithori, Baba Pithoro, Baba Ind, and basically Baba Ganesh. So the blue horse usually is Baba Ganesh. So you can also see the blue horse. Usually that is how they are portrayed. You can also see cosmical elements, sun, moon, stars that are also being portrayed on the top right in very small level. Then you have a lot of different animals. Uh, the peacock, if you can concentrate on the peacock, very close to the peacock, you can see a small spider that you, I hope you guys can see. Can anybody tell me if it is visible? So the spider that I spoke to you on the story, Mama Karodio, is the particular, that is how he is portrayed in this entire art form, right? So Mama Karodio, the one who helped Baba Pitoro travel from earth to heaven, is being portrayed in that particular way, right? So there are a lot of different things, but I'll skip. And if you have more questions at the we'll go back to this. Sorry. So I just want to talk to a little bit about how I looked at this entire studying of Baba Pithora's ritual. So Pithora, I use a lot of different words, art, murals, different things. These words do not occur or are not present in the vocabulary of the Ratwa society. The commonest word or the most closest word that they use is kala. That is their word or vocabulary or terminology that they use when they speak to you about Pithoro art form. So the Pithora kala, when you look at it, whether you look at it in form of a mural or a canvas painting, it is just telling you one side of the story. If you're standing in front of a Pitoro, you'll try to enjoy, or the maximum that you can do is enjoy the aesthetic elements. Look at the vibrancy of it, different diversity that you are seeing in front of it, but that is just one side of the story which happened with me in my personal experience as well. So basically, I wanted to look at it in a much more inclusive aspect. Aesthetics and art is something that find very difficult to understand. So I chose my own prerogative. I enjoy looking at stories, so I try to study Pithora in that particular perspective. I try to speak to a lot of shamans, a lot of artists, a lot of senior artists, a lot of young artists who are joining this entire thing, a lot of different lakharas basically, and spoke to them, trying to understand the community's perspective of this entire thing, which is how I got to learn a lot of different stories, the different rituals associated with it, what is the socio-cultural significance, theological perspective of the entire thing, and basically worldview was something that I basically tried to look at. And this is what basically a shaman wants to be. If they want to define Pithora art form for you, Pithora Kala is a form of writing, a medium to express their faith, culture, and history. So I have tried to present it as accurately as I was told to, no interpretations on my end, and I hope it was uh, it helped you to understand the Baba Pithoro art form that the way I try to look at it. So this is where I am ending the talk. And if you have any questions, sir, please you can go ahead and ask, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manoj Patel. It was really an insightful inside view of the Ratwa community and the worldview that they have, their philosophy, kind of philosophy, I can say, and which definitely is an amalgamation of the tribal view and infused with the broader Brahminical faith, which obviously has been included into the tribal worldview. Their depictions, the reasons behind it, the stories, It was really a very good talk on that was, and which gave it was a nicely studied, documented thing, and certainly very enlightening. So the session is open for any questions, if there are. Yes, Ms. Kedashwari ji.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Hanus was my very bright student. He was doing MA Museology in Maharaja Sadashivrao University. And I really commend him for this presentation because the kind of passion he has for this subject has come out. And the most important part which he has done is documenting it. Actually, documentation is the heart of heritage. You document it for posterity. Otherwise, all these are lost to us. So I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate him and to ask him to continue his quest for the truth and the strength of this art. We often like to get flow away with the contemporary art or with what is in museums. Very few of us really go into this tribal art history, culture, tangible heritage, intangible heritage. That though the government of the state government and the central government pursue the subject on the ministry level, yet this needs to be really recognized and open to one and all. This tribal art has profound immersive technology which can be seen as Hanuz has explained to us. This technology will be lost. Art and material both are important studies. The material which was used to make this art is also equally important. For example, the temples of the Cholas or the Vijayanagara temples which we see today, the maker is lost. Indian art has always remained anonymous. Similarly, tribal art is also anonymous. We draw our art from our faith, and our faith is Sanatana Dharma. The tribal faith is also absolutely unique. So with this, I would like to really congratulate him and tell him to pursue his passion for posterity so that it is helpful for all, one and all. Congratulations, Hanuz.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes, hello. Actually, I'm Anupama from Sri Lanka. I was listening to you. It was really insightful speech because I'm very much interested in your topic, especially because it's all about the tribal arts. As our chair professor said, that it is one of the very insightful speeches that you have given to us, and I'm very much interested. I was very much interested on the things that you have discussed about the melas, Hajj, and Lakara, about different types of rituals and the value systems that you were discovering, and you were just telling whatever your opinions with regard to them. So it was really a good kind of effort that you have taken in order to conserve our heritage for many years in the future, and you have given some kind of suggestions or the recommendations for future as well. And you have been discussing about some of the unique characteristics there, and it was really therefore very much insightful speech, I can say. So thank you very much for your efforts, and I also would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to co-chair this session. And I also want to express my gratitude towards our chairperson, Professor. So and also Hannes, your presentation was really insightful, and I'm very much pleased to have you for today's session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
Thank
wish
you.
you all the
Anos,
best.
yeah,
Yes,
thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Anos, can you put
Yeah.
your contact number and email ID on the chat box so that
Sure.
anybody who wants to connect with you can connect with you?
Sure, ma'am. I will. Thank you. I will do that. Okay.
Any other question? Hello? Thank you, Hanos, for putting your mobile number on this. And I believe there is no more questions. So once again, very much.
हनोट पिछले हमारे वेबिनार में एक मीना आर्ट पर डॉक्टर मदन मीना ने, शायद आप जानते होंगे उनको,
जी जी जी,
तो उन्हें मीना के आर्ट पर दिया था, और ये भी गुजरात से ही, मतलब ये भी ट्राइब है,
जी
तो इनमें कुछ सिमिलरिटी भी मिलती है क्या?
सर मीना आर्ट मैंने इतना नहीं स्टडी किया है। मदन मीना जी को जानता हूँ। मीना कम्युनिटी इज बेसिकली गुजरात और राजस्थान से लिंक्ड है, तो मस्ट बी सम सिमिलरिटीज, बट मैंने मीना आर्ट पे मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी
वो तेजगढ़ से संबंधित थे, और
जी।
बल्कि उन्हें अभी हमको इस बार भी एक सजल रथवा करके जो है कोई स्टूडेंट है, उनका वो किया था, लेकिन वो हो नहीं पाया था। तो ये जो है हमारा कहने का मतलब कि क्योंकि एक ही एरिया के हैं और ट्राइब माने कम्युनिटी अलग अलग है, तो कभी मतलब इस तरह की बात नहीं हुई कि इनमें सिमिलरिटी या कुछ ऐसा वो है
जी।
क्योंकि वो दीपावली के टाइम में घरों को सजाते हैं, हर घर का जो कोना कोना जो है उसमें बढ़िया वो वहाँ लेडीज बनाती हैं वो, और ये होता है जिसके घर का सबसे बढ़िया हो उसका सोशल स्टेटस बढ़िया माना जाता है।
जी 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 सर। सर ये एक कॉमन थिंग है पूरे, मतलब मैं 6 स्टेट्स जहाँ पे ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन ज़्यादा है, ट्रैवल टू देम लिटिल बिट, सो दिस इज समथिंग दैट आई हैव आल्सो लुक्ड एट, देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ सिमिलैरिटी। द बेस्ट एग्जांपल आई कैन गिव टू यू इज जस्ट थोड़ा सा गूगल एक्सरसाइज कीजिए, गूगल वारली आर्ट फॉर्म विच इज़ वेरी फेमस, यू ऑल मस्ट हैव सम नॉलेज अबाउट वारली आर्ट, and just have a little bit of Google exercise, Idittal art form of Odisha. और आप जब दोनों को साथ में रखेंगे, you will not be able to identify which is Warli and which is Idittal. There is such a lot of similarities. Making style भी उनकी वही है, मिट्टी का बैकग्राउंड, रेड क्ले बैकग्राउंड एंड देन विथ राइस पाउडर क्ले से बनाई हुई चीज़ है। वारली भी सेम प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, वो भी वो सेम प्रैक्टिस करते हैं। So east to west, the tradition is similar. If I put those paintings in front of you, it will be very difficult to. I felt it found it very difficult to digest when I saw it for the first time. So there's a lot of similarity between them. राठवास और भील का जो पिथोरा है, उसमें बहुत differences भी है, उसमें बहुत ही है। जैसे हम राठवास they call their artists लखारास, भील्स call them लिखंदरा। The entire process जो भील्स बोलते हैं, जो पूरा प्रोसेस है आर्ट फॉर्म पूरा करने का, it is called लिख, comes from writing. So it is not looked at as an artistic perspective. We as outsiders हम वो थोपते हैं basically. That is what my opinion is. कि ये आर्ट है, ये म्यूरल है, ये क्राफ्ट है, ये whatever. That is something that I struggle sometimes. Okay, how do I portray what the society is trying to say? They do not have that vocabulary. Not for the कि उनकी vocabulary weak है. They do not choose to call these things from this perspective. Art is art for them. That is what their perspective is.
ये हमारे क्षेत्र में जो हमारा एरिया है एमपी का, ये शहडोल और सीधी में भी अमित सोनी जो ट्राइबल यूनिवर्सिटी अमरकंटक के प्रोफेसर थे, अभी थे वो, उनने अभी प्रेजेंट किया था, पर उन्हें क्राफ्ट पर दिया था। यहाँ पे कई टाइप के हैं, ट्राइब्स कई हैं, बैगा हैं और अलग अलग हैं। तो वैसे तो वो अलग अलग हैं, उनके रिचुअल भी थोड़ा सा अलग हैं, डिफरेंट है, क्योंकि हमने भी अपने जब उसका बॉटनिकल व्यू का, इथनोबायोलॉजी का यहाँ पर जो काम किया, उसमें देखा कि अलग अलग वो पौधों की पूजा करते हैं, उपयोग करते हैं, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं थोड़ा सा उनकी सिमिलरिटी मिलती है, चाहे वो अब वो ग्रुप में क्योंकि रह रहे हैं पास में, तो उसकी वजह से हो, या कि पहले से चली आ रही हो ये बातें। ठीक है सर। Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you. One thing I would like to add to this, like the tribes that we normally call them, the Adivasi, the Sanatani, as rightly Madam Kedashwari ji has said. So this is because they are closer to nature and they worship natural elements, and their responses are also against the nature. whatever elements they have. So there is bound to have certain similarities. Maybe their expressions may differ at times, but most of the tribes, most of the Adivasi people, the natural inhabitants of the forest or lands, now they are restricted to forest and restricted areas. But I believe, as an archaeologist, that they were the normal populace of India, which were having a wider distribution and wider acceptance in the common society. They had their specific role, and they had their specific mode of worship, because our worship was also based on natural elements, because that is it was not a kind of religion that we understand today, but that is the nature worship. And that is the basis of all religion, I believe. Uh, so the expressions also must be similar. Uh, you know, uh, there may be some technique, the techniques that they adopt may be different. The meanings they attach to the certain things may be different because of the geographic differences in their regions. So it is very much understandable that basically the society's reactions to the nature, that is how their culture develops, and they also have developed their culture in a similar way. So most of the tribal ways are have similarities, but their expressions may be different. That depends upon the geography in which they survive. So with this, and although I am not an expert on this, the topic that you have so rightly and very vividly presented, so I must thank you once again. And it is important that you continue your research work, and also try to find how the different tribes are different and how they are similar. So that could be a very interesting study across the geography, across the space, how they are different and how they are similar, in what ways. So that could be a very good study that will lead us to understand further how the tribal culture that we call tribal is reflected in different regions. So thank you very much, Hanush Patel, for your endeavor, and I hope this endeavor will continue uh, as your guru has blessed you with this, has tasked you with this work. So I must thank you once again, and I also would like to thank my co-chairperson, Ms. Anupama Damonupola from Sri Lanka. If she is here, many thanks to you. And finally, I would like to thank Dr. Skand Mishraji for giving this all of us this opportunity to to have a get together, enlightening get together here, illuminating, very academic. Thank you, all the listeners, and thank you very much. Over to
Thank you,
you,
sir.
Mr.
Yes, sir. Thank you, डॉक्टर भुवन विक्रम सर. आपने इसके लिए इस वेबिनार के लिए टाइम दिया आपने चेयरपर्सन के रूप में, और साथ ही को चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर अनुपमा giving his time, co-chairperson Dr. Mr. Hanoj Patel ji giving a nice lecture on this tribal culture, and all participants, Dr. Kedareshwari madam, जिन्होंने हनोज पटेल जी को के बारे में हमको बताया, और फिर हमने चर्चा करके और ये लेक्चर हो पाया, उनके लिए भी धन्यवाद है. उन्होंने बहुत कोऑपरेट किया, हमको कई अच्छे स्पीकर हमको प्रदान कराए हैं, और निश्चित रूप से सभी का ये मैंने शुरू तो किया था, लेकिन सभी का कोऑपरेशन है, और इवन चाहे वो एनजीओ हो, चाहे गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर हो, और सर तो हमारे क्षेत्र में एएसआई जो है उसको भोपाल के इंचार्ज भी हैं, और जब से पिछले सीरीज से हम लोग जुड़े हैं, तो बराबर उनका सहयोग हमें मिला है। तो सभी को एक बार पुनः धन्यवाद। कल 10 बजे फिर से अगले दिन का जो टॉक है वो अपन शुरू करेंगे, और एक बार सभी को फिर से धन्यवाद। तो और हनीफ पटेल जी को ये कहना चाहूँगा कि यदि क्रॉस कल्चरल स्टडी ट्राइब की वहाँ पर कर सके, हमारी ओर से एक सलाह है उनको, तो ये एक अच्छा विषय हो सकता है वहाँ का। बस धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू फॉर हेल्प।
मिश्रा जी, सभी को आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहिए।
हाँ सर,
आपने इतने सब्जेक्ट्स, इतने स्कॉलर्स एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाए, मुझे लगता है कि आप सरस्वती माता का ही रूप है अभी मेरे लिए, तो ऐसे ही है।
बस सबका कोऑपरेशन है मैडम।
नॉलेज दिए आप लोग ये, और
हाँ, इस विषय पे तो बिल्कुल मैं नया था। एक्चुअली क्या है, अपने जो विषय हैं वहाँ तो परिचय था, कहीं कॉन्फ्रेंस में, कहीं और प्रोजेक्ट में, कहीं कुछ प्रैक्टिकल या थ्योरी, इसमें अपन लोग मिलते थे। लेकिन ये जो विषय है, ये हमारे मित्रों ने ही कहा कि हमने हेरिटेज साइट की बात की, अपने नेचुरल हेरिटेज साइट की, तो अब उन्होंने हमको सलाह दी कि आप पूरे हेरिटेज साइट को लेके चलें। तो हमें अच्छा कहीं इंटरेस्ट था पहले भी, जब पढ़ते थे तो हिस्ट्री से कहीं ना कहीं इंटरेस्ट था अपने को, तो इसमें जब जुड़े तो बहुत अच्छा कोऑपरेशन मिला पूरे समुदाय का, चाहे वो टीचिंग का हो, चाहे वो आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया का है, या अन्य जो है कल्चरल का, और सभी लोग जो सहयोग मिला इसी में। और इवन अपने कंट्री को तो ठीक है, मतलब अदर कंट्री का, लंका, नेपाल, पाकिस्तान, तो 1 महीने के अंदर यदि इस तरह से जुड़े हैं लोग, तो कहीं ना कहीं उनका कोऑपरेशन जो है वो पॉजिटिव रहा है, तभी मिल पाए हैं। क्योंकि आज हमारे पास इन देशों से भी लगभग हाफ जो है वो स्पीकर वहाँ से हैं, और वहाँ के भी सीनियर प्रोफेसर्स और अच्छे आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट हैं। मैडम, थैंक यू। थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू।
मिश्रा जी, आप चले गए कि हैं?
हेलो
मिश्रा जी, मैं सवेरे जब पशुपतिनाथ देख रही थी, मुझे यही लगा कि अभी ये जो हमारे हिंदू फेथ में चल रहा है, ये कार्तिक मास है।
हाँ,
ये पीरियड को कार्तिक मास में आपने विष्णु और शिवा दोनों को दिखा दिया।
जी।
मैं वही सोच रही थी, और मंदिर मुझे जाना भी नहीं पड़ेगा, सबके दर्शन यहाँ, महादर्शन यहाँ हो गए।
मैं मैडम 6-7 साल पहले गया था वहाँ पे, 2-3 दिन रुका भी था वहाँ पे, मैंने दर्शन किया था। और अच्छी बात है, बात निकल के आती है। मेरा बालक जो है थाईलैंड में है, तो जब मैं ये चर्चा कर रहा था तो वो उसने कहा था कि अच्छा वो गया हुआ था वहाँ अंकोर वाट, तो उसने कहा जब आप टाक करा रहे हैं तो अंकोर वाट की टाक क्यों नहीं कराते हैं? तो हमने कहा कि अगली बार अंकोर वाट की टाक कराएंगे। और इस बार 3 हमको एक्सपर्ट उसमें मिले हैं। अभी शर्मा जी का सर, भुवन सर, डॉक्टर भुवन सर, अभी शर्मा जी की बात रह गई, वो कहीं बिजी थे, वो आपके इसमें जो दिल्ली में ASI में हैं, उन्हें कहा जरूर था, लेकिन उसके बाद वो बिजी हो गए कहीं किसी कॉन्फ्रेंस में। जानवी शर्मा,
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा,
हाँ, वो
बहुत अच्छा,
कंजर्वेशन
आज के
से
प्रेजेंटेशन
बहुत
बहुत अच्छे लगे मुझे।
काम है। तो फिर एक वहीं से हमको मिले कंबोडिया से, और 2 लोग अपने यहाँ के हैं। और उस दिन तो जब वो टॉक दे रहे थे पौंडलिक जी, तो बाय द वे वो वहीं पे थे, अंकोर वाट में ही थे, और बोले भी हैं कि अभी एक दिन तो वो अभी वहां से आ गए थे, बोले मैं मंदिर में बैठ के आपको वहाँ का पूरा दिखाऊंगा।
वाह, बहुत अच्छा होगा। कब होगा ये?
ये 16 को, 15-16 को मैं अब बात करूंगा, क्योंकि अभी जो टॉक थी वो लगातार थी पहले से ही, तो मैं उनसे टाइम लूंगा। मैं एक दिन उन्हें टॉक दे दिया है हालांकि, लेकिन एक और टॉक मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि आधे घंटे की टॉक मंदिर परिषद से दे।
जी 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 जी। और मैंने आपको व्हाट्सएप में कई थोड़े प्रश्न दिए हैं, आप जरा उसको जब आप फ्री हो जाएंगे
हाँ,
रिस्पॉन्ड करिएगा।
मैडम क्या हुआ कि मैं थोड़ा सा उसके नजर तो पड़ी है मेरी, पर क्या था कि आज के आज के और कल के टाक में एक दो टाक लास्ट टाइम में जो है वो कुछ मिस
सेटल
हो
हुए।
रही थी।
नहीं मैं
जैसे
समझ पा रही हूँ, मैं यही
हाँ,
बोल रही हूँ,
तो
जब आपको
उसमें
वक्त मिले जरा
हाँ उसमें मैं कल उलझ गया। पाकिस्तान से एक सर की टॉक है, लेकिन उनकी तबीयत खराब हो गई, प्रोफेसर फरशंद मशीह की। वो वहाँ का जो साल्ट रेंज है, वहाँ के टेम्पल पर बात करने वाले थे, वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट थी। तो फिर हमने आज अभी कोशिश की है, तो मैं कल से आज तक वहाँ के लोगों से संपर्क में रहा, और आज हमने बाय द वे संपर्क में रहा तो एक प्लस हमको मिल गया वहाँ पे। मतलब एक वो जो सिंध एरिया का जो हिंदू टेम्पल हैं उन पर एक एक्सपर्ट मिले हैं, और एक